Hey viewers and listeners, I am new to the world of Naruto, so do not criticize much, rather support me, and the full voiceover is in my Patreon channel. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1 Minato Template Rewrite. McPov. I am not sure why everything was dark. I did not have much energy either. Every part of my body hurts. I wanted to open my eyes but I could not. Maybe they are open but I do not think so. I was crying. I could listen to my voice, but it was like I was a baby. It was hard to even focus on something for more than a second. I am so tired and my head hurts. But I had to know what was going on. I had to focus. I could feel I was lifted by someone. I could hear them talk but could not for my life say what they were talking about. Maybe Japanese. Sounds a lot like the anime I used to watch. I opened my eyes with much difficulty and the first thing I saw was a blur. Everything was blurry and the light was hurting my eyes. I was feeling sleepy. I wanted to sleep and let go of this pointless struggle, but something in my mind kept pushing me to open my eyes and see where I was. Finally, after many tries and rubbing my eyes with my tiny hands, I could see clearly. I saw a person looking at me with bright blue eyes. He was handsome with blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes. When I looked around, I found a beautiful red-haired woman looking a little tired while staring at me and another baby in her arms. A baby who was like the handsome man who was holding me right now. Something came to my mind, like I knew what going on but I could not focus at all. The other child had 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. Povens. He knows where he is but for the good of his life, he could not focus on the thought. It was like his thoughts were slipping through his clutches and kept away from him the more he thought about it. Kirito. Namika's Kirito was the only thing he could understand about what the man who was most probably his father was saying. Namika's. He had heard this name before but again he could not focus enough to remember when. Ding. System template set. Status inactive. Additional power system set. He. Before losing his focus and drifting into sleep, that was the only thing he saw but could not see the last part. Yeah. The time skip 5 years later. Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto Uzumaki and his brother Kirito Uzumaki were kicked out of the orphanage. Both boys were 5 years old and had nowhere to go. Both boys had fair skin, bright blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes. Naruto looks like his father Minato, but still has facial features like his mother Kushina and has whiskers marks on his cheeks. Kirito, however, was a replica of Minato, his father. Naruto was very sad and almost looked like he was about to cry. Kirito on the other hand did not react. Kirito, being a traverser, had the mind of an adult. He also remembered the plot of Naruto. He knew that Naruto in the canon was kicked out of the orphanage but he did not know at which age. He was looking forward to this. When he turned 5 years old, his system was activated. He remembered hearing the system's voice once when he was little but could not tell whether it was his hallucination or reality. But on his 5th birthday, the system was activated. Or to be exact, inactive. System template inactive. This was the only thing he heard when he woke up on his 5th birthday. He tried hard but could not activate his system. The only thing he could think of for activating his system was his chakra. Unlike his brother, Kirito has not used his chakra yet, or more exactly, he is unable to draw chakra yet. He tried when he was young but for some reason, he could not. He was getting demotivated every day when he had no results after trying so hard. But later he was glad that he did not infuse his chakra sooner. Opening chakra sooner, like 2 or 3 years old, means getting into the ranks of geniuses, and considering how Danzo kidnapped kids who show talent like cookies inside a cookie jar, this is a really bad idea. He does not yet know why Danzo did not take him away considering he is of Uzumaki descent. Maybe a reason could be that, like his brother, he too is a Jinchuriki. Minato sealed the yang half of Kurama in Naruto while the yin half was sealed in Kirito. Kirito was not sure which was more worse, having the power of 9 tails and getting ostracized by the entire village, or not having the power and getting taken by Danzo when Hokage would not protect him. Okay, maybe the second one. Well, not like he can change anything at this point anyways, so f it. Maybe Kushina was not as aggressive as he has read in the anime. Who knows? I mean, which mother will be willingly let their child offer her child to become a vessel for a daemon? Kirito could not help but wonder. The only good thing about this that Kirito was happy about was growing up like a normal person and not being hated by the people of Konoha, or at least he thought that he would. He is not sure why and how, but the crazy people of this village think that he alongside his brother is the reincarnation of the demon fox. Total bullshit. There is no way that they can point out that nine-tailed chakra is inside them. Not to mention, even if there are rumors out there that they are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tail, the knowledge about the difference between a Jinchuriki and a Beidou should be available in the village. At least the higher-ups of the village knew better. What they did to stop the civilians? Absolutely nothing. And that is why he was under constant surveillance. The Jinchurikis of the village. But that is also why he was happy, as he could now get out of the orphanage and learn how to draw his chakra without getting monitored by the Hokage. How did he know that the people who watching him and his brother were Hokage's Anbu? From a very young age, he could sense other people's emotions. He is not sure why, especially when he did not even unlock his chakra yet, but he could. And he always could sense the emotion of a person near his brother. He tested this by leaving his brother one time in the park and getting away. And the Anbu did not follow him at all, maybe because he is much less likely to fall into trouble than his brother, and there was only one Anbu at that time. And the matter that the Anbu is a person sent by Hokage is easy to guess. There are only two forces in Konoha who will directly monitor the Jinchuriki of the village: Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. And the fact that he could sense emotions from the Anbu means that they are not root. Now I can finally unlock my chakra without getting monitored by the Hokage, thought Kirito. He did not believe in Hiruzen Sarutobi at all. He and his brother were kept in very inhuman conditions in the orphanage for as long as he can remember. The current Hokage did not do anything about it. Especially when considering that both of them are the sons of the village heroes, the fourth Hokage and his wife. And Kirito refused to believe that Hiruzen did not know or could not do anything about it. Reason being: 1. He has an Anbu monitoring them. And second, he is a freaking Hokage. So no, Kirito Nemekes does not trust the Hokage or anyone for that matter. Strange how Naruto in this world was always given the name Uzumaki. It was done by Kushina, and Kirito was given the name Namikaze. This makes matters more strange, as Naruto's name came from Jiraiya, which indirectly makes it come from Minato, while Kirito's name was suggested by Kushina. Like they were playing a game of you suggest half and half will come from me. Kirito could not understand what they were thinking. With this thought, Kirito kept on trying to infuse his chakra every day when he could get away from the Anbu. Every day he could feel the power inside him getting stronger and was about to burst open but could not. This goes on for a month. In this month both Naruto and Kirito were living on the outskirts of the village, hunting and camping every day. Life for them was hard, but both of them worked hard and somehow survived. Both Kirito and Naruto were hated by the villagers, not to mention they did not even sell them food or other important necessary items in the store. Things were not physical to the extreme, at least, unlike how some fanfiction states. But that does not mean they were completely unscratched. Some villagers used to hurt them when no one was looking. Kirito's hatred for them was intense, but he had to hold back for the time being. Kirito was again meditating, far away from Naruto to avoid the Anbu. He was close, he could feel it. Today Kirito was feeling a massive chakra inside him. He was trying to pull that chakra so he could draw it. After the 7th try, he was finally able to pull the chakra. Instantly his whole body was covered with very dense blue chakra, and he heard the sound of the system once again. Ding. System template activated. Instigating Minato Namikaze template. All the related information being transferred into host's mind. For some time Kirito felt all kinds of memories rushing to him, and that was followed by intense pain. Ding. Transfer complete. Minato template 1. Ding. Congratulations host for activating the system. Binding 9-tail chakra with template progress. Removing 9-tail consciousness. Current usable chakra 1. Kirito was stunned. He has the 9-tails chakra, he knows that, but what does binding it with a template mean? Removing consciousness. Does this mean now that this is his chakra he does not have to beg a mountain-sized fox for chakra like his brother will have to do in the future? Maybe he got this because he got Minato's template. Minato also got 9-tailian chakra in the anime. Possible. Well, it does not matter, as long as he is getting stronger, because even half of the 9-tail chakra is enough to reach Super Cage level power. The problem is that his body cannot handle the power right now, even one of Kurima's power. But this also means that he has almost unlimited chakra for himself like his brother. Maybe he cannot use the power directly, but he can use the power to increase his endurance and cast jutsu after jutsu. Naruto could have done that if he bothered to learn anything else than just Rasengan. Not like there is anything wrong with Rasengan, but still. Now he has to plan what he will do in the future. One thing for sure is that he is not going to get manipulated by others like his brother and father. Chapter 2. Shadow Clone and Hyperfocus Rewrite. It has already been 5 months since Kirito got his template open. Currently, Kirito is working on his taijutsu. He also wanted to learn shuriken jutsu but could not because he did not have the shurikens or kune. He does not have money either to purchase them. Even if he gets the money somehow, he doubts that he can purchase them from the village. Another very important thing which he was working on was Shadow Clone Jutsu. Pretty much all the jutsus that Tobirama-senju created are buggy as hell, and Shadow Clone is no exception. If conditions allow, then this jutsu can increase the learning process of any shinobi by miles. Kirito wanted to learn this jutsu for the same reason, not to mention that with the help of this jutsu, he can also fool others and use most of his time to train. However, there is a problem in learning this technique. All the techniques which are in Minato's memories are hazy at best, so for him to remember this technique is harder than it sounds. Maybe he will open more techniques and memories as he improves the template. The unique thing is that all the basic techniques like normal clone or replacement are easily remembered by him from Minato's memory. This made him believe that his progress in Minato's template was not enough to get the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Currently, his progress is only 3, which he improved by learning Minato's fast fist taijutsu style. He has not mastered it yet, but it is coming along. He also now has 3 Kurama Chakra as well, although he cannot use it as his body will not allow it. Once again Kirito sits down meditating to find the entire process of Shadow Clone Jutsu. The more he focused and the longer he focused, he found it was getting hard to focus, but at the same time, he was remembering the technique more and more. Maybe that is what the problem was. Remembering techniques from Minato's memories became harder if his template level was not high enough. At one point he thought that he would not be able to hold on to his focus, but he did that anyway and was surprised by what happened next. He found himself sensing everything, like he was connected with everything around him. It was hard to maintain, but he could feel movements happening around him better. He could sense them better, and it was ever so slightly slower. Like he slows a video by 0.75x. Kirito was stunned at the improvement. He was trying to do something else and he got something else entirely. Well, for the time being let's call it hyperfocus. Need to work on this little cheat I have in the future. It will definitely give me some edge in the future, Kirito muttered to himself. He wondered how he was doing it. There should be a reason why he could do it, but he was not sure. This skill works a lot like Sharingan. Not all the Sharingan abilities, but still close enough. Kirito was very happy to even have this ability. There is a possibility that this is Mind Eye of the Kagura, but I doubt it. I do get the sensing power, but what with this increased focus and increasing my perception time, that is not like Mind Eye of the Kagura. Kirito tried to remember the details of the technique and could not recall the similarities between this technique with Mind Eye of the Kagura. Leave it. Just call it hyperfocus for the time being. Kirito just let the matter go for the time being. Not only did he get the Shadow Clone technique, but he also got a super useful technique, and that's a win on his books. It is about time for Naruto to come back. I should meet him in the camp, mutters Kirito to himself. When he reached the camp he saw Naruto talking with an old man, and both of them were eating fish which he caught. In any other case, Kirito would have scolded Naruto for giving his fish to a random old man, but he knew better. The old man sitting with Naruto was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Leaf. He wanted to leave, but he knew that the old man had already sensed him, so he had to go and talk to him. Naruto, who is this person? Kirito asked with curiosity in his tone. He wanted to showcase himself as a good boy who had the will of fire in him to Hiruzen. Kirito, see, I made a friend. His name is Hiruzen, Naruto said with enthusiasm. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hiruzen, Kirito said respectfully and bowed. Hiruzen just waved his hand and asked him to sit and eat the fish like both of them were doing. Kirito just does that. He did not speak a lot. He only listens to his brother talking. Hiruzen and Naruto talk about living in the open and then ask Naruto whether he would like to live in an apartment if Hiruzen gives him one. Naruto was excited and Kirito also smiled and agreed. Hiruzen stopped paying attention to Kirito after seeing that he was not responding much and even being on a guard against him a little, which is understandable considering that he is a stranger. Later when Hiruzen leaves he also tells both brothers that he will send someone to escort them to their new apartment. Naruto was so happy that he almost cried, but Kirito was angry. Now he knows that Hiruzen Sarutobi is someone who wants to control both of them. He wanted to say this to his brother, but that will create more problems. What he needed to do now was to get stronger and protect himself and his brother. The most important thing for him right now was to learn Shadow Clone Jutsu and then start completing Minato's template. On the next day, Naruto and Kirito were sent to their new apartment by the Anbu. More time passes and Kirito learns the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Took him some time considering that his chakra right now was not enough compared to Naruto's chakra level when he first learned the technique. Naruto learned this technique in just an hour. The moment Kirito learned Shadow Clone Jutsu, there was a system notification. Ding. Technique mastery. Congratulations on getting mastery of a technique. How can you use this technique without hand signs? Whoa, that's cool. Kirito fist bumped in the air. Kirito signs and relaxes after successfully mastering the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Should I teach Naruto some of these skills as well? But considering the personality of my loudmouth brother, should I? Kirito asks himself. Not knowing when is the right time to teach Naruto or tell him about their parents or him being a Jinchuriki. Kirito sighed again and lay on the ground thinking about the upcoming ninja academy which he had to join soon. Chapter 3. Happy Birthday Rewrite. Time skip 1 year later. Kirito has grown a little in the past year. In this past year, he has been working hard to grow stronger. However, he was only able to learn 3 new techniques in the entire calendar year. And with every technique he learned, he got mastery, meaning he can do it without a hand sign and even some variation if he so desires. The replacement technique, Shunshin technique, transformation technique. He learned them all. He even learns the shuriken throwing, with makeshift kine with wood. And when he was thinking about all this, suddenly the system rang. Ding. Congratulations host for unlocking 10 of Minato's template. System reward is being awarded. Shadow Clone Technique upgraded to Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. This shocked Kirito even more. He did not know that if he increases progress in the template he will be awarded rewards. This is awesome. I almost thought that I need to steal that damn seal book to get this technique considering how I did not get it directly from Minato's memories. Maybe the system is giving him not only Minato's jutsu but even his capabilities. Kirito was very happy and now was looking forward to what he got when he upgraded his template to 20, 30, or even 50 and 100. Anyways, today is his birthday. Being Naruto's twin brother means that on your birthday people are more hostile to you. He wanted to celebrate today with his brother because, in a few weeks, he and Naruto will be joining the Ninja Academy. He already has hunted 2 wild rabbits and purchased ramen materials under transformation jutsu. He saves the money which Hokage gives him every month by saving his eating expenses by hunting for food. Today he can use some of that money to surprise Naruto and celebrate with him. Kirito Pov. I quickly came home with the wild rabbits with me and started preparing before Naruto came home too. Since the day I learned Shadow Clone Jutsu I have been spending less time with Naruto and kept on training. Most of the time I just sent a Shadow Clone to accompany him. He did get the clone's memory but that's not the same as spending time with Naruto. So the plan for today is to spend time with Naruto. I quickly made 2 Shadow Clones after sensing that no one was monitoring me. Hyperfocus is super handy. He could not only sense Naruto's surroundings but was also able to sense where is Naruto in the village if he focused on his chakra. Naruto's chakra stands out among other shinobi and civilians like a sore thumb. I use one clone to make food while another clone decorates their home with balloons and pictures of foods and previous Hokages. What would be his face if I said that one of us is our father? Kirito mused to himself. I personally work on preparing the ramen he purchases from the market. In 15 minutes with my speed, everything was completed. Naruto was within 30 seconds of walking distance. I quickly close all the curtains and switch off the lights and candles. Ready to surprise Naruto on his entry. I'm home, brother. Pov end. If Naruto Pov. What did I do wrong? Why I and my brother been hated by the other villagers? I had never even seen this demon fox. How can I be him? Naruto was thinking all these kinds of things after getting bullied by other kids and villagers. He wanted to purchase some ramen on his birthday but the Ichiruk ramen is full and other shop owners will not sell him ramen anymore. A drop of tear was visible on his 7-year-old face. All his life he was only treated right by his brother, his Jiji and the people in Ichiruk ramen. Naruto was down and wanted to just spend some time with his brother now. Before entering his house he wipes the teardrop from his eyes and puts a fake smile on his face. When he opens the door he finds everything dark. The Anbu who was trailing Naruto also saw that. Anu was ordered by the Hokage to protect Naruto, but that's it. They were not allowed to interfere in any other matter. They saw that Naruto's house was dark and no one was in it. He was already on guard and was ready to protect Naruto if something happened. I walk in asking my brother if he is there. Brother, are you in there? Bro, where are you? I went inside and looked for Kirito. But as soon as I stepped inside, I saw the light turn on. The entire room was decorated with balloons and images of the previous Hokage. I finally saw my brother standing there with a megawatt smile on his face. Happy birthday, brother, he said with a kind tone. I was stunned. Never before they have celebrated their birthday. They only wish one themselves. Even his brother never forgot to wish him, but still, they never were able to celebrate the day. There was nothing to celebrate in the first place. Almost everyone hates them more on this day. Most of the time, this day was worse than their usual days. Their birthday was nothing to be happy about. Before I could think about anything more, I looked at the table where many different types of foods and his favorite ramen. Povend. Wow. Naruto was so happy at this that the recently wiped tear from his eyes appeared again. He and his brother were the most hated people in Konoha. Nobody ever sells them anything and always looks at them with hatred. Kirito did not bother to bring a cake at all. He knew that Naruto would be happier to get ramen over a cake with a bunch of candles on top of it. Naruto, on the other hand, did not say a word. Then Naruto just directly rushed towards his brother, hugging and crying. Okay, do not put a snort on my shirt. Let's just eat, otherwise the ramen will grow cold, said Kirito. Finally, Naruto calmed down and said with a smile, Hey, let eat that Bayu. When the Anbu trailing Naruto was taken aback at the surprise, Kirito could sense that. You take that, a 5-year-old able to sneak under your noses. Kirito had a little smirked. In a few weeks, he and Naruto will be going to attend Ninja Academy. Chapter 4. Ninja Academy Rewrite. Finally, the day came when Kirito and Naruto were about to attend the Ninja Academy. Naruto was super happy, but Kirito, on the other hand, was in deep thought. The reason is that he does not know whether he should show what he can do or hold back. The upside of showing his power is that he might be promoted to Genin faster and might also get some favor from Hokage. Maybe gets a jutsu or two, but there is hardly any jutsu that he does not know already thanks to Minato's memories. The downside is a bit more problematic though. He will be separated from his brother. Hokage and Danzo will learn about his powers and capabilities. For him, it is either go all in or stay out entirely. He cannot choose a midway option. Both the boys woke up early today. Well, it was Naruto who woke up early. Kirito just took time off from his daily training and went to the academy. The academy is a relatively safe place, and for Kirito it is a place where he can pass his time. But Kirito had other plans. He wanted to make alliances in the village through the academy. This is the best place where he can genuinely make friends but also make lifelong partners who will help him out in the future. He knows that this sounds pretty capitalistic, but what can he do? He will need these connections in the future. The only benefit Kirito sees in going to the academy is that he can come in contact with the clan heirs. And yes, they do not have any say in the matters of the village now, but that does not mean that will be the same case in the future. Konoha is a village where clans have a huge influence on the management of the village. Even the Hokage have to listen to the clan heads if all of them are united. So with that said, he has to make friends with them. Not to mention, he also wanted to find the girl he always had crushed on in the anime. Yamanaka no. He is not going to look towards Hinata. That girl got the hots for his brother. He cannot mess that up. Bro code means something, man. And Sakura is just, well, those who know, they know. So if he is looking for a wife among the clan heir, then only Ino is the right choice. It is only a plus point that he always had a little crush on her. But that was anime. What is reality is yet to be seen. The only other option is Tenten and Tamere. There is also an option of getting Karen, but unless he is planning to make a harem for himself, he better focus on only one girl. But this does not mean that he will force himself to marry the girl or will marry her if he does not love her. He will first try to be friends with her and see whether it is exactly like what he saw in the anime or different. So the only thing he will push himself into doing is to take the first step to get to know the girl, and then it is the matter of whether they both click with each other or not. All of these thoughts were occupying Kirito's mind when Naruto shook him up and shouted, "Kirito, look, we are here, look." Naruto said with much enthusiasm, like he won the lottery. Kirito believed that even he was not as happy as Naruto was right now when he got his system. Upon entering the academy, both the boys saw a lot of kids their age making all sorts of noises and running around. While Naruto's focus was on the laughing kids and the amount of fun they were having, Kirito's full attention was on the parents who were giving him and his brother a hateful glare. Kirito did not give any reaction, but the pent-up anger was still boiling inside him. In moments like this, he questions why he is not destroying this village and these people who treat him and his brother like garbage already. Finally, Naruto could not take it anymore and grabbed Kirito's shirt, who was still thinking about whether to enter into Naruto chakra mode when he grows up and destroy the village or not, and dragged him inside the classroom. Kirito loved his brother, but that does not mean he never got irritated by his antics. But just when he was about to give his brother a good beating for ruining his shirt and for dragging him inside the classroom while he was still making his terrorism plan, Kirito saw the target of his interest. All the clan heirs were already in the class and were making the same if not more noise than the normal kids. Especially Kaiba, who was bragging about something to the person who was sitting with him. Ino and Sakura were not behind either with their loud voices, especially Sakura. Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino and Hinata were quiet at least. He also saw Sasuke, who was not his Imu self yet. Something which will change very soon if he is not wrong. The Uchiha clan massacre is not far if Kirito is right with his timeline. While he was thinking all this, he did not even realize that the person who was making the most noise after entering the class was his brother. Naruto wanted to make a lot of friends. The sad reality is that most of the students were instructed by their parents not to associate with the demon brothers. These fools do not even realize that there is no way a demon will host two different bodies at the same time. And the concept of splitting the chakra into yin and yang does not count. If they know this, then there is no way in hell that they do not understand that they are a Jinchuriki and not a demon fox himself. Kirito is still very angry at the bastard who spread the rumors. Yes, he has 9-tailed chakra now, but there is nothing demonic in him besides his devilishly handsome looks. But he cannot do anything about it anymore, he has to just go with it. Chapter 5. Meeting Inoue right. Naruto was talking with his only friends who he knew. Shikamaru and Choji were the only children besides Kirito who talked to Naruto. Everyone else was either instructed by their parents not to talk to the demon brothers, or they just did not want to connect with the clanless orphans like them. The only other member of Future Team 10, if the future remains the same, that is, was in her circle. Ino was friends with almost all the girls in the class. The most she talked with was Sakura though. Guess their friendship was really good before the entire Sasuke competition happened, thought Kirito. When it comes to Sasuke though, he was talking with some Uchiha children. Maybe there was more Uchiha in the class before the massacre. The only other team left is Team 8. Hinata and Shino were silent and did not talk at all. But both were silent for two entirely different reasons. Hinata was simply too shy and Shino was socially awkward. The only talking person in Team 8 was Kaiba, and he alone was making more noise than his future team could make in an entire year. While Kirito was thinking about his future classmates, he did not realize that those same people were also thinking about him. Hinata's main focus was on Naruto. No one knows what that girl was thinking. Shino just gives him an analyzing look, while Kaiba just snorted looking at him. Shikamaru and Choji were too busy with Naruto to even have time to look at him. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked at him and did not even think too much about his presence. The only people who noticed him were the girls in the class. Kirito was quite handsome after all. He looked exactly like Minato, who was a lady killer in his time. But when mixed with Kirito's warm looks was much more attractive to the girls. It is alright to say that both Sasuke and Kirito were the most handsome guys in the class. It is weird because even Naruto also looked like Minato, but he at the same time is not that handsome. Maybe because his face shape is more like Kushina, or it is those whisker marks. Among all the girls, the most interested in Kirito was none other than Ino. After all, when all the girls are going after an emo, and there comes another guy equally handsome, why would not she be interested? It is not like she was making any progress with Sasuke. Kirito did not waste time. He quickly found his target to start making contact with. At first, he wanted to start with Shikamaru, but he is busy with Naruto right now. So he directly sat behind Ino, who was still talking with other girls but at the same time was secretly taking glances at him. Hello, I am Kirito Nami. Koko. I mean Uzumaki. I am Kirito Uzumaki, said Kirito. He almost gave away his real identity. It will be quite a troublesome situation if others realize that he knows whose son he is. He will take that name later on, but not now. Ino and Sakura both blush after seeing Kirito's bright sunny smile. Handsome was the only thought in their minds. I am Ino Yamanaka, and this is my best friend Sakura Haruno. Nice to meet you, Kirito-kun, said Ino with a huge blush on her face. She was trying not to blush, but that failed miserably. Children in this world do mature faster, thought Kirito. Nice to meet you, Ino-chan, Sakura-chan, said Kirito, playing his part of a cheerful handsome kid. Being only 7 years old, they did not have the resistance to stop the blushes which appeared on their faces in front of a handsome boy. Kirito-kun, I never saw you before. Are you from someone outside of the village? Asked Sakura. Ino too was wondering why she did not know about such a handsome boy who is at the same age as her. No, I usually train most of my time and hardly play with others. Maybe that's why you never saw me before. You might have seen my brother before. He is Uzumaki Naruto. He is sitting over there, said Kirito and pointed to Naruto. Both girls looked at Naruto and could not believe that Naruto and Kirito were brothers. Although they look alike, there is a huge difference. Naruto does not look handsome like his brother. He is loud and is wearing a hideous orange jumpsuit. Kirito did bring better clothes for Naruto just so that he did not have to wear that monstrosity, but Naruto, no matter what Kirito did, never gave up on his orange jumpsuit. Overall, the girls could see the resemblance between Naruto and Kirito at a glance, but at the same time could not believe that they both are related and are brothers. Sakura, unlike Ino, has been warned by her parents to stay away from the demon brothers. No, not many people have seen Kirito in real life. The reason is that he mostly invests his time training or with his brother. So the only person who was known village-wide as the reincarnation of the demon was Naruto. That's why Sakura at first could not figure out that Kirito was one of the infamous demon brothers. But now seeing the Kirito in person, she was having a hard time believing her parents. Ino, on the other hand, did not have any kind of worry and talked with her almost academic crush without any problem. Even in his past life, Kirito had no experience with how to talk with girls, but that does not matter here. He got the looks to pull off this conversation, not to mention, they are 7 years old. This is not rocket science to impress a 7-year-old girl and her friends. So he did just that, crack a few jokes. He laughed with them and more or less got to know them and even tried to figure out what the hell was wrong with Sakura. But mostly putting his focus on Ino. Chapter 6. Need to get stronger rewrite. After a lot of talking, finally, the end of the chat came. Just like in the anime, the teacher of Konoha 9 was Iruka. After the roll call, which surprisingly was similar to any normal school, the class started. Kirito already has decided to be average in the class. He has to be average when it comes to fighting power, and he can cover that in the study section. Nobody cares whether you got full marks in the academy test. But it does give Kirito a little edge so he can get a better team in the future. The only thing which Kirito have to learn before letting go of this farce and showing his power is Flying Thunder God. With that technique, he can easily escape most of the trouble without any worry. Even if someone is looking for trouble with him, like Danzo kidnapping his dear person because the bastard cannot get his hand on him, he can just flash and save the person. Whenever I say flash, I mean teleportation with Flying Thunder God, and not a literal flash of light. You have been warned. And at the same time kill that manipulative old bastard. But that's going to take some time. In the Narutoverse, the Flying Thunder God technique is one of the, if not the most difficult techniques which a person can master. Kirito is not delusional. He knows that it will take him a few years to update his template to get the technique, let alone learn the technique. At least it is instant mastery the first time he perfectly executes the technique, so that's good. Kirito, what are you thinking? Keep your attention in the class. What was I talking about? Iruka lost his parents in the Ninetales attack. He wants to believe that he is not a person who has a prejudice against the Uzumaki brothers, but deep within he also feels hatred towards the boys. Being a ninja academy instructor, he fully knows that both Naruto and Kirito are not the Nine Tails but rather the jailer of the Nine Tails. But that does not stop his feeling of being hostile toward the two little kids. You were talking about how Chakra is formed and what it consists of, Iruka-sensei, said Kirito without delay. He might be thinking of something else, but that does not mean that he does not give attention to what is going on in front of him. And what is Chakra made of? Iruka asks, fully knowing that he is being unreasonable. Kirito could not answer that, not because he does not know the answer but because Iruka has not yet covered that part. It will be suspicious if he answers the question right now. He cannot even point out that Iruka has not covered that part. That will ruin his image of a naive little child who is shy and underconfident, which he is trying to build for himself right now. I do not know, Sensei, Kirito said in a meek voice and lowered his head. In reality, he lowers his head so that others do not see him gritting his teeth. Give attention to the class, Kirito. Go and stand outside of the class with your brother there, said Iruka in a plain tone. Kirito did not refuse to go out. Naruto, being Naruto, has already had sent out of the class. It is not particularly hard to find flaws in him and give punishments. No one in the class realizes that Iruka is being unreasonable. No one but one lazy Nara, who saw Kirito getting out and also noticed him clenching his fist tight before releasing it. Troublesome was the only thought in Shikamaru's mind. The entire day then keeps going like that, and finally the ends with everyone going home. Naruto and Kirito also go home, but Naruto does not know that the person he is going home with is just a clone. The real Kirito is currently practicing his taijutsu. He was a little angry, not on the fact that Iruka intentionally targeted him. No, that's fine. He and his brother have been targeted by the populace since they were born. He was angry because he could not even defend himself. Exploiting others, hating them or even beating them is bad, but putting them in a situation where they cannot even defend themselves, especially a child, is worse. That hopeless situation is inhuman. Kirito once again understands that he needs power above anything right now to live a normal life, which he is going to achieve no matter what. But for the time being he has to stay silent and stay out of others' way. Unlike Naruto, he is a variable, a person who will greatly change the story in the future. But right now he needs to grow and stay under the radar. He is the son of a man who once shocked the entire ninja world, and he also has his mother's Uzumaki blood in him. This includes when he is not showing any talent right now and is not allied with any side. That makes him the biggest variable in the Naruto world. Kirito sighed, and after getting tired of his taijutsu training sat on top of the Hokage monument. Uchiha clan massacre will be happening soon, thought Kirito. He wanted to use this time for his benefit. Maybe getting some Sharingan. He is not sure whether the information is right or not, but there is a possibility that Fugaku Uchiha has a Mangekyou Sharingan. Kakashi always had an issue with his chakra consumption because his Sharingan consumed that much chakra. Kirito though has Kurama chakra. It is enough chakra to not only activate Sharingan but also use all the powers of Mangekyou Sharingan without any issue. The only problem will be getting blind, but it is pretty much okay because he also has Uzumaki blood in him. There is a possibility that he might counter that. If not anything, then at least he might be able to use the Sharingan for as energy or as enemy. But right now he has no way to implant the Sharingan onto him. But that all is just his plan, which might or might not come true. Finally, Kirito came out of these thoughts and was ready to go home. There are a lot of things he wants to do before he can show the shinobi world that he is Kirito Nemekes and not some demon reincarnate. Chapter 7. Shizu is dead right. One of the most lethal powers or weapons which Kirito had was his knowledge of the future. After thinking about the entire plot of Naruto, Kirito created a plan which most probably saves him a lot of hard work and trouble in the future. The idea of Sharingan was good, but there were many problems which he had no idea how to tackle. Problems like how to attach the eyes and do not get all of his chakras to sucked away. Even if he is a Uzumaki and in future he will learn Kim, still it is an issue. Maybe in future, he will have a solution. Another thing which will be a problem is to turn off the Sharingan. Maybe he could use a special seal, who knows. For the time being, Kirito had a better idea, and that's why he is currently focusing on learning Funjutsu. He knows that he will unlock Minato's sealing knowledge soon, so he better start working on it. He wants to preserve Uchiha Shizu and Fugaku's bodies and later reanimate them so they can fight for him. Thanks to Minato's memories he will get the information on Edo Tensei Pure World reincarnation in the future and can summon them. Although learning any technique gets instant mastery, but the learning curve is still there. Just like this, time passed and finally, the day came when Shizu was called by Danzo. It was almost at the start of the next year, which gave enough time to update his template up to 20. However, he has to say that upgrading now is taking more and more time and effort. Maybe after some time, he will need years to just get 10 progress. Flashback. Minato template 20. 9 Tails usable power 20. Congratulations on getting Minato Namika's Funjutsu talent and memories. When he first got this message he was overwhelmed as he suffered from information overload. He also learns a secret seal hidden by his father which he never talks about to anyone. Now he was interested in it. Look like it is happening, mutters Kirito. Kirito's shadow clone was currently lurking around in the shadows. He transforms into an eagle and is constantly looking at Shizu. Thanks to his transformation mastery, he was able to change his size in the transformation technique up to 50. This was enough to turn into a bird and surveillance any person he wanted to. Currently, he is doing the same with the help of a clone. The target was Shizu. Shizu was moving towards the forest area, which was pretty far away from the village. At this time he knew that it was time that Danzo betrayed him and took Shizu's eye. Kirito already had a plan in mind. He is going to take the eye which Danzo plugged out from Shizu and then get Shizu's body. Unfortunately, he cannot get Shizu's other eye. Taking that away from Itachi will be hard, and he does not have the confidence that he will be able to do it. Who? Shizu Po. I was ordered to come here, but I have a bad feeling. Why Hokage-sama would order me to come to this place? While I was thinking about it, I heard a movement coming and quickly Shunshin was away. Just a second later there were already many kuni dug in the same place. I was attacked by the shinobis wearing masks. I need to lure them out in an open place. I could not fight in this jungle with so many shinobi. It is disadvantageous for me. When I came out from the forest, I found out that many root shinobi were blocking my way. And slowly behind me, Danzo came out. He did not do anything and just attacked. Kirito was watching everything from the sky, ready to take action the moment Danzo took out the eye. And Po. The moment Danzo took out Shizu's eye, Kirito activates his plan. Because of the system, he was able to use a very buggy technique. The replacement technique is used to replace the position of the user with another object of the same mass within a limited distance. But after he learned this technique he got instant mastery. He got the updated technique which allows him to replace any object with another object. And he was able to do that without any hand sign at a pretty long distance. Kirito's clone, who turned into an eagle, was flying under that distance. Clone directly exchanged the eye with another eye which he took out from a killed animal. He needs to make sure that no one targets the clone until he gets away with the eye. And everything happened just fine. The movement of the eyes was replaced. The clone eagle flew out from there at top speed. Kirito was already ready, and the moment he learned that today was the day when Shizu would die, he planned everything. He had another clone trailing Shizu so that he knew where his body fell. One thing which was making Kirito almost laugh out in his mind was, what if that old goat did not find that the eye was not Shizu's and implant it on him? He knows that the chances are slim, but if that happens, he wanted to see Danzo's face. Even if he does not put the eye, then also Kirito wanted to see his face when he finds out that he was fooled. Finally, the entire thing happens when Shizu meets Itachi and gives him the other eye. Kirito wanted to get that eye, but he could not. Not in front of Itachi and Shizu when both of them are currently on their full alertness. Before Shizu falls into the river, Kirito had already arrived with his clones and was stationed inside the river. After Shizu fell and died, Kirito quickly took out Shizu's dead body and stored it in a special scroll which he created with the help of Minato's memories. The scroll will not let the body degrade. He created another scroll just for Fugaku as well. His plan had already come along and his plan was looking good for him. He sealed Shizu's eye in another scroll and left the place without anyone noticing. His next target is the Uchiha clan when they are under attack by Itachi and Root headquarters when they dispatch Root shinobi to take all the Sharingan. Kirito did not plan to give even a single Sharingan to Danzo or Obito if some of the fanfiction was right and he took the Sharingan. Kirito did not know whether the reincarnated Shizu would have both of his eyes or not. Madara had his eyes, so he is not sure. If Shizu does have the eyes, then he gets 3 chances to cast Kotomatsukame. This includes the eye Kirito has on his hands right now. He can get a lot of key figures in the world under his control if he plays his cards right. He should also preserve Fugaku's eyes just in case. Chapter 8. Training again rewrite. The following events after Shizu's death were pretty much the same as it was in the anime. The entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar. But this in the end brought them down from their high horse and delayed their betrayal. While Danzo was out there hunting Shizu, Kirito was working hard. Besides getting Shizu's eyes and a dead body, Kirito also plans to get to Danzo's roots. What he planned was to get a normal understanding of the layout of the place and also see what things were there that he might or might not want. And Kirito was impressed when he got the information about the place. It is pretty large and tons of experimental items are there. The only thing Kirito wanted was Hashirama cell samples and all the money which Danzo had. Another thing Kirito was about to do was to take out as many Root shinobi as possible when the Uchiha massacre happened. breaking Danza's strength as much as possible so that he does not dare to do anything bold in the future. Kirito also leaves one clone inside just to see what Danza do and finds out that the Shizu eye he got was fake. And he has to say that his reaction was hilarious. Kirito Pov. Damn, I should have recorded that if only I had a camera, muttered Kirito, still laughing. This brings a little relief to his heart. This is just the start of his revenge, and he is going to destroy everyone who has done him wrong. He honestly wanted to start learning Rasengan already, but the system is keeping him from remembering the exact practice method for Rasengan which he saw in the anime. Kirito was working hard for the past year and wanted to take a little rest for a week. Unfortunately, that week became almost a month. Maybe it was because of the entire Uchiha and Shizu, maybe he just started the academy, or maybe he was lazy, but he ended up wasting a month. Now he is finally going back to work. While he cannot learn techniques like Rasengan or Hiraishin, he decided to work on his speed, sealing, and lastly his hyperfocus. Honestly, this ability is almost like a cheat. He would be an idiot not to train in it. It was getting harder and harder to improve at this point. He highly suspects that the difficulty level here is much more than what it was previously. Like in a game, leveling up keeps on getting harder as the player progresses. The majority of his training consists of increasing his speed. Right now was trying to infuse his chakra to enhance his leg muscles for that. Seals are pretty straightforward. There are trap seals, detection seals, interaction seals, and so on. He went full bonkers on it and tested out all of them in his free time. Even started combining a few to see the unexpected results. But maybe the most interesting part was hyperfocus. This one technique ability intrigues him. He had no idea how to train him, so he just ended up blindfolding himself and sensing the things around him, trying to get a basic hold of this technique so that he can later use this in real-life combat. This power is a combination of both sensing ability and Sharingan's observation powers. After the training, he went towards his apartment. He was super tired after using shadow clones to learn every day. One good thing was that he was rapidly losing and gaining chakra, making his chakra reserves bigger. He already has Jonin level chakra, and by the time the plot starts, he might already have Kage level chakra. And that's not including Ninetale's chakra. After coming to his apartment, he found that Naruto was already asleep. He then realizes that it is already midnight by the time he comes back. He was so taken up by his problem, training, and thinking that he did not even realize that it was so late. He needs to sleep now. Tomorrow he also has to do the same training. He needs to be consistent in his training if he wants to improve his template. Kirito sighed, and now he just wanted to sleep. He has not eaten anything, and not eating will cause more trouble to him. His body needs nutrients. He finally took out some ramen from Naruto's secret stash and ate it. Hope Naruto does not cause too much trouble over this. Kirito knew that if there were two things he should not do to Naruto, then it was hurting his precious people and taking his ramen. But he does not care, and after eating he directly falls asleep. Chapter 9. Uchiha Massacred Rewrite. Konohagakure no Saito. Uchiha District. Late in the night, when everyone in the Uchiha compound was asleep, there was one person who was entirely blood-eyed. This was Itachi Uchiha, and he was about to kill his parents. So, this is what you choose, Itachi? Fugaku Uchiha said without any kind of facial expression on his face. He was not even looking at his son who came to kill him and his wife. Father, Itachi said, but did not complete what he wanted to say. It is alright, Itachi. I do not blame you for what the situation is today. Everything is predestined. Our pain is much smaller than what you will carry, son. Fugaku was very proud of his son. Even to this moment, when his son wants to kill all of his people, he is proud of his son. He knows that Itachi too does not have any choice. Itachi, please spare Sasuke, Makoto Uchiha said in her motherly voice. She too knew that this day would come one day and did not regret anything in life except the fact that she could not see both of his sons growing up. While this was happening, Kirito was listening to all of this via clone. Kirito already had planned out the entire thing. He currently is present outside of the Uchiha compound, hiding in the shadows. He is currently waiting for his clone's memories to know when is the right time to act. There are currently 3 different forces acting inside the Uchiha compound. Itachi, Obito, and Danza's root shinobi. Obito is not collecting the Sharingan. Most probably the task is delegated to Black Setsu. The moment Kirito got the memories from his clone, he took action. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, said Kirito, and more than 50 shadow clones appear out of nowhere. One of the biggest advantages of having a shadow clone and being small is that he can change his and his clone's size by 50 with transformation jutsu, meaning that he easily turns into a big cat or a dog and no one will find him ever. This technique will not work when he grows up, but right now it is the most ideal thing to do. All 50 clones turn into different types of animals and rush inside the compound. Their mission was very simple, to destroy all the Sharingan eyes. Naruto long knew that he would not be able to use Sharingan without consequences, not to mention, even collecting them and preserving them would be hard. So, if he cannot have it, then why should he let his enemies have those eyes? The only eyes he is going to preserve are Fugaku's Manjikyu and Mikoto's normal Sharingan. That should be enough for him to do all kinds of testing as well as planting if the situation demands in the future. His main goal was to take the Manjikyu and prevent Obito and Danzo from getting their hands on Sharingan. The biggest problems a Sharingan bring to the table are Izanami and Izuniji, which Naruto does not want Danzo or Obito to have. Especially Obito. It is already hard to kill that bastard anyway. While his clones were destroying the eyes of all Uchiha members, he entered Sasuke's house and took out Fugaku and Mikoto's eyes. He made extra sure that Obito, Itachi or Danzo's roots were not near. Hyperfocus was handy in times like this. While this was happening, there was another batch of clones which was at this point infiltrating Danzo's root base. It was a little harder knowing that Danzo was currently in the base, but it did not matter as Naruto already had all the measures done before even making the plan. The guards were poisoned with his shadow clones which infiltrated first. The entire layout of the underground place was already mapped out. All he has to do now is to take out everything he wants from the base and then blast that underground base to the kingdom come. The only problem which Naruto faced was Danzo's roots on both sides. In the underground base, the root members were easily dealt with some well-placed sleeping gas and poison. But in the Uchiha compound, the situation was much harder. By the time the root shinobi arrived in the Uchiha compound, more than half of the Sharingan was destroyed by Naruto's clones, but there were still some left. This put Naruto in distress. He has to distract the root shinobi somehow. At the same time, there was also Obito, who started to notice the destroyed Sharingans. He was also looking for Sharingan now. Naruto suddenly had a plan. He makes a clone and lets it transform into Uchiha survival. He intentionally runs into Obito and brings him towards the root members. This gave him enough time to destroy the rest of the Sharingan. Obito at this point thought that it was this root shinobi who destroyed the eyes, while the root shinobi was thinking the same for Obito. In the underground base, Naruto's clones were almost done. They not only get Hashirama cells but also a lot of money and equipment, which was pretty complicated to make and hard to get. All those things were seals and were ready to transport back. But not all the clones leave. Some of the clones had other jobs. They were about to blast the entire root base with all the root shinobi, Danzo included. Now, Naruto does not believe that he can take care of Danzo so simply, but he is not looking to get rid of his life anyway. Naruto's goal was to reduce Danzo's power. On the night of Konoha, a resounding sound alerted every shinobi in the village. Hiruzen, who was waiting for the bad news, already frowned when he heard the sound and immediately rushed towards the area. Naruto, who already was done in the Uchiha compound, heard the voice in the distance, and a big smile was plastered on his face when all the memories from his clones entered his mind. "Mission success," said Naruto in a soft voice, and then he immediately turned into a bird and flew towards his home. All of his clones popped away after their work was done. Today, Naruto had a huge success. Now, I should stay low-key for a while, thought Naruto. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Passing Time Rewrite. Konoha no Saito. 6 months later. It was 10th October again, Naruto's and Naruto's 8th birthday. In the past year, Naruto has stayed low-key most of the time. He makes friends with almost every student in his class. His relationship with Ino is also improving. They are not couples but really good friends. He is friends with all the clan's heirs at this point except Sasuke. After the death of his clan, he stopped talking with others and got obsessed with revenge. This time around, Sasuke does not know whether his father was killed by his brother or not. Naruto took his parents' eyes and Fugaku's body away. Overall progress of his template was also very slow as time passed by. One good thing was that he mastered Funitsu much faster than any other technique. It is almost not comparable. Maybe his Uzumaki blood really helped him out here. For the first time, Naruto feels that he is a genius and not a good-for-nothing ninja who can do anything just because he has a system. Naruto sighed thinking all of this and just sat on the top of the Hokage monument. After his daily training, he always sits here and sees the sun rising. Slowly the sun illuminated the village. "Whoa, that's cool," said Kirito in excitement. Sometimes he just got amazed at the beauty of this village, even more amazed to realize how much blood has flown to maintain this beauty and peace. Kirito, after his training was done, started to get towards the Konoha market. He wanted to purchase some things. Of course, he is not going to get anything in the market if he directly asks for it and thus needs to transform into someone else to get the items. There were 3 things which he wanted to purchase: food supplies, birthday cake and flowers. This time around Naruto wanted to eat Ichiriku's ramen on his birthday, and thus after they eat the cake they are going to go to Ichiriku's ramen shop to eat. According to that, Kirito ordered a small cake, which barely qualified as a snack for 2 kids. He directly sends his 2 clones to purchase cake and food supplies. For the flowers though, that's special this year. Not only the fact that the only flower shop in this area is none other than Yamanaka shop, but there is also the fact that he might meet Ino there. It is better to not send a clone to a place where the best integrator of the village lives. While walking in the market with his 2 transformed clones, Kirito saw his brother just pull a prank. He painted some of the shop's banners. Kirito never understood his brother's obsession with pranks. He did not even think about it that much and directly went to get some flowers in the Yamanaka shops and at the same time also meet Ino if possible. Over the years, he has maintained a good relationship with Ino. He did not enter into any relationship with her. He is just 8. There is no way he is doing that. He's not gonna fall for a loli. What Kirito was doing was investing in the future of Ino and his future together. Even if he did not marry her in the future, which could happen, he did not find himself loving her. She will still be a good friend to him and vice versa, and could help him out if the situation demands, and the same is true for all his other friends. All in one way or another will occupy an important post in the village in less than 20 years. When he entered the Yamanaka shop, he found only Ino in the shop. "Hello, Ino," Kirito said with a warm smile. Kirito usually wears black combat-style boots and a shirt with navy blue trousers, but today he was wearing his casual clothes, white t-shirt with jeans. "Oh, Kirito-kun, how are you?" Ino said with a blush on her face. She was wearing a casual dress as well. "I am fine, thanks. I am here to get some flowers. Can you help me please?" said Kirito, maintaining his kind smile. Ino happily talked about flowers. She usually does that in class. In the class, the only other boys he talks to besides Kirito are Shikamaru and Choji. After asking the question, Kirito had to listen to all the things Ino had to say about flowers and what flowers mean. Kirito did not care, but he listens anyway. She might ask him later what she said to this day, and if he could not answer he would be in more trouble than now listening to her. Girls are usually that way, creating trouble for guys for no reason. This particular wisdom comes from his previous experience in his past life. Today, in particular, Ino was not showing any signs of stopping her long one-sided conversation, thus Kirito had to intervene. "So, would you like to join me and my brother in the Ichiro ramen shop today? We usually go there on our birthday and I thought you might want to join." "Yeah, sure, I will be there for sure," said Ino. But then she realizes what Kirito said and freezes. She did not have any idea that it was Kirito's birthday today. While she was thinking, Kirito just smiled, took out a bunch of roses and left the money on the table. Before leaving he also took out a single rose and handed it to Ino and went out after saying, "It is fine. I do not usually tell this to others. I will see you in the Ichiro shop. Bye." Ino, who was still shocked at what happened, suddenly realized that Kirito gave her a rose, and then when everything started clicking on her she blushed furiously. Chapter 11. Rasengan Mastery Rewrite. Konoha no Saito. 4 years later. Kirito's secret training ground. Why it is not working, thought Kirito. For 5 weeks he has been working on this technique and still, he could not complete this Rasengan. The hell with this technique, thought Kirito, cursing in his mind. Kirito was by no means an impatient person, but he also had his limits. This technique Naruto learns literally in less than a month, and the same goes for Kakashi, Jiraiya, Konohamaru and even Boruto. I mean Boruto, that guy who has no future besides making Naruto's name look bad. Only Minato took more than 3 years to learn this technique, and that too because he was developing it rather than learning it. This did not make any sense, but Kirito was frustrated and was not thinking straight anymore. It has already been 5 weeks or over a month since he unlocked his template to 40. A great achievement in his mind if the progress rate is anything to go by. Collectively it took him more than 4 years to upgrade the template from 20 to 40. At first, he noticed that the progress in the template was getting slowed down. He was a little worried but did not think too much about it. But this is bonkers. Almost 5 years for a mere 20 progress, and progress further is getting even harder. At this speed, it will take him 20 to 30 years to complete the template or maybe even more. Anyways, back to the annoying yet useful technique. He was already tired and all of his 100 shadow clones which he used now to learn Rasengan every day had disappeared. He already has worked for more than 6 hours now and he could feel that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He should have ended his training session hours ago but he did not leave. He actually figured out this long ago that the way Minato trained the technique is not working that well for him. Jiraiya taught better, at least in his opinion. The only problem is that after all this time, Kirito does not remember what exactly Jiraiya taught Naruto differently. So he just sent a shadow clone to take his place in the outside world and invest all his time here. He was almost out of breath but he still did not give up. One more time he wanted to try it out. He raised his hands and gathered his chakra on his palms. He already mastered the first and second stages of the training. Slowly the chakra gathered in his hand and slowly it started to rotate. He so much wanted to just make a clone like Naruto and take help from the clone to make Rasengan. But that does not count as he learns the technique. And if he actually learns the technique, he cannot get mastery from the system. His hands were already shaking from all the hard training he did every day. The rotating ball of chakra forms but looks unstable. It was half complete and Kirito was trying to establish Rasengan. Suddenly the ball became more violent. This was not the only time this happened. Kirito was dealing with this for the longest time. But Kirito gritted his teeth and kept maintaining the chakra. Kirito was already feeling like his mind was getting hazy. Training with 100 clones for 6 hours straight was just too much for Kirito, who was just 12 years old now. He was not sure what he was doing wrong. When the Rasengan was about to collapse like always, Kirito, who did not have more energy, just closed his eyes and poured every bit of his remaining chakra into the Rasengan in the hope of gaining something out of it. This caused the Rasengan to explode, but this time around the explosion was much more louder and powerful. It directly puts Kirito into unconsciousness. It took more than 30 minutes for Kirito to wake up, but when he did wake up he found something which brought tears to his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for learning Rasengan. Reward: Rasengan Mastery. Kirito stood there for more than 10 minutes before doing anything. It was almost like he did not even have the energy to celebrate his newly mastered technique. After another 30 minutes of resting, he finally stood up and raised his hand. He slowly put a little chakra on his palm, but to his surprise, before he could even start rotating his chakra, he found that the Rasengan was already formed in his hand. It took just a thought of him to execute the technique. Kirito did not stop there. He flips his palm and fires the Rasengan. To his surprise, the ball of chakra fired towards the direction he raised his hand to. Soon, with the help of 9-tail chakra, he formed a big Rasengan in his hand. It was 2 times the size of normal Rasengan. Then he checked out all the known Rasengan techniques he knew. He was surprised by how easy it was to form and use Rasengan. The most interesting thing for him was that he was able to form a Rasengan with just his thoughts. He then wanted to test out different forms of Rasengan. He started mixing different elements with Rasengans. When he upgraded his template to 30, he got all the Minato's elemental affinity. And in the long wait between 30 progress to 40 progress, Kirito wastes no time to fully master Wind, Air and Lightning to the extreme, getting mastery in all of those. And he was able to mix all those affinities into his Rasengan. This excited Kirito, maybe more for the fact that he does not have to learn Rasen Shuriken or Fire-style Rasengan again than to be able to use this version of Rasengan. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Inu-chan and Kirito-kun rewrite. Kirito was super happy after finally learning the technique. The only thing he wanted to do was to eat and sleep now. Kirito then went to his home and slept without caring for anything more. Kirito long realized that he needed to find a way to increase his template progress faster. With just training, the speed is so slow that he cannot get stronger by the time the 4th Shinobi War comes. With the help of his Shadow Clone technique, he trains more, but there is a limit. Good that his innate ability Hyperfocus is much more linear to progress. Kirito by this point was able to hone this power to almost limit. Of course, he knew that, but that is not the case considering he still sees improvement if he works on it. His senses thanks to Hyperfocus were incredible, and even his reflexes and observation capabilities are also off the chart. Konobikure no Sato. Ninja Academy. 2 months later. Today is the graduation exam and today Kirito is going to showcase a tiny bit of his real strength. Now I am strong enough to showcase my power to others. Not everything I can do, but I can surely showcase some of it, declares Kirito. Kirito for a long time has maintained an average position in the academy. He was top in the class when it came to academic studies thanks to shadow clones which let him study and learn at the same time. Not to mention, a few clones outside the exam hall with the right books do wonders. What made him average was his practical performance. He was maintaining a class average there. He did not want to attract more attention to himself than necessary. But now, he can handle himself. Not only does he have nine-tailed chakra but also Rasengan, so he should not have any problem even if Danzo sent his route after him. Brother, are you ready? Come on, we have to go to academy. We need to move now or we will be late, shouted Naruto. In these 2 months, Kirito has taught Naruto a little and improved his techniques a little. He did not teach him any technique like shadow clones because without him getting acknowledged by Iruka, Naruto would not get his Nendo. Kirito does not have any problem changing the storyline. Hell, he was planning to destroy the entire plot by the time of Shippuden, but Naruto and Iruka's relationship is important. Not only for this world but also as a brother, he wanted Naruto to get acknowledged by Iruka. Iruka himself has changed quite a lot in these years. Now he does not look at them like a monster but as poor kids. Yes, brother, I am done, let's get going. Kirito too was a little excited knowing that today finally he showed others how strong he is. Both brothers walked to the academy. Kirito usually sends a clone to accompany Naruto to the academy, but today was different. It was the last day that he was going to the academy. He wanted to go there himself. When they both reached the academy, the first thing they all saw was all the students excited about the graduation exams. Kirito-kun, here, come here, Ino shouted with a huge smile on her face. Kirito and Ino both grew closer to each other as time passed and now they are best friends. Kirito still did not enter into a relationship with Ino and maintain a friendship with her. The most interesting thing was that Ino always gave hints to him daily and Kirito always smiled at her saying, "You will someday become a good wife, or do not tempt me, otherwise I will make you my girlfriend in the future." He makes sure to state every time that both of them are still quite small. Kirito was not interested in getting into a relationship right now. He just wanted to grow strong for now. But still, the only person he spent time more with than his brother was Ino. He honestly likes the girl. It was just not the time yet to express. It is too early. Inopov. After finding Kirito-kun, I directly flew towards him and hugged him, pressing my growing breast onto him. Over the years, I have grown to love Kirito. At first, I thought it was only an academy crush, but this crush has become real love. When I first realized this, I could not be more excited. The problem is that Kirito-kun never responded to my advances, teasing me all the time. He is always so good and warm to me. He never shouts at me even if I am annoying him or forcing him to do something. He is the smartest person in our class, although he says that title belongs to Shikamaru and is also a strong ninja. But he says that we are still small. How could you not understand if a girl likes you when she practically gives you all of her attention? That age does not matter at that time. After trying and failing to give subtle hints, I became bold and started showing public affection. Hugging him, kissing him on the cheeks, making food for him, and even once offering to show him her panties. He just will not move from his stand of being too young. He is fucking dense. Both brothers are dense. I came to learn that Hinata likes Naruto. Now I do not know why she would like someone like Naruto of all people, but it is not my business. Unlike me, Hinata is too shy to showcase her feelings to Naruto, but anyone could figure out that Hinata and me are interested in both the brothers. But Kirito and Naruto are just too dense. Well, Kirito is more stubborn than dense, but still. But that does not mean I will give up. Kirito is the best guy I have met in my life. He used to carry me to the academy and carry me back when I broke my leg 2 years ago. He always understands how I am feeling and cares for me. Once he sneaked into my house just to give me a birthday gift which I demanded from him on my birthday. It was almost impossible to get that special kind of flower and I asked him to bring me that on my birthday. I knew I was being unreasonable but asked him to for the flower anyway. I was being unreasonable and acting like a spoiled girl, but he still found the flower for me. It was already late at night when my birthday was about to end when he sneaked into my room. He was full of dirt and cut all over him. This was because of the training, but Inu does not know that. But I still remember he had a bright smile on his face. When he gave me the flower, I no longer cared about it after looking at his condition. When I asked him how he found it, his answer shocked me. He had to search the entire valley of the end and the mountain after that to get this flower. He did not eat anything while he was searching for the flower. This also happened because he forgot to eat because of training. I for the first time cried in his arm for the foolish demand I made. I kept saying sorry to him, and he kept comforting me until I was asleep. When I woke up I thought everything was a dream, but the flower was there. I did not have any idea how I would face him again after what happened last night, after what I made him do for my foolish demands. What if he hated me? But what happened just made me fall for him even more. He just smiled at me like he always did and said, "That's fine. I know you are heartless," said Kirito. I almost had a cardiac arrest back then, but then he completed his sentence. "After all, I stole your heart, did not I? That flower in exchange for your heart. I got a pretty good deal, I say," he said with a beaming smile on his face. "So, there is no way in hell that I am gonna give up. I will make Kirito mine. And there is no way I am stopping that long until that idiot considers us all grown up. No sir, I am getting my share of dick. I mean deep affection, and there no one can stop me." Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Challenge Rewrite. While Ino was hugging Kirito, or more like crushing him to death, almost all of the students were looking at him. It was not something new that they had seen. Almost every day, both of them behaved the same, but even now everyone was jealous. The boys of the class were jealous of Kirito to land the prettiest girl in the class. Girls were jealous of Ino because he got all of Kirito's attention, while their Sasuke-kun was not giving them any attention. Maybe the most envious people in the class were Sakura and Hinata. They too wanted to be like that with their Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun. But Sasuke did not show any kind of attention to all the girls, which always bothered him. And Hinata was too shy to talk to Naruto. "Hey Kirito, why are you looking at Hinata?" Ino asked when Kirito was thinking. "Nothing, just saw that she always looking at my brother for some reason." Kirito could not find any other reason and told the truth. This forms a tick mark on Ino's head. He understands what Hinata is thinking without even talking with her, and I am being his fangirl and acting like a lost puppy in front of him, but he does not realize what I want, thought Ino. Ino huffed and pulled Kirito to sit beside her. Time passed and Iruka finally came and the exams finally started. The first exam was the one-on-one combat. The written test was already done a few weeks ago because the teachers needed time to check the paper. Everyone finally came outside and was ready to start fighting. The exams were very simple. There was two parts of this exam. First is the fighting and the ranking system, and second is the qualification in 3 of the academy jutsu. Shikamaru of Zoji asked Iruka. Shikamaru did not give up like always and used his clan's special technique to capture his opponent. He passed without even moving from his place, and at his even Sasuke was giving him a look. Maybe his mother did give him the motivation to pass the exams, thought Kirito. Before leaving the ground he said his iconic dialogue troublesome and left. Next was Ino with another class girl, and Ino won with a landslide. Kirito smiled and high-fived Ino. Hinata was exactly like the shy girl who did not want to hurt anyone. Needless to say, she lost because she did not even fight back. Sakura did win her battle against another girl. Shino and Kaiba ended up fighting each other and Kaiba was destroyed by Shino. The boy is really strong, just never let us know that. Another 2 future teammates from Kanan who ended up fighting were Naruto and Sasuke. Although Naruto did give a good fight to Sasuke, he was no match for Sasuke currently. But that does not mean that he did not push Sasuke. Naruto was a fast learner, especially when it came to physical things. Kirito's 2 months of training increased his speed and made him strong. Naruto might not be an opponent for Sasuke, but he was able to push Sasuke in the battle, and it was visible to others as well. Sasuke, when he saw how good Naruto has become, was a little angry and used more force. With a single kick in the face, he was able to send Naruto flying back from the fighting ring. Kirito saw that and he became angry. The bastard hit him in the face on purpose, thought Kirito. Kirito was done with his fight and he fought with a civilian kid. Naruto was not supposed to fight Sasuke at all. The fight is all based on ranking, and Naruto was pretty much the last when it come to that among all the combat-oriented ninjas in Konoha 12. Once the fighting was over, Iruka gave the ending speech and also gave other options to fight for the Rookie of the Year post. While the other ranking was set and will not be changed anytime soon, the ranking for the Rookie of the Year was a little special and could be challenged. Naruto immediately raised his hand even though he had just been beaten by Sasuke. "Naruto, you cannot fight Sasuke again," Iruka said, sighing. He was no longer someone who judged and hated the Uzumaki brother, but he still was exhausted by Naruto. He was irritated by him a lot. "Oh, come on Iruka-sensei, Why cannot I fight him again, whined Naruto, and even Kirito was irritated by Naruto's antics sometimes. Because he just fought you, Naruto, and stopped making trouble for the class, Haruka said and sighed again. Naruto pouted but shut up after that. Maybe the real reason was Sakura, who ended up shouting at Naruto, who wanted to fight and defeat her Sasuke-kun. Haruka looked around the class to find out if anyone else wanted to challenge Sasuke. Many faces show that they wanted the Rookie of the Year position, but that does not mean that he was mad enough to challenge Sasuke. Finally, when Haruka was about to move on after seeing that no one had raised their hand, he saw a single hand being raised by a blonde-haired kid. He instinctively said, Naruto, I am not letting you fight Sasuke again, so there is no point in raising your hand, please lower it. But the hand did not lower, and when Haruka finally saw the face of the person who raised the hand, he was surprised. Kirito in class hardly participated in class activities, so Haruka was taken aback. Ino was also surprised to see Kirito's actions. Over the year she has learned that Kirito is very passive when it comes to fighting and does not usually take the first approach to fight. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Kiba, Sakura and all other Konoha 9 were surprised by Kirito's action. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Kirito Sasuke rewrite. Everyone was gossiping among themselves. Kirito is usually a passive person who does not like to fight, but today he challenges Sasuke for the Rookie of the Year spot. Are you sure you want to fight Sasuke? Kirito Haruka asked Kirito before letting them fight. Yes, Sensei. I would like to fight for the Rookie of the Year spot, said Kirito and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke did not give any reaction from the outside, but from the inside, he too was a little surprised at how unexpected the move Kirito made. According to ranking, Kirito and Sasuke did not fight that much. Their last fight was years ago, and in that, Sasuke won. Now Sasuke does not know how strong Kirito is. Kirito, are you sure you want to do this? Asked Ino, worried about him. Over the years the only thing which irritated Ino was Sakura announcing how Sasuke was stronger than Kirito, and then Ino, who had no way to deny the fact, countered her by saying how good and caring Kirito was. But she never wanted Kirito to fight Sasuke to become the strongest, but there was an anticipation and spark in her eyes. Kirito just gave her a reassuring smile and started moving towards the fighting ring. Finally, both the opponents came to the fighting ring and took their stands. And then Haruka started the match. Sasuke, being an offensive fighter, directly rushes towards Kirito and entangles him in taijutsu. For Kirito, he was quite slow. He was not even using hyper-focus. Sasuke sent off a direct punch into his opponent's gut, but Kirito sidestepped easily. He followed the attack with a reverse kick, which was easily blocked by Kirito. Sasuke took out his kuni, and after making some distance threw the kuni at Kirito, who took out his kuni and threw them, intersecting all of Sasuke's kuni. Sasuke quickly started to form hand signs and breathed a large amount of air in him. Great fireball, jutsu, shouted Sasuke and sent a big fireball towards Kirito. For Kirito it was child play to avoid the fireball. He just cast a sightless replacement and replaced himself with a log. Everyone was surprised by Sasuke's fireball jutsu, but only some people realized how quick Kirito's replacement was. Once again Sasuke rushed towards Kirito and started fighting with him, but this time around Kirito did not move and did not even enter into a combat-ready stance. Kirito simply started to avoid all of Sasuke's attacks. This made Sasuke more and more enraged, and he started to push himself more. Everyone on the side seeing this was amazed. Kirito, on the other hand, was only thinking one thing. The only thing which he was thinking about was how different this world was from Naruto's. Since the day he has come to this world, he has noticed that in many things this world is different, but at the same time, all those things are more real here than it was in the anime. While Sasuke kept attacking him, Kirito looked at him and noticed how arrogant he had acted in the last 5 years he came to know him. No, Sasuke might be an emo character in the anime, but he was not arrogant or outright a bad boy who liked to bully others. But this version of Sasuke is different from that of the anime. He has many times belittled his opponents and shouted at his fangirls who always bother him. Kirito had no idea why those fangirls still liked to follow Sasuke. No, this world is different from the anime. And not only Sasuke, but all the characters are different from their canon counterparts. They are more real this time around than they were in the anime. Shikamaru was more scheming in this world. Choji and Shino are pretty much like their canon self, but Hinata is different here than her canon. She is kind-hearted but also a lustful girl. At first, Kirito did not understand, but later he was able to understand her thoughts. She always had naughty thoughts the moment she looked at Naruto. No wonder she passes out every time, and she is also a big-time stalker. Kaiba has his alpha male personality and is rude and a bully in this world, and many more people were different from their canon selves. Not much, but different none the rest. This setting of the world is more aligned with the real-life scenario than a 4-life anime. Stop. running away and fight me, Uzumaki shouted Sasuke while Kirito was doing all of his attacks and at the same time was also thinking. Kirito came out of his thoughts and punched Sasuke hard in the gut. This also disbalanced him, so he ended up falling. Kirito kept staring at him with cold eyes. Man, I was thinking something, he said in a low voice. Sasuke by this point was already up and rushing towards Kirito with a mad-like expression. Kirito waited and got ready. What followed was the most brutal takedown the students had ever seen in their lives. Kirito blocked Sasuke's kick and gave a low kick at his ankles. Then he rotates while holding Sasuke's left leg, which he caught while he was kicking, bending the leg at an unnatural angle. This not only brought Sasuke to his knees but at the same time a position in which Kirito could end the fight with one blow, but Kirito did not do that. He let Sasuke once again stand and took the fighting position. You show him, brother. Kick his ass, Databiu, said Naruto. Baka Naruto, that's not gonna happen. Come on, Sasuke can beat Kirito like how you did to the Baka Naruto, Sakura shouted from the side. Dream on your forehead, my Kirito-kun is going to kick Sasuke's butt in no time, just watch, Inu countered from the side. What did you say, Inupig, shouted Sakura in anger. Both the girls started fighting over who was going to win. The entire class regained their focus on the match. By this time Sasuke was again on his feet and was angry with Kirito. He this time made hand signs and fired a big fireball jutsu towards Kirito. Chapter 15. Rookie of the Year Rewrite. Kirito saw the fireball coming and quickly used a replacement without any problem. Sasuke saw that and gritted his teeth and once again rushed toward Kirito. Kirito simply avoided his first attack and caught his second punch. Sasuke was about to continue the attack, but Kirito did not let him. He kicked Sasuke point blank in his face again. Once again Sasuke was on the ground and seething with anger. The entire classroom now was silent, especially Sasuke's fangirls. Naruto and Ino had shining eyes while Sakura was fearful for Sasuke. But the ending blow never came from Kirito. Sasuke too was a little taken aback when that happened and looked towards Kirito like asking for answers. Come on, I know that you are not done yet, said Kirito in front of the entire classroom. This frustrated Sasuke and he charged towards Kirito. Kirito with his speed was easily able to block Sasuke's pointless kick. I have seen you belittling your opponents, Sasuke. I do not know why you do that, but hitting Naruto on the face was the last straw before I could not help it. You cannot be strong when bullying those who are weaker than you, and your arrogance is pointless, not like it is helping you. Kirito said, and everyone on the ground was looking at Kirito like they saw him for the first time. Most of the boys could relate to what Kirito was saying. Sasuke, when heard this, became madder and took out his kunai and directly aimed at Kirito. Kirito easily ducks and makes a little distance from Sasuke. He then blocks another 2 attacks from Sasuke before delivering a powerful punch at Sasuke's jaw. For the third time, Sasuke fell to the ground, and this time for the first time after the Uchiha massacre he was feeling his weakness. I have seen you fighting with my brother and beating him all the time. Let me tell you this one thing before you have the illusion that you are strong. The only reason you could beat Naruto is because you are more fortunate that there was someone with you to teach you how to fight. My brother could have been much better than you if only someone had taught him. We have to learn everything on our own, and believe me, it does not matter if I do not have a clan or someone to help. I will grow strong and become the best there is, Kirito said with an intense look on his face. Sasuke could not take it anymore and once again attacked Kirito. Kirito did not show any more courtesy to Sasuke and kicked him in his face with lightning-fast speed. This time the kick was strong enough to knock out Sasuke and send him flying back. Everyone gaped at what happened. Naruto and Ino were still cheering Kirito while Sakura quickly rushed towards Sasuke. Kirito looked towards Haruka to announce the results. Haruka also came out from his thinking and announced quickly, "Winner, Uzumaki Kirito." "That should be Namikaze Kirito, but for now I will take it," mutters Kirito in a low voice. Everyone had different thoughts about what just happened. Shikamaru was not surprised by Kirito's action much, as he already had his suspicion that Kirito was hiding his true power. Keiba, Hinata, Shino and Choji were simply amazed and impressed at what Kirito was able to do. Naruto and Ino at this point were fanboying and fangirling Kirito. Iruka had a complicated expression now. Sasuke was out, but Sakura looked towards Kirito with anger. She wanted to scold Kirito as she did to Naruto, but right now taking care of Sasuke was more important. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw this and also had a complicated expression. He was not expecting that one of Minato's sons was this good and was hiding his true strength. He never put a lot of focus on Kirito. Most of the time he talks with Naruto and tries to manipulate him, but Kirito is different. Kirito never shows any reaction to his care. It is almost like he always looks through him. The most disadvantageous issue for Hiruzen is that Kirito is not a kid who is easily manipulatable. He is not like Naruto or Minato. He might look like Minato, but all his life his living conditions have made him suspicious of everyone. At first, Hiruzen was regretting his decision to let both brothers live in poverty. Hiruzen sighed and kept thinking about how to bring Kirito to his side and also stop Danzo from taking him. While this was happening, the news about Kirito's performance had already reached Danzo, and he was also making a plan to recruit Kirito into the roots. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Teams Rewrite. After the fighting exams, the entire graduation was pretty simple. Naruto ended up failing and he was approached by Mitsuki. Of course, Kirito and Hiruzen were aware of the situation. Kirito just turns into a bird and keeps an eye on Naruto. Everything just went like it did in the anime. The only difference was that Naruto was much stronger thanks to Kirito. A few days later, Kirito and Naruto again came to the academy to learn which team he and his brother were going to be. Kirito was very interested to see how the entire story of Naruto would go with him being Naruto's brother. Kirito himself is not going to follow the canon at all. His idea was simple. Fuck canon. This is his life and the only thing he cares about right now is his brother and Ino. Yes, after so much time being friends with the girl, he ended up caring for her. Naruto, I understand that you are excited, but you did not have to jump all the way here, you know, said Kirito, irritated because of Naruto's antics. Naruto on the other hand did not care at all about this. The only thing he cared about was that he had become a shinobi of the leaf. Kirito just started avoiding Naruto and focusing on the class. All the people in the class were looking at him like he was Madara himself. Kirito did not care about all those people though. The only person he was interested in was Sasuke, who was giving him the death glare. On the outside, Kirito did not show any reaction, but in reality, he was quite happy about what he did to that emo Sasuke. Soon, Iruka came and was ready to announce the teams. Okay, class, settle down. I have all the team data here, Iruka said, and waited for everyone to settle down. After everyone settled down, Iruka started. Team 1 is. Team 2 is. Team 3 is. Team 7 consists of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke and Sakura Haruo, said Iruka. This news shocked everyone in the class, but the only person who was not surprised was Kirito. After all, he has seen the anime. While Kirito was thinking more about the anime and all the possible outcomes of this team pairing, other students were still surprised at the group pairing. No, brother, we are not in the same team, said Naruto in an excited voice. Kirito just smiled at this. He had no way to change the final outcome. There was a lot of noise happening in the class, mostly made by Sakura, who got paired with her Sasuke-kun. Okay, everyone comes down. Let me announce about other teams as well, said Iruka. Everyone starts listening to Iruka except Ino and Sakura. Again Sakura teased Ino. Ino was still shocked at what happened, looking jealously at her best friend. She too wanted to be like that, be in the same team with Kirito. Team 8 consists of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Najuka and Shino Abirim, said Iruka. Hinata was sad because she wanted to be with her Naruto-kun. Kiba was loud as ever and Shino was just happy to be in a team. All the students in the class were once again started making noise. Kirito did not care too much about this. He was more curious about Team 10 and who will be in that team, not to mention that because of him the rookie 9 or 12 has increased and one of the original Konoha 9 will be removed from their original team. Will he be removed? Considering that he is a Jinchuriki, he doubts that. Originally, Team 10 was supposed to consist of Shikamaru, Shoji and Ino, and they were supposed to be trained by Asuma. But now that there is one more person is there in Konoha 9. He is very interested in Team 10 now and how this is going to change the canon. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. New Team 10 Rewrite. After some time everyone was out of the shock. Okay, everyone calm down. Let me announce about the last team as well, said Iruka. Team 9 is already in the rotation. So the last team is Team 10, which consists of Shikamaru Nara, Kirito Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka, said Iruka and completed his team announcement. So, it is Choji who was taken out of the team, muttered Kirito. Choji, you are in Team 14 with some seniors. You should contact Ichiro Mishasta to know more about it, okay, Iruka said before leaving the room. Choji was sad that he could not be with his best friend. He wanted to be with Shikamaru and maybe even Ino. Kirito-kun, I am so happy that we are in the same team, Ino said seductively and hugged Kirita's hand from the side, pressing her boobs intentionally on Kirita's side. All the other boys in the class, besides Shikimura, Sasuke and Shino, were very jealous of Kirita for landing such a cute and pretty girlfriend. But only Kirita knew that Ino was acting. She has been acting like this for a long time and he had to hold himself back. Kirita also gave a happy smile to Ino and for the first time hugged Ino back. This sent shivers in Ino's body and she was already blushing like mad. Kirita-kun, Ino muttered. Ino has been trying to get Kirita's attention for a long time now. Kirita is always warm and nice to her. He is also very caring of her, but he never really shows any signs that he is interested in her. He never hugs her back whenever she clings to him. He always pats her head or pats her back and gives her his bright smile. But this time around he hugged her back, a proper hug. Kirita was not sure why he also had the urge to hug Ino back. Seeing her trying to make him notice her every day and shouting "Notice me senpai" to him was too much to ignore every day. So, today he could at least show this much affection to her, right? While Ino was blushing mad, the whole class was silent and shocked. Everyone in the class knew that Ino had a crush on Kirita, but they also knew that Kirita too liked the girl but still did not show it. So, seeing for the first time Kirita hugging Ino back shocked everyone, and the entire class, which was making all sorts of noises because of the Team 10 announcement, became silent. The entire class was silent and even Iruka was surprised at this. The fact that the entire class became silent on its own was shocking enough, but after noticing why they became silent even he was taken aback. Kirita did not even realize that his one small move was enough to shock everyone in the class except his brother. Ino was still blushing. He was still in his thought process like. There was no Inoshikiko formation this time around. After some time all the Jonin sensei arrived and took all of their future students away. The only two people Kirita was giving attention to were Ajima Sarutobi and Kurone Yue. The only person who was missing was Kakashi Hatake. Kirita did not even bother to ask where he was. He left with Ajima while Naruto was left alone with Sakura and Sasuke to wait for Kakashi. It took almost 3 hours for Kakashi to show up. When he finally came through he found his future class was almost on the verge of dozing off. There was no duster on Kakashi's face this time around. Naruto was looking forward to becoming a shinobi while Sakura, being the fangirl, did not care too much. Sasuke did not say anything, so Kakashi finally brought them outside. Okay then, before we start anything more about shinobi work, let's start with an introduction. Kakashi was not in the mood to train a bunch of children, but he was almost forced by the Hokage to do so. Great, then you can start with that introduction and tell us how to do so, Naruto said, wanting to quickly end this conversation and get to the action part. This made the other two also nod their heads and made Kakashi annoyed, but he did not show that in his face. He simply introduced himself in the same way he did in the canon. Almost everyone's sweats dropped, but Naruto just introduces him as being too excited to bother with Kakashi. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like my brother in ramen and I hate the 5 minutes it takes to make ramen. I also like the Ichiruk ramen the best. And my dream is to be the Hokage one day, Naruto said in a loud voice. Okay, now the Pinky, Kakashi said, not paying much attention to either of them. I'm Sakura Haruno, and that followed a very similar introduction which happened in the canon. Okay, and lastly the broody Kakashi now just wanted to complete this chat and wanted to go back to reading his Itachi book again. Sasuke was no different and started his introduction. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things and I do not particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I am going to restore my clan and destroy a certain somebody, said Sasuke. Sakura blushed hearing Sasuke saying that. That was so cool. That was her inner reaction. After everyone was done talking, Kakashi explained the test that he was about to take and told everyone to be in the training ground 7 tomorrow morning. Almost everything was like canon. After the entire situation with Kakashi was done, all the members of Team 7 went on their own way. Chapter 18. Asuma's test rewrite. On the next day, both Naruto and Kirita get ready to go to training ground 7 and 8 respectively. While Naruto was excited about this exam, Kirita was exactly the opposite. After leaving Naruto to the training ground 7, he went for training as he was supposed to visit ground 8 later. By the time he arrived at the training ground, he also made sure to see what was going on with Naruto. Poor Naruto is still waiting. Asuma was a simple enough man. And when the test was also simple enough, beat him and we are in the team. This is impossible actually, unless Shikimura can come up with something outright genius or Kirita use 40 of Kurama's power, which is up to 4 tail. Considering the number, he believes each 10 of template update gives him 1 tail worth of 9 tail chakra. And with that logic, he should stop at 80, right? But no, he believes that 90 and 100 is Kim and Kim too. Back to the test though. Ashima was not taking them seriously. Even Kirito himself would not take his team seriously. Strangely enough, Ashima's style of teaching was a little different. He did not even introduce himself yesterday, just said to arrive at training ground 8 at a certain time. And even after meeting today, he directly went towards the test. His simple words were this: beat me and you are in the team. Well, that's exactly what they are trying to do right now. After trying for some time, Shikamaru finally came up with a plan. Honestly, if he did not come up with a plan, then Kirito would have already beaten his ass until he did. Not like he did not have a plan of his own, but he never has been a team player, to be honest. Kirito started the fight with Ashima and Shikamaru was with him. Kirito made shadow clones and charged towards Ashima, while Shikamaru uses shadow capture on Ashima. Kirito spelt his clones as half of them fought in their real form and another half of them turned into Ino and surrounded the entire field. What Kirito was trying to do was simple. He wanted to put pressure on Ashima, and the best way to pressure Ashima was to confuse him. He plans to do this by taking advantage of Ino's mind control jutsu. He was planning to let all his Ino clones act just like Ino and make Ashima believe that they are the real Ino and perform the mind control technique. All fighting forces rushed towards Ashima, including Kirito and his clones, Shikamaru who was manipulating Ashima and was keeping him on his heels, and lastly Ino who was hiding somewhere to capture Ashima when she got a chance. Ashima was not worried about Shikamaru, but it was Kirito and his clones which was a problem for him. Kirito was a better fighter and already at the Chunin level if Ashima had to rate him, and when this includes him being surrounded by 20 clones and even the real one, he was feeling the pressure. The biggest problem though was Ino. He was not sure which was the real one and thus he could not stop in one position for long. He could easily overpower them, but that would be very unfair to his new genin team. As he said, real problem though was not Shikamaru or Kirito or his clones. It was the real Ino who was hiding somewhere and was surely aiming for him to let his guard down and use the mind control jutsu on him. Kirito for the first time was fighting like he meant it. It is not usually that he gets the opportunity to fight like this. Now his only complaint is that he still cannot fight all out right now. He cannot use his Rasengan, cannot use 9 tail chakra, cannot use more than 50 of his powers and special techniques like hyper-focus. Ashima was getting slowly overwhelmed, not because there were so many opponents but because all of Kirito's clones were not inferior to him because of his system. It was like he was fighting many Chunin at the same time. Even a Jonin like Ashima will have a hard time. But then suddenly something happened and then Ashima lost consciousness. One of the Kirito's clones was the real Ino and put Ashima in her mind to control jutsu. He was baffled. Of course, he was not paying much attention when fighting a new team, but they caught him. And that's how we catch a Jonin, Inu said in Hefe with Kirito. Ashima on his side can just sigh. He should not have taken them so lightly. So later on the introduction finally happened, followed by Ashima teaching his new team with Babiku. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Barbecue Rewrite. Ashima Sarutobi was a chill and badass Jonin from the Leaf. He decided to welcome his new team in a Keka's way. Shikamaru, Nara, Yamanaka, and Kirito were in for a damn good time on their first day together. Ashima picked a sweet spot on the outskirts of the village for a barbecue, surrounded by tall trees and the soothing rustle of leaves. If Kirito did not know any better, he'd think Ashima was dating to save some cash. He set up a makeshift grill with his baddest trench knives, ready to cook up a feast for his crew. The smell of sizzling meat filled the air, teasing the hungry stomachs of the new squad. As Shikamaru, Ino, and Kirito rolled up, Ashima welcomed them with a charismatic grin. Welcome to Team 10. Today, we are breaking the ice with a Dan barbecue. This is my way of treating you for not only passing my test but also kicking my ass. That does not happen often and it will be appreciated that only we know about it, he declared, the smoke from the grill adding to the laid-back vibe. Shikamaru, always with a lazy expression, mumbled, troublesome, but his eyes hinted at some interest. Inu could not contain her excitement. Asuma-sensei, you know the way to our hearts. This is freaking awesome. Kirito quietly observed the scene, intrigued by the natural camaraderie of this team. I did not like that Choji had to go, but there's nothing I can do. Still, I dig the team. I am with Ino, and Shikamaru is the second best boy I could ask for, after Naruto, Kirito thought to himself. As the meat cooked to perfection, Ashima encouraged his team to spar. Shikamaru reluctantly agreed while Ino and Kirito were more than eager to show off their skills. Laughter and clashing kune filled the air as the team had a kickass practice session. Asuma, the skilled smoker, schooled the team on grilling techniques and shared ninja stories. He even threw in a game of ninja poker with shuriken instead of cards. The winner got the honor of flipping the next batch of meat. As the sun set and the sky painted a canvas of warm hues, Asuma gathered the team around the crackling fire. They shared stories, cracked jokes, and bonded over delicious food. Asuma's knack for creating a relaxed yet challenging vibe allowed the team to form a connection beyond being a ninja. By the end of the evening, around the dwindling fire, the team felt a sense of unity. Asuma, with a cigarette in hand, looked at his new crew with pride. This is just the beginning, Team 10. Get ready for a shit ton more adventures and plenty more barbecues, he declared. Under the starlit sky, Team Asuma forged bonds as strong as Asuma's baddest trench knives. The barbecue not only filled their stomachs but also ignited the flames of camaraderie that would guide them through the challenges of the shinobi world. Chapter 20. Team Test Report Rewrite. Konoha no Sato. Hokage Office. It was a busy day in Konoha as all the Jonin sensei made their way to the Hokage's office to report on whether their teams had passed the exam or not. The exam was a crucial step for the young genin to prove their abilities and advance in rank, so the tension in the air was palpable. Kurine Yue, the elegant yet fierce sensei of Team 8, she entered the room. Kibe Inushika, Shino Abiram, and Hanat Hyuga were her students. Hokage-sama, Kurine bowed respectfully. I am happy to say that my team has passed the exam. Shino Abiram is just like his clan. He is very calculative and sharp. He remained calm throughout the test and worked with his team well. The only problem was that he was not leader material. He lacks the charisma to do so. Kaiba is loud and needs a lot more work to tone down his voice. He also is arrogant, but at the same time, he is loyal just like all the Inushika people. His performance was adequate but needs refining. Hanat Hyuga is good with her Byakugan but is timid and needs to be more confident to become a strong Kunoichi. Overall, I pass my team and will let Team 8 official from now on. Kakashi, the skilled sensei of Team 7, arrived soon after, his book still in his hand. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke and Sakura Haruno were his students. Hokage-sama, Kakashi greeted. I am glad to say that my team has passed the exam as well. Sakura Haruno is a fangirl, and besides her academy test result and her quick thinking, she lacks all the core expectations to become a kunoichi, but at the same time, she is also very good at chakra control and could become a good kunoichi, especially in the medic department in the future. Naruto is strong but lacks basic shinobi instincts and also needs a lot of work on his basic. Had a lot of chakras to burn and also is very clever when he needs to be, said Kakashi. Sasuke is on the other hand a troublesome guy. He did not cooperate with his team and fought me alone. Of course, he loses, but he is stronger than any genin I have seen. I do not know how the guy did not get the Rookie of the Year award and how that other kid Kirito was able to defeat him. Overall, one is an idiot, another one is a fangirl, and the last one is an Avenger with a bad temper. I would have not passed the team, but in the end, they somehow worked together and according to the orders I had to pass the team, said Kakashi with a sigh. The city council was putting pressure on the Hokage to pass Sasuke. The reason was simple. They wanted to get their daughters to marry Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha, and wanted to gain clan status in the village. Even Hokage was having problems with this issue. Hiruzen could have done something about it, but currently, he gets all of his political power because of a few clans which are loyal to him and the civil council. It was because of them that he was able to stay in power, and thus he could not directly go against them. Asuma was the last one to come. He was the team sensei of Team 10. Shikamaru, Kirito Uzumaki and Inuyasha were his current team. Hokage-sama, Asuma greeted the Sandaime Hokage. I am pleased to report that my team has passed the exam with flying colors. Even after Asuma's late arrival, Hiruzen did not say anything to him. Hiruzen was most interested in the current Team 10 and their test result. After all, Kirito was in there, who suddenly showed incredible talent which he was hiding in the academy and became the Rookie of the Year. Not to mention, he too is a Jinchuriki of the village. He was the reason why Hiruzen had to change the current team placement and let Asuma have Kirito Uzumaki in his team rather than Choji. He had to put Kirito in his team because he wanted Kirito to make more bonds with the village, and currently Ino had a crush on Kirito, and even Kirito is good friends with the Yamanaka girl. He is just as dense as his father. Hiruzen remembers how dense Minato was when dealing with Kushina and her feelings. Ino is strong but at the same time is a Kirito fangirl. That is holding her back, not to mention that she needs a lot of physical training and taijutsu practice to get any good at hand-to-hand fighting. Right now she is not good in close combat fighting, but the girl is pretty good at her clan mind control and taking over jutsu. She was able to take over me with the help of her team. Asuma continued. Shikamaru is lazy but is very smart, just like any Nara man. He is a good strategist and came up with a good working plan for his team very soon. The only problem in him is that he lacks charisma and is lazy as hell. Finally, Kirito Azumaki. He is the best among all the rookies Jinin. He was able to come up with a good strategy with Shikamaru. At the same time, he was also able to gather his team and make them work together. Both Ino and Shikamaru listened to him, and he also has the charisma and ability to be the leader in the future. He is very strong and fast. His fighting style depends more on speed, but the power behind his strikes was not bad at all. Able to use Shadow Clone's jutsu and was prepared enough to get more information on myself. I will say that he is already at Chunin level and the only thing he is lacking is experience. Everyone was surprised at this. The fact that they did not know that Ashima did not tell them how alike Kirito is to Minato. Hirusen also was not expecting this. He started thinking in other directions but stopped himself and focused more on the current situation. Hirusen listened to each of Sensei's reports with a sense of pride and relief. With all three of his top Jonin Sensei reporting success, he knew that the future of Konoha was in good hands. As the Sensei and their students left the Hokage's office, Hirusen felt a sense of accomplishment and at the same time a hint of cunningness. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Rank Mission Rewrite. Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino found themselves in a difficult situation. They had been tasked with catching Tora, a mischievous cat who had managed to slip out of her owner's grasp and escape into the nearby woods. Despite their combined efforts, Tora was proving to be difficult to catch. Kirito, with his quick reflexes and ninja skills, was the first to spot the cat as she darted across the forest floor. He made a lunge for her, but she was too quick for him and slipped out of his grasp. Kirito's agility and hyper-focus tried to cut off Tora's escape route by leaping into the air and landing in front of her, but Tora was too nimble and darted past him, leaving him grasping at thin air. Ino, with her keen senses and ability to communicate with animals, tried to coax Tora out of hiding by calling to her in a soothing voice, but Tora was too wary and kept her distance, hiding behind trees and under bushes. Shikamaru was mostly lazing around. As the hours ticked by Kirito, and Ino began to grow tired and frustrated. They had tried everything they could think of, but Tora was still out of reach. Finally, after some motivation from Ino, Shikamaru came up with a plan. As the sun began to set and the forest grew dark, Tora made a fatal mistake. She emerged from her hiding place and began to stretch, giving Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino the opportunity they had been waiting for. Meanwhile, Ashima, the laid-back ninja, was also in the forest. He had been keeping an eye on Kirito and Ino to make sure they did not get into too much trouble while trying to catch Tora. On the other hand, he was pretty sure that Shikamaru would be fine. If anything, he needs to find a way to make him work. As he watched them from a distance, Ashima could not help but be amused by their efforts. He leaned against a tree, one eye closed as he lazily smoked. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Ashima was still keeping a careful watch on the group. He knew that even the simplest of tasks could quickly turn dangerous in the world of ninjas. As Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino closed in on Tora, Ashima could not help but chuckle to himself. He had seen this scenario play out countless times before, with young ninja eager to prove themselves by catching a seemingly harmless animal. But as Tora made her escape and the group grew more and more frustrated, Ashima began to wonder if they would ever catch her. He briefly considered stepping in to offer some guidance, but ultimately decided to let them figure it out on their own. Finally, after some time with a coordinated effort, Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino surrounded Tora, closing in on her from all sides. Tora tried to make a break for it, but Kirito was able to land a clean strike with his sword, clipping her tail and slowing her down. Kirito, being an anime fan, always wanted to see whether he can handle a sword. And mean, which anime lover will not like to be a badass swordsman like Zoro or Mihawk? Ino then stepped forward, speaking to Tora in a gentle voice and assuring her that they meant her no harm. Tora hesitated for a moment, but then allowed Ino to pick her up and carry her back to her grateful owner. As they walked back to the village with Tora in tow, Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino could not help but feel frustrated. Catching the mischievous cat had been a difficult task, and it had taken up a significant amount of their time and energy. And unfortunately, this was not an uncommon occurrence for the young ninja. Rank missions like catching stray animals or repairing buildings were often seen as boring and menial tasks, but they were an important part of their training. Kirito, who wanted to fight epic battles after coming to this world and becoming Naruto's only living blood relative, but he found the rank missions to be dull and unchallenging. Now he understands why in the anime all the people hated the rank mission and Naruto ended up asking Hokage for a rank mission. He longed for a mission that would test his skills and allow him to truly show off his system and all the hard work which he put in perfecting his techniques, especially Rasengan. As they arrived back at the village and turned Tora over to her grateful owner, Shikamaru, Kirito, and Inu could not help but wonder if they would ever get the chance to prove themselves on a more challenging mission. This kind of thing was happening for quite some time now, and Kirito although knew that he had to do the rank mission like every other genin in the village, but that does not mean he liked it at all. He was not expecting that he will be getting dangerous missions, but getting simple rank missions should not be impossible, right? While they silently went into Hokage's office and talked to Hiruzen about the recent mission and returned Tora to Madame Shijima and having fun watching Tora almost dying because of her own or 6th path level hug jutsu, something which no one was expecting happened. A monkey suddenly came and reported something to Hiruzen. He looked a little worried and then looked towards Ashima and his team. Ashima, I want you and your team to take a rank mission. Currently Team 7 is doing a mission to escort a bridge builder to the Land of Waves, but he ended up lying to us, and the rank mission which they supposed to complete has turned into a rank mission. I want you and your team to support them as soon as possible. They already have encountered 2 Chunin level missing names, the Demon Brothers. Asuma did take care of them, but he needs your support because he suspects that more powerful shinobi might be hired by the person who hired the Demon Brothers, said Hiruzen in utmost urgency. Hiruzen did not want to take chances here. If Sasuke died in this mission, then he had to face a lot of backslash from other clan heads and the civil council members. And there is also Naruto there. Nothing can happen to a Jinchuriki of the village. Ashima immediately nodded in confirmation, and in the side Kirito finally had shine in his eyes. He was finally going on a real mission. Ino too was happy too, but at the same time they were cautious for what was about to come. Maybe the only person who was not motivated right now was Shikamaru. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Team 10 arrive right. Unlike shinobi who travel at a very fast speed, especially in places like a forest, Team 7 and the cannon with Tejino were traveling at a very slow speed because Tejino could not travel any faster. This lets Team 10 easily catch up to Team 7 without any problem. The most interesting thing about this mission to Kirito was the simple fact of how easy it was to catch up to Team 7. In the cannon, this would have been equally easy, but there was no reinforcement. Why? He has no idea, but still he would like to figure that out in the future. When Team 10 finally reached the location where Team 7 was supposed to be, they realized that they were already under attack by Sebuza Momoki. Kakashi Pov. I was given a simple escort mission by Hokage-sama with my team to the Land of Waves, but this is turning into troublesome. First, there were those 2 Chunins, the Demon Brothers. Not a big problem, to be honest. Sasuke took care of them. Despite not knowing what going on, he acted wonderfully. Hard to believe that Uzumaki Kid took the Rookie of the Year position from Sasuke. The only lead down was Sakura. She is not currently fit to be a Kunoichi. The only thing which was making her good was her excellent chakra control and knowledge. After taking care of those 2 little tunings, I talk with Tejino and figure out that the bastard lied to us from the very beginning. Gato of the shipping industry is currently targeting Tejino. This simply makes this entire mission a rank or possibly an rank mission. This is not something where we are supposed to bring the new genins. If it is not war, of course. But those green leaves are too good for their good. A little emotional blackmail from Tejino, and here we are. Doing a mission which we should not, and facing an enemy which again we should not. Sabuza Momoki is an elite Jonin rank ninja, and although I can handle him, but not in this environment where the terrain is of his advantage, and I have 3 new genins to protect. In Pov. Everything happened very fast. The moment Sabuza came, he started to target Kakashi. Kakashi shown as a Sharingan at the start, while Zabuza unsheathed his iconic Kubikurich, the Executioner's Blade. Without any hesitation, Zabuza charged at Kakashi, swinging his massive sword in a wide arc. Kakashi deftly dodged the attack and countered with a swift strike from his kuni. However, Zabuza was able to block it with his sword and quickly launched another attack, this time with incredible speed. Kakashi barely managed to dodge the attack, but his coat was sliced in half, revealing his muscular physique. Angered by the attack, Kakashi charged at Zabuza, his chakra kuni against the Executioner's Blade. The sound of metal echoed across the battlefield as the 2 powerful weapons collided. Zabuza grinned, impressed by Kakashi's skill. He swung his sword in a diagonal slash, but Kakashi was able to block it with his kuni. The force of the attack sent Kakashi sliding back several feet, but he quickly regained his footing. The 2 ninjas continued to exchange blows, their weapons clashing and ringing out with every strike. Kakashi used his speed and agility to dodge Zabuza's attacks, while Zabuza relied on his brute strength to overpower his opponent. As the fight wore on, Kakashi began to gain the upper hand, landing several hits on Zabuza and causing him to stagger. However, Zabuza was not one to be underestimated. With a sudden burst of energy, he swung his sword with incredible force, striking Kakashi in the chest and sending him flying through the air. Clearly, this version of the fight was not exactly like the anime. Kakashi crashed to the ground, his kuni clattering beside him. Zabuza walked over to him, a wicked grin on his face. He raised his sword to deliver the final blow, but Kakashi, with all his strength, threw a shuriken at Zabuza's arm, causing him to drop the sword. This was the position Kakashi was in at this moment. He knew that he could easily get out of this situation, but what about his team? They are not strong enough to even able to run away from Zabuza. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura watched the entire battle and they were becoming more worried about their sensei. Naruto wanted to do something, but every time he thought about something, he could only think about him dying here. The killing intent in the air was heavy. Sasuke was trembling in fear. This was the first time he was feeling like this after getting targeted by his brother. Sakura, on the other hand, was taken aback by Zabuza's killing intent and was almost in the verge of collapsing. But when everything was looking lost, suddenly Team 10 arrived there. Azuma, Shikamaru, Kirito and finally Ino directly joined Team 7. Zabuza was not an idiot to fight two elite Jonin level shinobi alone, especially when one of those shinobi is the copy ninja Kakashi. Wounded may it be, but dangerous nonetheless. He does not care about all the Genins. Pac can take care of them easily, but right now handling both Kakashi and Azuma with their Genin team is going to be hard. Unwillingly he had to retreat this time around. He needs to get another strong Jonin to even the odds here for him. With that, he flicked away after saying, "I will meet you too soon, Kakashi of the Sharingan and Azuma of the 12 Guardians." Chapter 23. Chapter 23. It is showtime rewrite. When Team 7 arrived, Sasuke was the first one to scowl. It was because of Kirito. He still had a bad feeling towards Kirito for what he did in the academy test. "What happened, Kakashi? Why was Zabuza Momochi here?" asked Azuma, still vigilant of his surroundings. "Gato of the shipping company hired him. He was here for the bridge builder," said Kakashi, totally tired and injured. Azuma helps him up and supports him. While Kakashi and Azuma were talking about the mission and making plans for the upcoming confrontation, which was unavoidable, Sakura and Ino started gossiping about their usual life like they were in a cave. Their friendship here is much better thanks to the fact that they are going after different boys. Kirito just sighed at that and looked at Naruto, who was pretty much doing the same with Shikamaru. The only difference was that he was the only one talking. He did not even recognize that Sasuke was there and started walking. This made another tick mark to form on Sasuke's forehead, but he did not show any outward reaction to it. The journey itself was not that long and both teams quickly came to Tezuna's house. Kirito sometimes is amazed at how some things are just like the canon while other things are different. Tezuna had a daughter named Tsunami, but she is not married and does not have any kids. Kirito was not expecting that. It does not change the world by that much, but again solidifies in his mind that this world is not the anime he watches while growing up. This world is real and although looks very familiar in some places but could be totally different when he looks more closely. Sometimes this thought made Kirito question the reality of what happened in the Nine-Tail attack many years ago. In the anime, Minato sacrifices himself truly, but is it true in this world also? Does his mother and father sacrifice their life, or was something different going on? Kirito had no answer, but he is going to get those answers soon. The only two people who could give answers to him were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Well, their corpse to be exact. Kirito had already planned to kill both of these old goats. He is going to do this before Shippuden starts. He does not particularly have to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, but Danzo is someone he had to kill himself. The problem is that Danzo is surrounded by his roots all the time. Kirito had to be very cautious when dealing with him. What Kirito was thinking is to handle Danzo after he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. But that's going to take a long time. He now had a feeling that he might be able to learn Hiraishin before the Chunin exams. His progress is going along well, but he is not sure whether he can get Hiraishin on time. He has seen that doing the mission has increased his template progress rate, so there is a possibility. Anyways, he needs to take care of Danzo. While Kirito was thinking, Ashimo brought all of his team and Team 10 into an open area for the training. It was a tree walking exercise just like in the canon, but this time around all the members of Team 10 already could tree walk thanks to Kirito and his harsh training regime for his team. Asuma did not even have to do much. He considers himself very fortunate in his respect. Kirito is pretty useful in this regard. Both water walking and tree walking were done. After knowing this, Sasuke was even more infuriated. This became worse when he was the only person besides Naruto who could not climb the tree. Sakura had excellent chakra control, so it was not a problem for her, and Shikamaru learns this from his clan already. Maybe Sasuke might have learned the technique if his clan was alive, thought Kirito while trailing Zabuza's tracks. Yup, the person with Team 7 and Team 10 was a shadow clone and the real Kirito was trailing Zabuza. He did not want to give Sabuza time to ask for help. He already knew that seeing two elite jonin, Sabuza would be either hiring another jonin or chunin among his ranks or asking for help from his contacts. Either way, letting him gather strength is a foolish decision which happens in the canon, and he does not give a fuck about the main storyline. He gonna take care of both Sabuza and Hak by himself before more problems come from them. Another reason he was looking forward to doing this is that he wanted to fight at his full scale. I do not know how this will change the world's scenario, but I do not give a damn. What the point of my existence if I do not bring changes to this godforsaken world, said Kirito, determined. I am not sure how, but I will make sure that once I am done with this world, the only bad guy around will be me, chuckled Kirito. His eyes started to turn red and had Kyuubi Slit's eyes pattern in them. Kurama Chakra for the first time in use. He barely uses 2 to increase his speed. In fact, he can right now use up to 4 to 4. This number runs parallel to his template progress, and he does not even have to deal with an angry mountain-sized fox who wants to kill him. But son, he will not be needing this, as he is also working on a Raikage-style lightning armor, but this technique will only increase his speed. Kirito feels incredible power coming out of him. The only thing he now has to do is not let his fellow Konoha people find out about this chakra. Finally, he found Zabuza's lair with the help of his mind, eye of Kagura, and Kyuubi senses. It is show time, said Kirito with a devilish smirk. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Annoying but rewrite. While Kirito was making his way towards Zabuza's lair, Team 7 and 10 were training with both Ashimo. Ashimo had asked Sakura, Ino and Shikamaru to keep practicing the tree walking exercise even if they could do it, because their chakra reserves were not big and they would not be able to last in a real battle with the mere chakra reserves they had. Sasuke and Naruto used their entire day to learn the tree walking exercise, but they were not able to do it. Need quite a lot of help. Ino started using poison after Kirito advised her to train in medical ninjutsu and also in chakra control. Kirito always thought that Ino was never portrayed to the best of her abilities. She might be just as or even better than Sakura if Kishimoto wanted her to be. Kirito, on the other hand, will not let all of this potential go to waste. Both Shikamaru and Ino have massive potential which anime hardly covers. Kakashi at this time was recovering while Ashimo was guarding Tezuno, while one of his shadow clones was stationed in Tezuno's house to guard his family. In a hidden cave, Sabuza, Momochi and Hak was resting. They were already done talking about how they were going to take care of the Konoha shinobi and wanted to rest before they started the action. Another reason is that they also have to wait until their backup arrives. He was a jonin of the Hidden Mist and a trainee 7-swordman of the Mist, Odora Mozeki. The reason Sabuza in this timeline was ready to attack so much earlier was because he was not injured. Sabuza was sharpening Kabikuroboku while Hak was making poisons and dipping sentence in that poison. There was no one else inside, and this was the best possible time to ambush them. Kirito smirked and took out multiple seals and placed them around the cave. Soon the seals started to emit gas which was hard to detect. It took Sabuza and Hak some time to realize that the air around them had changed and their chakra was getting out of control. The gas was something which Kirito got after he went through his parents' home. Mostly Minato was working on this in his free time. It renders people's nervous systems useless if they breathe in this air for a long time. But even if they do not do that, there is a possibility that it will massively decrease their combat strength for some time. Most of the shinobi who fight head-on, unlike Sasuke and Naruto, are pretty dumb. Why would you want not to increase your fighting chances if you can? Only in case of pride not allowing them, or the difference in power is too much. Kirito does see them fighting head-on, as they know that they will win. They are combat-oriented ninjas, and Kirito understands that, but he too is a combat and speed-oriented shinobi, and he has many hidden weapons and seals like this which help him on the battlefield. Only a fool will rely solely on his body's battle power in a world so corrupt and bloody as the shinobi world. Only a few people alive like Tsunade or Jiraiya could resist the effect of this gas. Sabuza and Hak quickly ran outside of the cave to escape the gas, but were still cautious of any enemy nearby. They did not find any though, but then they saw Kirito coming out from his hiding place with a bright smile on his face. "Welcome, it has been some time. I was waiting for you two to come out," said Kirito happily. That same happiness was not seen on Sabuza and Haku's faces. "Kid, you have made a grave mistake coming here all alone. You will kill me and hang my dead body for my family, team and village to see. I get it. Let's not waste time on that. I have a strict deadline to follow. If I am not back in time, I will miss dinner," interrupted Kirito before Sabuza said more. He already has heard this kind of third-rate character dialogue in the anime. He honestly does not know why people do not spend more on script writing. The script could make a simple second-rate small boss enemy like Sabuza like a hero in Naruto at the end of the Wave arc. You have a fast tongue, kid, said Sabusa. Oh, believe me, that is not the only thing which is fast. You should try my jutsu as well, Kirito said with a wink. You were thinking I am annoying, did you not? Well, I better say this up front that this is a natural talent and I cannot teach you, replied Kirito with a happy sing-song voice. This made the tick mark on both Haku and Sabusa's heads grow bigger. Annoying brat, said Sabusa, and Haku had to agree. The only thing Kirito was thinking at this time was that he was going to have so much fun playing with these two. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Kirito vs Sabusa rewrite. While Kirito was grinding, Sabusa already acted and rushed towards Kirito with his Kabikuroboku. In the blink of an eye, Sabusa was near Kirito and he swung his large executioner blade. For Kirito, time was going in slow motion, not because he was afraid and having a hard time catching Sabusa's attack. It was because of hyperfocus which he has developed to a very impressive degree. The moment the blade came near Kirito, he just bends his knee and avoids the attack just like how Saitama avoided Geno's kick when they fought. Kirito too is a swordsman, but he just started practicing swords, and is not very good at it. So it was interesting to see Sabusa swinging around the large sword with ease. Sabusa saw Kirito doing that and was stunned at how fast he was able to move just now. Currently, Kirito has Chunin level power near Cage if Nine Tail is included, but when it comes to his speed it is already at Jonin level and maybe even better. Thanks to his hyperfocus he can perceive things faster than most people. Sabusa was wondering how fast Kirito was doing, but then Rasengan directly hit him on his stomach. It should be impossible because both of Kirito's hand was pretty far away from Sabusa when he bent over to dodge his attack. But Sabusa did not know that Kirito did not even need his hands to attack him with Rasengan, as he could launch the ball of chakra like Boruto. Kirito just launched a Rasengan when Sabusa almost attacked him and directly aimed it at his stomach. Sabusa was of course thrown aback. Kirito though did not have time to think before multiple senbons came towards him. Haku also was there and joined the battle when he saw Kirito blasting Sabusa out. There was no concern in his eyes. Kirito on the other hand easily dodged the attack with his speed and appears behind Haku. Not only does this speed much faster than both of them, but he also used the special gas to damage their nervous system. It is temporary, but that much time is enough for Kirito to kill both of them. Haku notices that Kirito appear behind him and immediately shoots ice shards towards Kirito. Sabusa at this point was trying to get back to his feet. That hidden Rasengan messed him up. On the other side, Haku immediately falls into a disadvantageous situation. He had to use her trump card early to stop Kirito's fast and deadly assault. The ice dome finally came to life and Kirito was trapped inside, or that's what Haku thought. Kirito replaced himself with a shadow clone and let Haku waste his chakra maintaining that dome until he took care of Sabusa. In a real fight, a person should use all the advantage he has. Wasting Haku's chakra like this is just plain better than fighting both Jonin and Chunin level shinobi at the same time. It does not matter whether he can take them both together or not. He knows that if he gives it a try, then handling both of them in their condition is not that hard, but why do something so foolish? While the Kirito clone was distracting Haku, the original rushed towards Sabusa to complete the fight. Sabusa paw. The young boy was incredibly fast, dodging my attacks with ease. I swung my massive sword, but he was already out of range, his speed allowing him to move and dodge every attack I threw at him. I growled in frustration, lunging forward with a series of quick strikes. He ducked and weaved, dodging each attack effortlessly. He countered with a swift kick to my chest, sending me stumbling back. I regained my balance and charged forward, sword slashing through the air, but he was ready, his own hands flashing out to block the attack. The two fighters were evenly matched, their attacks and defenses coming in quick succession. The fight raged on for several minutes, but I knew that I would not last long. The attack that the kid performed in the beginning was so strong that I was starting to lose control over my body. I feel pain on moving and he is much faster than me. Now that Sabusa thinks about this, he might know who this person is. A kid with blonde hair and blue eyes with this kind of speed. Also only 12 to 13 years old. There is no mistaking whose kid this is. Namikaze shouted Sabusa when the realization struck him. This made Kirito smirk. Povend. Ah. Finally, Sabusa made a mistake. He left himself open for just a moment, and Kirito seized the opportunity. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kirito landed a punch squarely in Sabusa's jaw. Kirito's fast fist was making all of his already strong power even stronger. The older ninja stumbled backwards, his eyes rolling up into his head as he fell to the ground, unconscious. Damn, who needs a Rasengan when you can punch your opponent to dead? Kirito said to himself. He knew that Zabuza was not dead, and this was not just because of his punch but rather the special gas and the Rasengan that he used on Zabuza earlier. But he also barely felt that his hand's color had changed back then, like the power increase all of a sudden, but for the time being, he decided to focus on the matter at hand. Kirito stood over his fallen opponent, and with a simple flick of his moment, he ended Zabuza's life by throwing a kunai at his skull. He quickly took out a scroll to put Zabuza's body inside it, and of course, he took his sword. Being a swordsman, there is no reason not to. He might be able to use it when he learns the Edo-tensei technique, or he will use it himself. Wasting things is a bad habit, Kirito happily muttered to himself and stores Zabuza's dead body inside a special scroll. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Hack is a girl rewrite. Kirito finally saw Hack coming out of the dome exhausted. A few minutes ago inside the ice dome, Hack trapped Kirito, not knowing that it was a shadow clone, and not just any shadow clone but a shadow clone with is powered by the system and can take some beating. With his amazing speed, clones almost dodge all of Haku's attacks which he throws towards him. Hack was matching the clone's speed by changing mirrors, but still, he was getting overwhelmed by the clone's speed. The clones at his time were thinking about an old movie Kirito watched in his previous life. In the world of Kung Fu, speed defines the winner. Kung Fu Hustle. He was musing about how real this statement was in this shinobi world. Finally, it took everything Hack had to hit the clone. Before popping away though, the clones did say this to Haku. I just have one question before giving you the surprise of the century. Are you a girl or a boy? Kirito asked with his best act of a dying person. Hack looked at Kirito but then finally said, Girl. Kirito, who was acting, suddenly stiffened. Really, or is he just kidding with me? Kirito could not help but think. And then the clone pops. Hack, who took some time to understand what was going on, was now more angry with Kirito than ever. She dropped her ice dome, and when she finally came out she saw Zabuza nowhere. What happened? Where is Zabuza? What do you do with him? Haku asked in anger, but there was a hint of worry in her voice. Kirito, who just got the info that Haku is a girl, was still in a trance. Although he did not completely believe what she said, for the time being he will address her as such. He also noticed that something was wrong. Haku was lying, although she did not say anything which was a lie, she just asked a question. But Kirito could feel that the emotions and facial expressions that she was putting out were fake. She is not a good liar. He was not sure, so he started focusing more on Haku. There is not much to see because Haku covers almost all parts of her body except her face. Her face was cold and was staring at Kirito. Kirito activated his hyper-focus to see what game she was playing here. Although she tried very hard to hide, Kirito could say that she was not at all worried for Zabuza or angry with Kirito whatsoever. Kirito then started focusing more, intensifying in observation skills. He found that Haku's body weight was a little shifted towards her left leg. And she is also wearing makeup, but nothing more to go on about. You do not look worried for your partner's health at all? Asked Kirito. I do not need to worry about Zabuza-sama. He is a jonin, taking care of a jonin like you is not hard at all, Haku replied. Lie, Kirito thought to himself as his instincts told him. Then you might not like the fact that Zabuza is dead, said Kirito, sending the bait. This works wonders for her. Haku for the first time shows genuine emotion, and Kirito might be a dense show like what Inusei behind his back, but in reality, Kirito understands human emotions pretty well. The reaction which Haku tried so hard to hide was joy and surprise, not fear and denial. Kirito now was perfectly sure of the fact that something was going on here, but the only way he gets more information on this subject is to fight with Haku and check to get the information. You want to fight me? Asks Kirito in a nonchalant manner. Haku was a little surprised by this question. Are you going to leave if I say no? Asks Haku to get more and more tense, as she perfectly knows that she is no match for Kirito, especially now that she is low on chakra. No, I gonna fight you no matter what. But I am not going to kill you, Kirito said. This turned Haku's face icy cold, and Kirito could even sense hatred. This might be just to save her life, but at the same time, this could be something more. Kirito expected that this was more than that, so he quickly completes his sentence. I'm not particularly looking to kill you or anything, I just want a good fight. Tell you what, if you give me a good fight then I will let you go, said Kirito. This turns down the amount of hatred coming out from Haku. Kirito started to see a little pattern here. He might not be Sherlock Holmes, but he is getting a pattern here, and he does not like where this was going. The only thing Kirito was thinking at this time was troublesome. Fantasy world my ass, this is just as corrupt as my previous world, thought Kirito, understanding what exactly going on here a little. He just needs to confirm his suspicion now. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. That's Dark Rewrite. Kirito started his attack on Haku slowly. He wanted to test out how strong Haku was. Haku also started to defend. Haku was trying hard to repel Kirito, but Kirito was stronger than her. This goes on for some time, and then Kirito finally feels that he has all the things he wanted to know. He stopped fighting, and this made Haku stop as well. "You are a strong fighter. I have never seen a girl fight like you before," said Kirito, starting the conversation. "I am not a girl. I am a boy. I lied to you earlier," replied Haku. "I highly doubt that. You see, I can sense when people are lying. And you, my dear, are lying through your teeth," commented Kirito in a nonchalant manner. Haku did not say anything more. She just kept observing Kirito and was vigilant of what he might do next. "You are not just his comrade, are you?" said Kirito. "I am Sabuza-sama's tool," said Haku. "Your weight is a little off balance, and you also have many brushes in your body which you are trying to hide," said Kirito. Haku still did not say anything, but was getting more restless the more Kirito talked. "Let me guess, you are not just a tool, more like his captive or a slave." The signs that Kirito noticed, plus the smell he was getting from Haku thanks to his hyper-focus, Kirito was fully aware that there was a possibility that in this real world, the same Sabuza who cried for Haku in the anime might be her rapist. Kirito's concern grew more when he did not get any response from Haku. He on purpose did not use the word sex slave to not make her feel more burdened. He still does not know if what he is thinking is true or not, but he fully understands that this world is many times different from the anime he watches and the manga he reads. Sabuza is said to be a person who is bloodthirsty in the anime. He alone killed more than 100 students when he was a kid. Sabuza later was shown as a caring hero who cared for Haku as his son, but how much is that true? In this world, Haku is a girl, and as much as Kirito has seen, people are much different than the original anime world. Kirito cannot even believe that the same Sabuza who cried for Haku in the anime would ever think of raping her, but from the other perspective. He is a person who killed many people over the years. He is said to be the bloodthirsty person and carry after the mad Mishikage himself. So, how many chances are there for a killer to turn into a rapist and a pedophile? In Kirito's book, pretty high. Kirito himself liked Sabuza's character from the anime a lot, but this world is not anime, and he has to accept the reality. There is a high possibility with all the signs he is getting that Sabuza sexually assaulted Haku before. "What do you care?" Haku finally said with almost moist eyes. She was already ready to kill herself if Kirito tried to take advantage of her. Kirito noticed this tone, and now he was almost confirming that what he was thinking was not just a speculation anymore. He still does not know what exactly happened. He might still be wrong at this, but for the time being he has to do something about Haku. Kirito came here to kill both Haku and Sabuza, but after knowing this he cannot kill this girl who is barely older than his brother. Kirito is an adult in his mind, so he does not count. Well, he too when died was not that old. Barely 18. "Well, I do not particularly care, yes, but I am not so heartless to leave a girl just like this, you know," said Kirito, trying to act cool and yet caring. Kirito had no idea how to handle a case like this. He has learned how to code and even make pancakes in his previous life. He had learned how to kill people and to some extent even how to heal people. But he had no idea how to comfort a sexually harassed, assaulted girl. He still does not know which one it is. What I want to say is that I do not know what to say in times like this to comfort a girl, but I can help you out. You have nowhere to go, and alone you will not last long. You can tag along with my team if you want. They have not seen you yet, and I might be able to convince them to take you to Konoha if you want to, said Kirito. Haku did not say anything. She already planned to run away, but now she had a choice. He was not sure what to do and needed time to think about the situation. Kirito noticed this and said, "It is fine. I and my team will stay in this place for some time now. You can think about it and let me know later. You already might know where we are stationed, correct?" Haku nodded and turned around to leave. She did not have enough power to fight Kirito anymore. She also was praying in her mind that Kirito just let her go, but when he gave her the option to leave with him, she was taken aback. This was the same thing Sabuza said all that time back. She had no idea what to do. Once Haku left the place, Kirito makes a clone to trail Haku. He might be sympathetic towards her situation, but that does not mean he will let his guard down. Kirito did not directly go back, but rather went to an open place. He remembers that during that fight with Sabuza his hand almost turned black. He is not sure, but there is a possibility that he unknowingly activated a bloodline power. Possible considering that Ninja World has many of those. So he tested out and soon figured out something. He found that after concentration his fist became darker. It is not complete black but darker for sure. As the steel release, Kirito could not help but question. In the entire NM, there was only one similar technique which was used by Kakashi. There is a possibility that what he has is similar. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Damn Kakashi rewrite. After all the fights with Sabuza and Haku and getting a wake-up call about how dangerous this world is, Kirito returns to his team. The team itself was having fun. Naruto was eating like this was the last day he would be eating. Ino was pestering his clones. Poor fellow, Kirito thought. Sasuke was still training and refused to give up until he completed this exercise. Shikamaru was lazy again and climbed the house roof to stare there. Maybe he is interested in something besides clouds after all. Sakura would have pestered Sasuke, but he was not there, and thus her next best time past activity would be to fight with Ino. Tajino was drinking with Asuma. The only two people he did not find were Kakashi and Tsunami. Kirito hardly cares where Kakashi is hiding and reading his porn, but Tsunami is different. He needs to make sure that Tajino and his family are safe. He directly launches his senses and starts looking for Tsunami. Funny thing that both Kakashi and Tsunami are together. Kirito said, and started to become a little suspicious. Kirito at this time was a little tempted to go and see what they were doing, and thus he ended up making two clones and sending them to Kakashi and Tsunami's locations and another towards Sasuke's location. He entered the house and started eating the delicious food. Clone 1 Pov. I came directly towards Sasuke and watched him practice tree climbing. It was very apparent then that he was putting in too much chakra and was getting blasted off from the tree. Anyone else would have helped Sasuke, but not Kirito. If there is even a little chance that this guy is going to defect in the future like Sasuke in the anime, then I rather just not help him get stronger. I have to actively make sure to keep him in check. Now the more important thing is to keep an eye on him and make a false save just in case. Maybe something like Dance's or Orochimaru's curse seal, but Kirito do not want to go that extreme. He is not doing this for the village. Oh no, if it is left to him, then he most probably let the village burn for all he cares. All those people have already put him and Naruto through a lot of pain. The reason I have to keep an eye on him is because he goes all mental in the anime. This world is much more insane than the anime. Kirito does not even want to know what will happen if that curse of hatred really triggers and completely makes Sasuke mad. In the anime, after getting his M's, Sasuke was a menace. Only Naruto was able to fight with him. A sane person will never let an enemy like him emerge. It is better to take care of him if needed. Another important thing is that he might or might not want Sasuke M's. Could be useful, thought the clone. Pov end. Clone 2 Pov. The more I went near the Kakashi and Tsunami's location, the more it was easier to understand what was going on. Those low snuffles and loud moans, plus hyperfocus, printed an almost perfect picture of what going on. Damn Kakashi, you better teach how you pull this off in the next class, mused Kirito. Who would have thought that Kakashi Hatek, the scarecrow and loner with a huge pervert tag on his back, had a way with ladies? He thought that Ashimo was the only one his age who would get married. Literally no one else did. Kurne is a good catch after all. But maybe everyone has their needs correct. In the anime and manga, Kakashi never married and never showed interest in opposite sex that much. And here we are, that same Kakashi Hatek banging Tsunami on the very first day they come to the land of waves. Now the clone was thinking why all the teachers Naruto gets are perverts in the anime. No doubt it was Kazimoto's doing. For the laugh, he's sure, but in reality, they are very similar. Not sure how to take it when something like this happens in real life. Pov end. When the memories from the clones came to Kirito, he was surprised. Damn Kakashi, said Kirito to himself. I might just want to take some classes from him in future. Well, considering how much Ino is ready to rip open my clothes, maybe not. But his thoughts changed the moment he started thinking about another pervert, or to be exact, a super pervert. Jiraiya, Naruto's godfather, gave that name to Naruto through Minato. In the anime, Kirito loved Jiraiya's character. How it would be in real life though. Another interesting thing which came to his mind was about Chunin exams. In the anime, it was right after the wave arc, but Kirito does not know the exact time frame. That will be also the first time Jiraiya will come back to the village. Kirito still does not forget his goals. He is going to kill Danzo in the Konoha Crush. It is better to completely take care of Hiruzen and Danzo as soon as possible. I hope Orochimaru take care of Hiruzen, mutters Kirito in a low voice. He is not going to kill both of them together. He does not have that kind of power yet. He needs to rely on Orochimaru to complete half of his work while he will complete the other half. Danzo's Shiruma will die by his hands. Kirito did not think too much about this and fell asleep. He had to do many things tomorrow. I hope I dream happy dreams. Next morning. The dreams were a little too happy for Kirito, maybe because of his raging hormones or what he saw Kakashi and Tsunami doing. Now he has to hide his pants, otherwise it will not be good for him. Kirito sigh. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Sharing an activated rewrite. Time started to pass just like that, and Kirito was living his life slowly without any more trouble in his life. Every day he practiced and studied with his teammates. It was almost time when the bridge was about to complete, and Kirito was getting restless little by little. There was no word from Haku. He was not sure what Haku would be choosing, but he wanted to help out the poor girl, if possible make her a citizen of Konoha. Another thing which was troubling him was Gato. He wanted to know what that fat pig was doing. Surely he has not given up on his evil plans. That would be too convenient for Kirito, and those things do not happen. Another very troublesome thing was Sasuke. He was pestering him to fight him. After many days of constant pestering, today they finally decided to fight. Kirito did not know, but there was an ongoing bit going on behind his back about who will win the battle. Naruto was looking forward to the battle as wanted to see Sasuke getting kicked by his brother again. Kirito wanted to remind him that Sasuke and him are a team, but then he just shook his head. It is pointless. Naruto does not care. Sakura was this time making special food pills for Sasuke to help him fight Kirito. Ino, being the perfect fangirl, already considered Kirito the winner. If anyone asks Kirito, then he will say that she is not wrong. Shikamaru was only interested in the clouds. Sasuke, on the other hand, was training very hard from the moment he completed the tree walking exercise. Kirito, seeing this, improves Naruto, Ino and Shikamaru's training. He was fully aware that Sasuke would not be able to beat him for a few years. And by then, Kirito would have already completed his template and become more powerful. He knows that because he gained much template boost when he killed Zabuza. Finally, he found a way to improve his template besides just aimless training. Fighting someone stronger helps. Back to Sasuke, he is getting stronger. But that does not mean that Kirito will let his team get behind Sasuke. He wanted to make his team the strongest team in the village. Both Shikamaru and Ino should be stronger than Sasuke, and Naruto is his brother, so definitely he will help. At least they can aim to be better than the kid Sasuke. After he grows up, it will be really hard for Ino and Shikamaru to keep up with Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, was born to be equal to his Indra counterpart. Kakashi and Asuma did not care about this match that much, but Kirito knew that they already had placed their bets about who was going to win. Kirito completed his daily training finally and started moving towards the place where he and Sasuke were going to fight. All the people were there already. Kirito was not late, but everyone else just reached the place way before the assigned time, even Kakashi. Naruto and Ino were cheering for Kirito while Sakura was cheering for Sasuke. Both Kakashi and Asuma were standing there without saying anything. Kirito knew though that both were looking forward to the fight, and this fight result was going straight to Hiruzen. The most troublesome thing which Kirito had to go through until he killed both Hiruzen and Danzo was that he might be targeted by either of them. They will never make a move towards the Jinchuriki of the village, or at least the Jinchuriki which is under Hiruzen's control like Naruto is. Kirito, on the other hand, was different. Kirito does not try to convince Naruto. Rather than solve this issue from Naruto's end, why not wait for Hiruzen to die in the Chunin exams? Danzo is the real problem. He might not take any action against Naruto until Hiruzen is around, but what after the current Hokage dies? He can even take action against himself and Ino. Kirito had to kill that old goat in the Konoha Crush. That was the best time to deal with him. It will be easier to deal with this Danzo than the Kanon Danzo who had multiple of those cheating eyes. Finally, Sasuke and Kirito stood in front of each other and were about to start the battle. This is not going to be like before, Sasuke said with determination. Okay, said Kirito, not even listening to Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and got ready, and then he rushed towards Kirito. Sasuke delivers a powerful kick at Kirito, but Kirito easily dodges that. He followed the attack with another powerful combo kick, but Kirito blocked that attack. For Kirito, who just fought with Zabuza and killed him, dealing with someone like Sasuke is not a big deal. But he already knew why Sasuke was making so much fuss about beating him. He has opened his Sharingan. The fight with him before and the Zabuza incident might have triggered something in him. But this increases his chances of getting affected by the curse of hatred even more. Kirito was pretty much dodging every attack from Sasuke. Sasuke has not till now activated his Sharingan yet, but he already was tempted to do so. None of his attacks were connecting and Kirito was faster than him. Period. Kakashi and Asuma were watching the battle with rapt attention. Kakashi did not know how strong Kirito was. Asuma though already had a good understanding of how much stronger Kirito is than a normal genin. He might already be at the Chunin level. The only thing he disliked about this was his habit of concealing his real strength. Asuma fought with Kirito many times after becoming his sensei, but he was never able to understand how strong Kirito was because he never went all out. Both Ino and Naruto get tired before Kirito even starts sweating in the training. Asuma cannot just focus on Kirito. Sakura, Naruto, Ino and Shikamaru were watching the battle with excitement. They were cheering their teammate and was also reflecting on how weak they were compared to both Kirito and Sasuke. Sasuke on the other hand was getting frustrated. Kirito was dodging all of his attacks like it was child's play. Anger started to surge inside Sasuke, and finally, the infamous Chitaka Sharingan came to life. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Kirito Sasuke again rewrite. Finally, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and stared towards Kirito. Kirito finally becomes a little serious. Naruto had no idea what a Sharingan was, but Ino, Sakura and Shikamaru were different. Asuma finally understood why Sasuke was so willing to fight Kirito. Kakashi already knew about this and even helped Sasuke to adapt to his Sharingan. That is why he even places his bet on Sasuke. Kirito on the other hand could hardly care less. Normal Sharingan is nothing in his eyes. Even the genjutsu power of normal Sharingan is no problem for him because of his hyperfocus. Sasuke smirked seeing Kirito getting finally serious and rushing towards Kirito with insane speed. Normal Sharingan does not give any physical enhancement, but it does give the user very good perceiving power. Kirito also increased his speed a little. He was wearing a resistance seal now, unlike when he fought with Sabuza. The world of Naruto is pretty extensive in reality. There are many more incredible techniques and items which was never seen in the anime. This seal is pretty hard to create and is very expensive to purchase, but for Kirito is not that big of a deal. With Minato's knowledge, he was easily able to make a far better seal than he could see in the market. Many ninjas do not purchase this because they do not know how to use them. With Funjutsu, the real problem is not learning them. Of course, it is hard to learn and not everyone can learn it, but again, if someone gives enough time, then he can master the basics without any worries. The real problem has always been making the seals user-friendly. The seal is a highly complex piece of art and the normal populace and shinobi who never learned the art of Funjutsu could not use them. The only thing they could use was a storage scroll. A storage scroll is the only simple type of seal which is used by a vast number of shinobi. While Sasuke was getting better after activating his Sharingan, he was still not a match with Kirito. Kirito decided not to remove his resistance seal or use his hyperfocus to make this a little more difficult. Sasuke sends a very powerful punch towards Kirito, but Kirito blocks it, but this time around had to kind of work to do that. Finally, Kirito decided to start fighting back because he was getting bored with just dodging. He was stronger than Sasuke, but not by a very big margin. His advantage came from his speed. He saw how Sasuke was already adapting to his movements. Sasuke is a genius if people do not compare him to his brother Itachi. But it does not matter whether you are adopting or not. The difference in speed is still not comparable. Maybe Kirito could not overpower Sasuke with his speed, but that does not mean that he needs to take out his seal or use any of his other cards. Come on Sasuke-kun, beat Kirito, as Sakura said. Stop that, you forehead. Kirito is going to win, said Ino. Naruto for the first time was smart enough and did not interfere with those two. Shikamaru, Asuma and Kakashi on the other hand saw the battle completely differently. For the normal genin, that battle might look like a fight between two equals, but they could say that Kirito is holding back. The way he is moving and remaining calm, how he does not even have a scratch on him, and finally how his breathing is perfectly even. They could say that Kirito was entertaining Sasuke from the start. He reminds me of another fast blonde, Asuma said. He did not say the name, but Kakashi understood. Kakashi himself think the same. It is like his sensei is reincarnated into his son. That fast speed and uncanny perception. It is no doubt that this boy is his sensei's son. Naruto also is Minato's son, but he does not resemble Minato as much as Kirito does. They did not know that the reason was because his body from the first appearance of the system was transforming him into looking like Minato. Not only looking, but also his battle wisdom is on another level. Naruto got his battle wisdom from Minato. If Kirito had to say that in the Naruto series has the best battle wisdom, then it's undoubtable is Minato and Itachi. Kirito finally thought that he had played with Sasuke enough, and now he should end the battle when he detected a familiar chakra approaching. Hek was coming towards him and she was injured. He immediately expanded his range and saw many Chunins following her. There were 20 Chunin and 2 Jonin. This alerted Kirito. not only because of their numbers but also because they were root and bu. This brings dark lines to Kirito's face. Kirito had no idea why Root Anbu would attack Huck, but he wanted to know. While Kirito was thinking about this, Sasuke used Kirito's temporary distraction and launched a powerful attack on Kirito. Kirito could not see the attack coming until it already hit him. His senses too were focused on the upcoming root people and Huck, thus he could not sense Sasuke's attack. He was sent flying and hit the tree with a thump. Sasuke for the first time smiled and showed a smirk. Kakashi, Ashima, and all others were also surprised at how Sasuke suddenly took advantage. Sakura at this was already considered Sasuke's victory and started teasing Sakura. Both Kakashi and Ashima knew that back then Kirito suddenly went unfocused for some reason. They did not have Kirito's sensing power to detect the upcoming root people. Kirito stood up, wiping the trail of blood from his face, and looked at Sasuke, who had a smirk appearance on his face. It might be his hallucination, but Naruto's main name somehow started playing in his mind, and the only thing visible to Kirito at that time was Sasuke. Both Kakashi and Ashima gasped at this time after seeing Kirito. That cold stare, it is just like Sensei, Kakashi could not help but say, and Ashima just nodded in confirmation. They were already feeling pity for Sasuke because whoever had seen that stare from Minato Namikaze in the past had either died or wished they should have died. Very well then, Kirito said. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Root Shinobi Rewrite. Both Kakashi and Ashima gasped at this time after seeing Kirito. That cold stare, it is just like Sensei, Kakashi could not help but say, and Ashima just nodded in confirmation. They were already feeling pity for Sasuke because whoever had seen that stare from Minato Namikaze in the past had either died or wished they should have died. Very well then, Kirito said. After saying this, Kirito vanished from his place. He just removed his resistance seals and now was a little annoyed with Sasuke. He instantly appeared on the left of Sasuke and gave him a powerful strike on his face. Sasuke can hardly see Kirito moving even with his Sharingan. At this time Kirito was much faster than Lee with his weights off. Kakashi and Ashima were amazed by that speed, and the scene unconsciously reminded them of Minato. Other genin did not even manage to see what happened before Sasuke was the one flying out of the makeshift fighting ring. The attack was powerful enough to directly knock out Sasuke. Once the matter was settled, Kirito again focused on his senses to track Haku and the other shinobi's locations. But only if he had waited for a few more seconds, then he might have seen Haku running towards him. Haku immediately rushed towards Kirito, and while everyone was watching, Haku ended up falling into Kirito's arms. Everyone was stunned at what just happened. Everyone besides Sasuke, that is, because the poor fellow was already unconscious after the powerful attack from Kirito. Before others could react, they sensed other people coming towards them and did not like what they saw next. There were more than 20 people. All the Chunin came rushing out of the forest and stared at them. Everyone besides Kirito took a fighting stand while Kirito was too on guard. Kakashi and Ashima were already very tense seeing how many Chunins were there. They might have been able to take care of them, but there was also two powerful Jonin among the other party's rank. Both of them knew that fighting should be avoided if they wanted to leave this place unscratched. Give us the girl and the boy and we will let all of you go, one of the Jonin said with an authoritative tone. Before Kirito say anything, Kakashi answered, the girl is yours, but we do not have any boy you might be looking for. The Jonin after hearing this simply pointed towards Kirito, and this made Kakashi, Ashima and Kirito on edge. Kakashi now knew that conflict was pretty much a guarantee. This is not good, said Ashima, and tension was spreading among all the people. Multi-shadow clones jutsu. Kirito shouted and made 20 clones. Multi-shadow clones jutsu. Naruto followed his brother's lead and also made 20 clones. Naruto, tag team one of your clones with mine. We are targeting one Chunin each, shouted Kirito while treating Heku's injuries. Shikamaru and Ino support the clones, said Kirito. Sakura, you protect Tajino and his family, also make sure to safeguard Sasuke, said Kirito, not regretting knocking Sasuke out. Naruto, you also in support the clones, support class and Sakura go finally, shouted Kirito, and he sons Shin out of there with Haku. All the genin immediately started acting. They have no idea what to do, so when Kirito ordered them around they do not rebel. Kakashi and Ashima were impressed by Kirito's abilities, but the pressure on them did not go down by that much either. They already knew that the genin would not be able to last longer, and if they were not fast enough then not only they might lose their genin but also the Jinchurikis of the village and the last Uchiha. There is the possibility that they find out whose son Kirito is. Honestly, it was not hard at all to do that because they practically looked identical. Kakashi even bet that when grows up, Kirito will look exactly like his sensei. He does not believe that they are targeting Kirito for being a Jinchuriki, because in that case, they might have gone for the easier target and chosen Naruto. But those things do not matter now because they have to save their Jonins, and to do that they first have to kill the Jonin who were targeting them. Finally, the fight started, and it was not going on Team 7 and Team 10 sides. Kirito's clones were mostly holding back the Chunin while getting more support from Naruto's clones and the Inosuke combination. Kirito himself was healing Heku. He would not let the poor girl die here if possible. He still does not know what happened, but things are not going in his favor. He could understand that old goat Danzo did this and targeted himself. After all, outside the village is the best place to target him, but why target Heku? He should not even know about Heku. The wound on Heku was healing little by little, but the real problem was the poison which was running on Heku's body. Kirito was not a person with extensive knowledge about poison, but he knew that he needed to treat Heku as soon as possible, otherwise she would die. While he was taking care of Heku, others enter into a deadly battle, and this fight was getting more and more wild as time goes on. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Jonin Fight Rewrite. The figure was a tall, muscular man wearing a black hooded cloak that covered his entire body. He stepped forward, revealing a mask that covered the lower half of his face. "You are not welcome here," Kakashi warned, unsheathing his kunai. The Jonin did not respond. Instead, he charged at Kakashi with lightning fast speed, aiming a punch at his face. Kakashi blocked the attack with his kunai, but the force of the blow sent him skidding back. The two warriors circled each other, both waiting for an opening. The Jonin lunged forward again, this time with a kick aimed at Kakashi's side. Kakashi dodged the attack, then countered with a swift jab to Jonin's stomach. The Jonin grunted in pain but did not back down. He launched a series of punches and kicks at Kakashi, each one faster and more powerful than the last. Kakashi blocked most of them, but a few got through, leaving him with bruises and cuts. Finally, Kakashi saw his opportunity. The Jonin had left himself open for just a split second, and Kakashi took advantage of it. He leapt forward and delivered a devastating blow to Jonin's chest, knocking him to the ground. The Jonin lay there, gasping for air. Kakashi stood over him, ready to strike the finishing blow. He knew that if he did not kill the Jonin here, then his team and Azuma's team would die, and with that, he ended up killing the Jonin before leaving for the next target. Asuma was also fighting with a powerful Jonin. Without a word, the two men charged at each other, kunai and shuriken flashing in the sunlight. Asuma was quick and agile, dodging the Jonin's attacks with ease and landing a few strikes of his own. The Jonin, however, was not to be underestimated. He was just as fast and skilled as Asuma, and soon the two men were locked in a deadly dance of blades. Asuma was determined to win this fight, not just for the sake of his mission, but also to prove his worth as a Jonin. He focused all his energy and concentration on his attacks, trying to find a weakness in Jonin's defense. But Jonin was equally determined, and he fought back with equal intensity. The two men traded blows, each one landing a few strikes but neither gaining a clear advantage. As the fight wore on, both men grew tired and their attacks became more desperate. Asuma lunged forward with a powerful strike, but Jonin managed to dodge at the last second and countered with a swift kick to Azuma's stomach. Asuma stumbled back, gasping for air, but he did not give up. He renewed his attack, aiming for Jonin's neck with a sharp kunai. The Jonin blocked the attack with his weapon, but Asuma quickly switched to his other hand and landed a powerful punch to the Jonin's jaw. The Jonin staggered back, dazed, and Asuma took advantage of the moment to deliver a finishing blow. He struck Jonin's chest with a powerful blow, knocking him to the ground and leaving him unconscious. Asuma stood over his defeated opponent, breathing heavily but feeling a sense of satisfaction. That was the time Kakashi came to him and said not to kill the Jonin as they needed to extract information from him. Both Jonin ended up capturing the Jonin and going to their genin to help them. While this all was happening, Kirito's clones and Naruto's clones were working overtime to push all the Chunin back. The majority of the work was done by Kirito's clones, and Kirito himself knew that he needed to kill all the Chunin. He cannot let any of them escape and let Danzo know about his powers. Ino, Naruto, and Shikamaru found themselves in a dire situation. The Chunin were armed and ready for battle, and it quickly became clear that Ino, Naruto, and Shikamaru were outnumbered and outmatched. Kirito was handling Chunin on his end, but they were clones after all. They were getting overwhelmed. But the three of them did not back down. Ino used her mind transfer jutsu to take control of one of the Chunin, causing confusion and chaos among the group. Naruto charged forward, using his shadow clone jutsu to create multiple copies of himself and confuse the Chunin even further. Meanwhile, Shikamaru used his intelligence and strategic skills to plan their attacks and anticipate the Chunin's moves. He directed Ino to use her jutsu to take control of more of the Chunin, while Naruto used his clones to distract and attack them from all sides. The battle was fierce and intense, with kunai and shuriken flying in all directions. But Ino, Naruto plus his clones, Shikamaru and Kirita's clones were determined to win, and they fought with all their strength and skill. Ino's mind transfer jutsu proved to be particularly effective, as she was able to take control of more and more of the Chunin and turn them against each other. Naruto's and Kirita's clones were equally effective, overwhelming the Chunin with their sheer numbers and confusing them with their unpredictable movements. Shikamaru's strategic planning was also crucial, as he was able to anticipate the Chunin's moves and direct his allies to counter them. He used his shadow imitation jutsu to immobilize several of the Chunin, leaving them vulnerable to attack. The battle raged on for what seemed like hours, with neither side gaining a clear advantage, but eventually Ino, Naruto, Kirito and Shikamaru's relentless attacks began to wear down the Chunin. The real Kirito was still healing the injured Hawk. Chapter 33. Please work this time rewrite. The real Kirito at this time was helping Hawk to get rid of the poison. To Minato's knowledge, he found a suitable method to remove the poison, and with the help of his hyperfocus, he ended up removing the poison slowly. Once the poison was fully extracted, Kirito made a shadow clone to protect Haku and joined the battle to help his friends. The moment Kirito joined the battle, the tables ended up turning for the root shinobi, as Kirito was not holding back this time around and directly used his full speed with the newly learned steel release and killed as many shinobi as possible. Asumo and Kakashi by the time were not done with their fight, but the Jinins, which saw Kirito's true speed, were stunned. All they were seeing was a blur, and then Chunin would die. Kirito was also drawing Nine Tails' power a little bit, as drawing more would form tails behind him, and that would cause trouble for him later. The root ninja was taken aback by Kirito's true speed at this point, and this, when compared with the heavy loss they were suffering, made them abandon the mission and run. Of course, Kirito would not let them leave, and thus they started to focus on Kirito to catch him, but none of them was capable of catching Kirito's real speed. Kirito sends multiple winged sugar-coated kuni at the root ninja at the sound's breaking speed. Many of them were injured, while some of them directly died there. Kirito even formed some elemental combination attacks like Fireball and Wind Breakthrough. Naruto and others were also helping Kirito around. But the real problem was Sakura. When the root shinobi started to target her, Sasuke was still unconscious. Kirito soon has to leave his advantageous situation to help out Sakura. Once again the entire situation was dire when Kirito went away to save Tazuna and Sakura. Although the numbers were already less compared to the beginning, Naruto and the others were already tired after fighting and spending all their chakra. Kirito swore in his mind that he would kill Danzo in the Chunin exams after they were done here. Naruto and Shikamaru quickly got into position, ready to face the oncoming onslaught. Naruto summoned more shadow clones, while Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu to immobilize several of the Chunin before they could attack. Kirito let draw more of Nine Tails' chakra rather than using it for himself. He ended up using it to make more clones. The battle was fierce and intense, with kuni and shuriken flying in all directions, but Ino, Naruto, and Shikamaru fought with all their strength and skill, determined to emerge victorious once again. At this time Kirito also took care of all the enemy ninjas who targeted Tazuna and Sakura. Despite the odds stacked against them, the Jinin fought bravely and fiercely, using their combined skills and intelligence to stay one step ahead of their opponents. As the battle raged on, Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru could feel themselves beginning to tire. The Chunin were relentless and seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Ino's mind transfer jutsu and poisons proved to be particularly effective once again, as she took control of several of the Chunin and turned them against each other. Soon, when everything was looking like was going a little in their favor, Kirito saw both his clones who were protecting Haku pop up, and he directly rushed towards Haku to save her at his top speed. The Chunin was already about to kill Haku when she finally was saved by Kirito. This was also the exact time she woke up because of the sudden jerk. Kirito snatches Haku before the powerful jutsu from the Chunin hits her. Haku saw herself in Kirito's arms. Kirito was carrying her in a princess carry position. Haku saw Kirito's handsome face and blushed a little before coming to her senses and looking around to get an understanding of her situation. She was not planning to take Kirito's offer. She was almost about to leave the land of waves when she first heard many shinobi planning to capture Kirito. Haku once again was not planning to interfere with all this. Haku at this point does not even know Kirito's name. He never reveals the name in the first place. But she could not leave that place without consequences, as the root shinobi ended up revealing the person who gave the order to capture Kirito. She already knew that she heard a name which she should not have heard, but her luck was not good and she was soon found out before she could leave the place. She fought with the root shinobi but was overwhelmed by their number and had to run away. Unconsciously she ended up coming in the direction of Tezuna's house. She remembered that she was injured and poisoned. It was really hard for her to run away from the root. The last thing she saw was Kirito. While Haku went into a little flashback mode for some time, Kirito was already defending Haku and fighting with multiple shunins. But then he saw something which made his heart skip a beat. Both Naruto and Ino were under the enemy line of attack. He could reach one person if he used his max speed, but he cannot save both of them. His hyper-focus at this was working overtime to come up with a solution to this problem, but he could not find an answer to this situation. No answer except one: his new lightning-based speed multiplier. He has not mastered it, but if there was a time, then it was now. He still has not completed the technique, but now was not the time to think, as his brother's and potential future wife's life was on the line. He did not think too much about it and directly activated his chakra and started to convert it into a lightning element. Please work this time. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Hyperspeed Rewrite. Ding. Congratulations, host, for creating a new technique. Lightning speed. Congratulations, host, on mastering the lightning speed technique. Lightning speed upgraded to hyperspeed. Kirito was excited by all these kinds of system messages the moment he saved Naruto and Ino. Yes, it is finally completed, shouted Kirito. The excitement which he was feeling right now was not something which he could explain to anyone. For more than 2 years he has practiced this technique, and finally, he has completed this technique. His very own technique, hyperspeed. Almost sounds like thunderclap and flash, but he does not mind. The technique itself is very similar to Raikage's lightning armor. A few minutes earlier he saw his brother and Ino was about to be hit by a deadly attack, and the only thing he could do to save them was to use this technique. Maybe the god listens to him. He finally completed the technique. It was like his whole body was getting jabbed by lightning. No doubt the technique still needs mastering, but his speed really did increase in time, and he was able to save both Ino and Naruto. Naruto and Ino did not even see what happened. The speed was just like a flash of lightning. Only some group members were able to see what Kirito did, and now they were frightened by what happened next. Everyone in the Konoha knew how devastating the Flying Thunder God technique was to the enemy. Of course, these root members mistook the technique, but Kirito is not gonna correct them. They did not think anything more and started running towards the forest. Kirito saw that but did not go after them directly. He first put down his brother, then Ino, who he was practically a princess carrying. Ino might not know what happened, but she does know that Kirito saved her and was now a princess carrying him. This brought a huge blush to Ino's face. Heck, who also saw this, understood the feeling and blushed a little while no one was looking. Kirito, though, was immersed in his new technique and all the updates that the system did to the technique. The minute he got the mastery thanks to the system, he felt like someone gave him access to the speed force. Ino, Naruto, you two wait here for me. I will take care of those guys and we'll be back soon, Kirito said in a calm tone and immediately flashed from there. Naruto and Ino once again could not see Kirito moving, but they saw a flash like a real flash of light. This happens because of the lightning crackling around Kirito. A total of 6 root chunin ran away, nothing too much that Kirito cannot handle. Kirito directly used his hyperspeed, which now was completely under his control after he got the mastery from the system, and dashed towards the nearest root ninja. His hyperfocus have already spotted all the runaway shinobi. In fact, hyperfocus was kind of necessary at this speed. He immediately sends a kuni at amazing speed towards the first shinobi. The chunin did evade the kuni but was not expecting what happened next. Kirito just appeared right in front of him and directly cut that chunin's neck. Kirito just replaced himself with a kuni. Thanks to his mastery of that technique, it very much acts like Haraishin. As long as he can see the kuni, he can replace his position with the kuni. Then he went after the second chunin, who he directly used a miniature Raisin Shuriken on. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth were running at the same speed. Kirito directly appears in front of them and impales them with Kobakuroboko. I knew that this blade would come in handy, Kirito smiled. All the roots were now already killed except the one which was captured by Kakashi and Asuma. Thankfully Jonin has not seen Kirito using any of his powers, and thus his information will not be leaked. Kirito finally sighed in relief and was ready to return to his team. Kakashi and Asuma too were done with their fights by this time, but the problem was not solved because that idiot Gato also found this exact day to attack the bridge. Kirito once again had to rush towards the bridge when he got this information from his clone. No one was near the bridge to safeguard the bridge, and maybe exactly this is why Gato dared to attack the bridge. Gato might have already sent his goons to capture Tazuna's family, but Kirito does not worry about them. His whole team is there with them. Kirito suddenly had the urge to recreate what his father did in the Third World War. Maybe he does not have the Haraishin, but he wanted to test out the hyperspeed. No one was there to see what he was about to do anyway, and thus he let the flash be seen by the world once again. By the time Kirito was done and came back to Tezuna's house, He saw an awkward situation there. Everyone was looking at Hek. It was almost like she was their captive. The Jonin who was captured by Kakashi has already killed himself and everyone was super tired by this fight. All of them were looking at Kirito as if they wanted an answer. Mainly, who is Hek and how is he so fast? Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Gift from a friend rewrite. It took some time for Kirito to explain the entire thing to his team. He said that the reason his speed is so fast is because he created a new technique similar to Reikage lightning armor. Hek's story was more altered than he wanted it to be. He explains how he met Hek when he was sleeping in the forest and she was picking flowers and herbs. Pretty much the entire Naruto meeting with Hek, and after much convincing he was even able to convince Kakashi and Izumo to take Hek to Konoha. Of course, he has to say that Hek is a kunoichi and has been a runaway from the hidden mist for a long time. He did not say about her connection to Zabuza though. Hek herself did not want to go to Konoha, but now she is already under the circumstances that she had to go. She also was moved by Kirito's act of saving her and now was not so defensive against Kirito. This was the last day when the team was staying in the Land of Waves. Today was also a free day for all the Junins. While Team 7 was having fun on their own, Team 10 Shikamaru did not come as usual and Naruto replaced him with Hek came to the market in the wave to purchase a few items and have fun. Hek was with them because she only used to talk with Kirito in these few days. While Ino and Sakura did try to connect with Hek, they were not that much successful. Naruto was better at talking with Hek than Ino and Sakura combined. Hek was not like the typical normal Konoha kunoichi. She had faced more hardship than any of the girls he knew in the village. Somewhat Kirito connects with her because of his childhood. The fact that Hek only talked what little she talked with Kirito irritated both Sakura and Ino. Ino was a little worried as well because Kirito also talked to her, unlike how he used to pretty much ignore all the other girls except her. That includes Sakura as well, on whom his brother had a crush. But Kirito did not have any problem talking with her and he even was trying to make her smile. She had noticed over a few days that Kirito was giving her more attention. Ino was jealous, but she was not showing this to anyone. All of them reached a market and were looking for food and gifts which Ino wanted to purchase before going back to Konoha. You can purchase some too, Heku. Do not worry about the money. I will cover this time, said Kirito. He was trying to open up to Heku as much as possible. The reason was that he wanted to be friends with Heku. He felt bad about Heku and wanted to help her. Thank you, Hek said and smiled. Hek herself saw how sincere Kirito was from the very first day. Although she understands Kirito was doing this because he feels bad for her, she did not purchase anything in the end. She never had the money herself to purchase things for her own use before. She was already very happy about what Kirito did for her, but now she does not want to take more favors. By the end of the day, knowing that Hek did not purchase anything, Kirito went ahead and purchased something for Hek and Ino. He already knew that Ino would make a lot more fuss if he did give something to Heku and not to her. That's why he had to purchase her one gift as well. So, when they were going back to Tezuno's house, Kirito finally decided to give everyone their gift. Naruto, I have purchased a gift for you, said Kirito with a smile on his face. Naruto instantly perked up and started jumping up to get his gift. Of course, Kirito purchases a gift for Naruto. He is his brother after all. I bought 5 different types of ramen for you, said Kirito. Naruto loved the gift. I know I also have a gift for you, said Kirito, and she finally showed a bright smile. Got you a hairpin which looks like a flower, Kirito said and showed the pin to Ino, who loved the pin. And finally for you, Hek. I know you did not purchase anything for yourself, so please accept this little gift from a friend, said Kirito. Now Kirito did not know much about Hek to buy a good gift for her, but he did know that Hek was from the anime, so he just went with that information. I bought you a pendant into which you can put the image of your most precious person, so they can always stay close to you, said Kirito, and Hek was stunned by what Kirito just said. I want you to make more friends and precious people when we go to Konoha, because remember, a person can only truly become strong when he protects his precious person, said Kirito, making a critical strike on Hek. Hek was in a daze, remembering someone telling her these same lines before. Hek took the pendant with shaky hands and moist eyes. I will remember that, said Hek, and turned around and started walking. Kirito, if he did not have the hyperfocus, would have believed that she did not like the gift, but thankfully that was not the case. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. A calm day rewrite. Konoha no Seto. 2 months later. Kirito was practicing in his special training ground. After learning hyperspeed, he took 1 month's break and then immediately started working on learning Hiraishin, the next power which Minato had in his arsenal. Minato Template 50. Sabuzo was his first kill and it gave him a massive boost to his template. He unlocked Hiraishin and was eager to learn this technique soon. Another technique which Kirito wanted to learn was Idu Tensi, which he will be learning the moment he is done with learning Flying Thunder God. He also started teaching Naruto now because the Chunin was coming soon and he wanted all 3 of his teammates to be at their best. Yes, 3 because Hiruzen Sarutobi ended up putting Haku on Kirito's team. Kirito would have, but that Hiruzen would not let Kirito get too much closer to a girl who is not from this village, but that old goat surprised Kirito. Since then Haku has been working and training with Kirito and his team. At first, it was really hard for Haku to open up, but with constant try and effort from Kirito's side she ended up opening, but in the end, she is still an introverted girl, but she is much better now than she used to be in the past. On the other hand, Danzo did not even receive a slap on his wrist. Krishu does not care anymore about what Hiruzen Sarutobi do. He is not suitable to be the Hokage anymore anyway. Haku was looking at Kirito training. She was the only person right now who Kirito let to his special training ground. There were 2 simple reasons. Number 1, she is smart enough not to say about this place to anyone. Kirito trusted her as he already knew that Haku never lied to him since they came here. Number 2 is that if there ever comes a time that she needs a place to hide from someone dangerous like Danzo for example, she could hide in here. This place was secured and no one could find this place. Not to mention Kirito have rigged the place with multiple seals, so even if someone finds this place, they would not like the outcome of entering a place where they are not allowed. Allowing Haku to accompany him to the special training place also gives Kirito a training partner. Today was a special day because Haku for the first time asked him to treat her a dinner. He usually goes out with Ino regularly and eats. Normally Naruto also tag along and Kirito could say that annoyed Ino a lot. But Haku never really went with them. Today was different though. Haku accepted Kirito's offer after he pestered her for almost 2 months. Later that day, it was a pleasant evening in the Hidden Leaf village, and Kirito had invited his teammates over for dinner, along with his childhood friend Ino. Haku was with her all day long. Shikamaru did not come. He was getting nagged by her mother, surely a motivation source for him to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. As they all settled in around the table, Kirito smiled at the group. Thanks for coming, everyone. It is good to be surrounded by family and friends. As you can see, I was finally successful in bringing Haku here. Inu chimed in, of course, Kirito-kun, you know I would not miss this for the world. Ino for some reason was not on good terms with Haku as time passed, and it might be just Kirito's imagination, but even Haku was a little competitive towards Ino. Kirito did not have any idea what was going on, but he did not care as long as they did not cause problems. Kirito nodded in agreement. Same here, it is great to be able to catch up with you and get to know your friends. Kirito smiled and turned to Haku, and I am so glad you could make it, Haku, Kirito said with a warm smile. Haku smiled back, it is good to have you with me. I am sorry I did not accept the invitation before, but I am glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me, Haku said in her usual polite tone, but gave a shy look towards Ino, which Ino and Kirito both noticed but neither had any reaction. Kirito was aware that Ino was a girl who might fight over petty things with her friends. She is not bad, but it is pretty much what she is, and after some time she would forget all that and turn back to normal. But he was not expecting this farce to go on this long and even Haku to be involved in this much. What the hell is happening between them? Thought Kirito. As the food was served, they all dug in and began to chat about their adventures and experiences. Ino shared stories about her recent missions. Kirito talked about his battles, while Haku and Naruto would also join in from time to time. Haku listened intently and then spoke up. You all have such interesting stories. I am just a humble kunoichi who has a fortune to have your all company. Kirito smiled. Oh, do not sell yourself short, Haku. You helped us out when we needed it the most. Without you now Team 7 is not complete. You are already a part of the family, and I know you must have some interesting stories to share too. Haku blushed. Maybe another time. I would love to tell you when we both have some time. Although Haku said that in Ino's ears, it was clearly said as when we both are alone. That and the seductive smile he sends towards Kirito, which he does not get at all and just smiles back with his warm megawatt smile. Usually, Ino would complain about how Kirito is dense, but now she is really happy about Kirito's denseness. Haku by now also understood that Kirito was dense as hell, and day by day she was becoming bolder. This was the exact reason why Ino was on bad terms with Haku. They never let show this publicly, but the reality was very different. As the evening wore on, the group laughed and talked until late into the night. Naruto and Kirito felt grateful for the company of his friends and family and for the chance to create new memories with them. As they said their goodbyes and parted ways, Naruto and Kirito knew that this was just the beginning of many more dinners to come. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Time is little off rewrite. As the bad guys started to gain the advantage, the princess did not know what to do, but still, she did not give up and started to ignite hope among her fellow men and warriors. The evil villain was assured of his victory, but the princess overcame the difficulty and came out victorious in the end. And that's when the movie was disturbed by the scream of Naruto, who had just fallen off from the ceiling. Kirito just sighed and came down as well. Ashima-sensei told them to watch this Princess Gale movie. Everyone from Team 10 was here except Ashima. "Why, you cannot come here without tickets," said the manager. Kirito had to show his and others' tickets to the manager before he let members of Team 10 go. Kirito remembers this plot. This is the very first Naruto movie plot, the ninja clash in the land of snow. But what he did not understand that, how is this happening before the Chunin exams? Is the timeline also so different here? Did he cause this? There were many questions in his mind, but he was not sure what to think about first. He does not remember the movie that much. He never really saw the movie himself, but rather read about the plot in the fanfiction. And that too he barely remember, but he does know that this movie is not something which should take place before the Chunin exams. This movie should take place after Hiruzen was dead and Tsunade was the 5th Hokage. Then why is this happening now? He does not know, but what he knows is that the current Team 10 is not exactly ready for this mission. In fact, Team 10 was never supposed to be here in the first place. It was supposed to be done by Team 7. But here they are, and even more interestingly, Shikamaru was taken away by Kakashi for some reason. Maybe he wanted to introduce a strategy to his team, and in return Team 10 got Naruto. Naruto does not yet have the experience which he gets from fighting in the Chunin exams in Orochimaru. He also has not learned the Rasengan technique yet. Ino is currently learning close hand-to-hand and working with her poison. She is better than the canon Ino, but it is still not enough for this mission. Hack might be the only other genin in the team beside him who is ready for this mission. She is the perfect choice for this, as her ice style will be helpful in the land of snow. Kirito himself do not know what is going to happen next. Not only does he never see the movie, but at the same time, this world is getting more and more different than the canon. Kirito started to believe that this was not just a copy of the Naruto world, but an entire alternative world of which he was not aware. Could it be that on the other side of the globe, I find pirates with Heki and Devil Fruit ability, or maybe element benders? Kirito said to himself. What was that? Kirito-kun. Hack came close to him and asked in a small voice. Nothing. Hey, what are you doing? Ino asked in a suspicious tone and grabs Kirito's hand to drag him out of the movie theater. Haku also grabs his other hand and joins himself and Ino. This is what he has been dealing with all this time. While Ino is always like this, Haku only acts like this when Ino is around. Man, I love the movie, said Naruto when everyone came outside of the movie theater. You know right that we could not see the movie because of you, Ino said to Naruto in a scolding tone. Kirito and Haku sigh. Another very peculiar relationship in the team was between Ino and Naruto. Both just keep getting in each other's way. Kirito never would have thought that this team change would bring this kind of problem. While all the genin were talking, a horse jumped over the wall, and the person riding the horse was none other than Princess Gale herself. Or to be more precise, Yuki Fujikase, the princess of the land of snow, and pretty much that was the end of the knowledge Kirito had of her. Following her were some goons who were following her. What the hell? This place is so close to the land of fire. How these bandits are running wild here? Kirito asked in confusion, which started to run through his mind. But he did not have enough time to figure out what was going on as Naruto, Ino and Haku started running towards the princess, probably to save her. Kirito sighs and rushes towards the group at the same time. While he could have stopped all this plot nonsense here, he was not sure what was important and what he might or might not deal with, so he did not interfere and let Naruto do his thing. By the end of the chase, he ends up finding out that the so-called goons are none other than Yuki's manager and crew. She ran away from the set because she did not want to continue the movie. Already a headache was coming to Kirito seeing what kind of bratty actress he had to protect. By the end of the day, Ashima somehow ended up capturing Yuki and they boarded the ship to the land of snow. Here comes another plot which is not going like the canon, thought Kirito. He might have not seen the movie, but he knew that the time was a little off for this mission to come. While he was thinking about this, more shinobi boarded the ship. Kirito sensed them for sure because of his hyper-focus, but he did not know who are these shinobis. They are not rooted in Danzo. Danzo stops interfering with his business after the mission in the waves. Then who are they? He needs to make sure that he keeps an eye on them. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Bring my eye drop. I wanna cry rewrite. It took almost a day for Yuki Fujikis to wake up, and the moment she woke up she started to make all kinds of fuss about leaving the ship. But in the end, the shooting started and Kirito was bored as hell. Wait a minute, someone brings my eye drop, I need to cry, said Yuki, and everyone's sweat drop. I would have never believed that all of this is fake to this extent if I had not seen all this with my own eyes, Hex said with an awkward smile on her face. True, I never would have thought that something like this is happening behind the scenes, said Ino. Naruto also nodded with affirmation. Kirito at this time was spying on the ninja who boarded the ship. He disguised himself as a bag of ration and was hiding so he could learn what they were talking about. Remember, we need to capture the princess alive. Also, make sure to get the crystal from her, said one of the shinobi. Is this supposed to happen? Thought Kirito. He did not know the story, so he cannot say for sure whether this is canon or not. Now when he thinks about it, is this movie canon in the first place, questioned Kirito to himself. It does not matter though, whether this is supposed to happen or not. Right now Kirito needs to capture this person and get some information from them. There were only 2 shinobi here, but around 5 boarded the ship. Kirito first needed to capture these 2, then he will go after the rest. When the shinobi were about to leave the place, he activated his hyperspeed and directly captured the shinobi with a single surprise attack. For the next 2 hours, he tortures both of the shinobi to get more information. The only 2 things which Kirito found out were that the person who hired this person was called himself Doto, and the reason they were on this ship was so that they wanted to capture the princess of the snow country. Kirito wondered, why would this Gato want to capture someone like Yuki Fujikis? How the hell did they even know that Fujikis was the princess anyway? So many questions but no answers at all. While Kirito was thinking about things, the ship came to a stop. When Kirito came out, he saw that the people were setting up for the shoot. Kirito sighed but also started looking for the rest of the 3 shinobi who boarded the ship. He needed to kill all those shinobi before they created more trouble for himself. In under an hour, he took care of 2 of those shinobi without letting others know about it. But before he could take care of the 3rd shinobi, they were attacked by some other random shinobi. They were wearing some strange clothes, or maybe those were the chakra armor which he read in those fanfictions. A total of 3 shinobi from the land of snow came to kidnap Yuki Fujikis. Ashima picked an opponent to deal with while Naruto and Heck went towards the snow kunaiku with a sexy figure, while Ino was taking care of everyone else and Yuki. Kirito himself just used that time to launch his hyperspeed without others knowing and directly took care of the last shinobi before going towards the guy in a skateboard trying to look cool. With just a simple punch mix of chakra steel release, he completely took care of the person. When finally all this was done, and Yuki Fujikis were saved, the entire plot of the story is explained by Yuki's manager Sutetsu. Yuki was totally against going to the land of snow, while Ashima explained why they had to go there no matter what. Kirito was just listening and more or less was not interested in the entire land of snow arc. What he was interested in was why the Atatsuki were starting to act up so early in the story. Then the entire story went on and finally, the team reached the place where Yuki ran away again. Kirito and Naruto knew where she ran off to. Kirito had no idea how Naruto found her, but he was not going to ask because he knew that the only answer he would get is, I had a gut feeling, you know. It is a blessing to have hyperfocus and good senses, said Kirito to himself. While taking Yuki back to the group, suddenly the railway tracks started to appear as the snow started to melt. Kirito had no idea what going on, but he understood that if they did not move quickly they would be crushed by a 1,000-ton train. Kirito quickly took Yuki from Naruto's back to his own and said, Naruto, start running, a train is coming towards us. But Naruto and Yuki had just recently recovered from the sudden jerk by changing the person who was giving her the piggyback ride and did not understand what Kirito was saying. They only started to run when the train was almost visible. Naruto was pretty fast courtesy of Kirito's hellish training, while Kirito, even with Yuki on her back, was enough fast to outrun the train without breaking a sweat. But unfortunately, that was not the end of their problems, as Kirito detected multiple hostile signs from the train itself. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Land of Springs rewrite. As soon as the train stopped, a man in the royal uniform came out. Doto, said Yuki with a sneer. Kirito understood that this is what Doto Ashima explained to them. Later there came more people, and the person leading them was none other than Yuki manager. Kirito raised his eyes at this. How the hell he know that Dota was going to come here, and how the hell did he gather all these people here so quickly, thought Kirito. This is the end of you, Dota, said the manager, and attacked all of these people. Kirito already had a bad feeling about this, and his feeling was right, because the moment the train side doors opened, all the people were bombarded by a powerful attack. Honey and arrows were rained down on them, and in just a few seconds everyone died. Kirito saw this and asked himself one very important question. What would I have done if that was to happen to my people? Currently, he only cares about Naruto, Hokage and Ino, but what if in future a situation like this arrives and he has to save everyone? He should focus on learning some defensive ninjutsu in future. He mentally noted that down. Soon, the train was attacked by the combined effort of Asuma, Hokage and Ino, and the entire train was fallen off from the bridge. Kirito was still not relaxed though, because he could still feel Dota and his men alive. Just when everyone was starting to lead their guard down, Dota arrived once again in his flying ship, and his man caught Yuki. Naruto also ended up following them. Seeing this, Kirito also had to follow Naruto, and they both together entered the ship. Still, Kirito was not taking action, but he had to take action, because if he did not, then his brother or the princess could be in danger. Naruto did not know that Kirito also came behind him. He ended up being an idiot and got himself captured. Kirito saw that and sighed. Why do I even hope that he will not mess things up more than they already are, asked Kirito to himself. While Naruto was taken to prison, Kirito started his work. Because he took care of Dota, he had to take care of his men, and that too before the ship lands. Thus he ended up summoning multiple clones and giving them full access to hyperspeed and all other of his techniques. Needless to say, before the ship landed on the ground in the castle of Dota, almost all the Dota men were killed and replaced by Kirito. Kirito waited for Naruto and Yuki to be in prison before he started taking action. He sends one clone to get Naruto and Yuki, while all of his other clones are taking care of the rest of the Dota man in the castle. The only people left were Nader and Dota. Fortunately, they were at the same place for Kirito to take care of them. Both Nader, the leader of the Snow Shinobi, and Dota were not stronger than Sabusa by that much. What's going on here? I asked you to bring Yuki and Naruto to me, why are you here without them? Dota asks in confusion. Kirito, who was transformed into one of Dota's men, smirked and transformed back. I am not your goon that you can order me around, you punk. I am Namikaze Kirito of the Hidden Leaf, brother of the person you just kidnapped, Kirito said. Namikaze, you want me to believe that you are the fourth Hokage's son? Asks Dota in doubt. Oh no, not at all. Why would I want a soon-to-be dead man to believe that I am someone famous, son, replied Kirito, and this got Dota's attention. You think that you alone is enough to kill me? Asked Dota. Kirito did not answer, he just vanished from his place and got Nader with a powerful Rasengan. The power of this Rasengan was so strong that the chakra armor that Nader was wearing was rendered useless and immediately broken apart. With just one shot, Nader was dead. Dota was taken aback at how powerful that attack was and started to lose his confidence. Kirito sensed Naruto and Yuki coming over, and he understood that he needed to complete this fight faster, thus he covered his hands in steel release and created a highly compressed Rasengan. On the other hand, he had a kuni which he threw at Dota at astonishing speed. Dota hardly was able to avoid the kuni, but suddenly Kirito appeared where the kuni was advanced replacement technique and slammed a highly compressed Rasengan on Dota. The reason he used a highly compressed Rasengan is that he knew that Dota also is wearing chakra armor. I mean, come on, there is no way this guy will not wear one, right? Thought Kirito. By the time Yuki and Naruto reach the hall, both Nader and Dota are already dead and Kirito is the only person standing there. The story went pretty normal from there on, as Yuki was surprised but needless to say was thankful to Kirito for helping her. Yuki then ended up starting the heater of the land of snow and bringing the spring which everyone always dreamed about. Naruto finally got his autograph and Kirito was also happy that everything went well. Naruto, Kirito, Hokage, Ino and Asuma finally completed the mission and started their back journey to the village. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. So it begins, rewrite. Konoha no Sato. Today was a very beautiful and bright day. All the populace of Konoha was doing their work, but there seemed to be a little more activity in the Konoha than usual. It was an off day for Team 7 and everyone from Team 7 was enjoying themselves. Naruto Uzumaki was one of those people who was enjoying himself and was a happy kid for some time. Not only did he save 2 countries within just 6 months of him becoming a genin, but he also ended up getting an autograph from Yuki Fujika's which he is going to rub on everyone's faces from his class. Today in particular, Naruto was playing with Konohamaru, the grandchild of the 3rd Hokage. Naruto met Konohamaru when he was about to become a genin, and since then those two become quite good friends. Konohamaru idealist Naruto for his courage and his dream to become the Hokage. He wanted to be the Hokage and was already working hard for it, just like today when he was practicing how to become a great ninja with his Naruto-nison by playing ninja. "Are you sure this is training?" asks Kirito from the sideline. Kirito also ended up following Naruto because he did not have anything particular to do on his off day. "Yes, this is great training for Konohamaru who wants to be a great shinobi like me and you bro," said Naruto without a trace of doubt on his face. "Who are you by the way? You never introduced yourself," asked Konohamaru in confusion as he was meeting Kirito for the first time. Kirito himself almost forgot about Konohamaru. He mostly concentrated on his training and major plots and characters. "I am Kirito, Naruto's brother, and I am too a new genin," replied Kirito to Konohamaru. Konohamaru's eyes shined as he already heard a lot about Kirito from Naruto and he already had a cool impression of Kirito. "Cool, you are big brother Naruto's brother. You can also play with us, right?" requested Konohamaru. Kirito mused and nodded his head as he did not have any other thing to do for today anyway. "Awesome, then both of your first task is to find me after I go and hide," said Konohamaru in excitement. "Is not that hide and seek rather than playing ninja?" thought Kirito but did not express his thoughts. Konohamaru ran at a very fast speed and at the turning he did not see the people coming towards him and ended up running into them. "Hey Runt, watch where you are going, will you?" said Kankuro. Kirito and Naruto, who ran behind Konohamaru after hearing this, saw the Sand team for the first time. "So it is finally time for the Chunin exams here," thought Kirito with excitement. Kirito was waiting for the real plot to start for a long time and now it is finally the time. "Kankuro, do not make trouble here. We are not looking for trouble," said Tamari in her sensual voice. Kirito could have sworn he had never heard a more pleasant-sounding voice before in his life. Almost all of the Konoha girls are loud and annoying, hardly compares with this voice. But the matter of voice aside, Kirito already knew that currently, he had to be cautious in front of the Sand team knowing what their real intention was right now. "I am not making trouble, I am just teaching this brat a little lesson on public safety," said Kankuro. "Excuse me, would you please put down the grandson of Hokage before other people start interpreting this situation incorrectly," said Kirito in his most diplomatic voice. Tamara's and Kankuro's attention then shifted to Naruto and Kirito, especially Kirito who almost looks and even dresses like Minato in his early years. Even the Jonin group and people who knew Minato, which included all the clan heads and Hiruzen, Danzo and others, when saw Kirito for the first time, could not believe their eyes. But those who have never seen Minato in his early years or have never seen Minato at all are indifferent to Kirito's look, just like the Sand team. But that is not the only reason why people took an interest in Kirito. One of the main reasons was how handsome he was. Tamari also got attracted to Kirito for the same reason. A local pretty boy who, thought Tamari, checking out Kirito. "What did you say?" Kankuro said. "I said you should put down the grandson of the Hokage before the current situation goes out of hand," replied Kirito this time with a little less diplomacy. "And what if I do not?" Kankuro did not like Kirito ordering him around and retorted back. "What did you say?" Naruto said this time. Anger came to him because he was worried for Konohamaru. "Fine, have it your way. By the way, on your left," said Kirito and immediately vanished from his place and directly appeared on the left side of Kankuro. Kankuro, who was taken back, was immediately hit by a strong kick and then an exploding tag was thrown towards him which dug itself just inches apart from his face. "Try to so much to even breathe a little differently and that explosion that could take out an entire bunker will explode near your face," Kirito said to Kankuro, but was more focused on Tamari, who was close to him, and Gaara, who undoubtedly lurking around somewhere near. Needless to say, the entire group was tense and finally, the silence was broken when Gaara finally came and took his teammates away. Before leaving, Tamari gave Kirito a look and Gaara asked for Kirito's name. "It is Kirito. You will know my full name if you stay long enough in the Chunin exams," said Kirito without looking back and waving his hands. "So it begins," thought Kirito to himself. Chapter 41. Minato Template 41. Kirito's rewrite. Finally, the day came when the first test of the Chunin exams was about to take place. All the team ended up entering the Chunin exams. Team 10 also entered the Chunin exams, but one of the members, Hak, could not enter the exam with Team 10 as only 3 people in a team are allowed. Hak had to enter another team to participate. Currently, Kirito, Naruto and Ino were going toward the first examination hall to get the first test done. Kirito already had some idea of how the test was going to go, but he was not sure. This world is like the anime he saw, but at the same time, it is so different that he could not say whether the first exam is going to go like in the canon or not. "Man, I am super pumped up for this test. I am gonna be the best Databayu," said Naruto in his extremely loud and annoying tone. Naruto could not sleep well last night because Naruto kept shouting about the Chunin exam and being the Hokage. And that even in his sleep after Naruto had to knock him out, so hopefully Naruto will let him sleep. Needless to say, Naruto was annoyed and pissed, so whichever mother wants to annoy him more today will have a really good field day in the Konoha hospital. Do not be a bacon, Naruto. Naruto-kun is going to be the best, shouted Ino, equally annoyed and almost equally annoying to Naruto. Naruto sighed and not for the first time was thinking whether he should have been born into any other village than Konoha. Why all the weird people of the world are in Konoha, goddammit, muttered Naruto in a low voice. By the time they reached the examination building, Naruto sees the gate guards whose names he does not remember, bullying new Genins. Naruto already went to meet his team, and on the way, Shikamaru joined Naruto and Ino. Shikamaru and Ino were about to interfere, but before that, Naruto stopped them and explained the entire situation to them about this floor being a decoy to challenge the participants. When they finally came to the examination floor, they saw many people there ready for the examination to begin. While Naruto's teammates were observing everyone who was looking cool and dangerous, Naruto himself was only looking towards Lee and Gaara. Only those two can give him a good fight here. But then his eyes fall on Kabuto. Yes, there is another person who can, muttered Naruto in a slow tone. He already had plans for Kabuto, and thus for the time being he is not going to come in contact with him. Soon Lee ends up coming to Naruto, where he bothers Sakura and proposes his love for her. You are Naruto-kun, right? Said Lee with a smile. Naruto simply nodded and already had some idea where this was going. Lee wanted to fight Sasuke in the anime because he believed that hard work could overcome any talent. At that time Sasuke was the Rookie of the Year. But now Naruto is the Rookie of the Year, and thus there is a possibility that Lee wanted to fight him. Fight me, Lee shouted. There we go, sighed Naruto in his mind. I do not know why you want to fight me, but I am not interested, replied Naruto, and to be honest he was lying. Naruto was interested in fighting Lee, but currently, he did not want to showcase what he could do to others. I am sorry, but I have a reason to prove that hard work can surpass talent, and thus I must fight you to show my youth and hard work, said Lee. This made Naruto's already bad mood even worse. Saying that he has the talent and will not work hard is an insult to his extreme training regime which he has been following for all these years. So he has a system. So what that he has a cheat? He had to work hard to gain the power which he had gained right now. To learn a simple Shunshin he had to work extremely hard for more than 2 weeks. To learn Rasengan it took him more than a month. Every day when he does not get any results he perseverant through those times. All the time he exhausted his entire chakra because he had to maintain his shadow clones as well as training. He was perseverant. So this makes Naruto more pissed. Naruto though also understand where Lee is coming from. Not being able to use chakra is frankly a death sentence in this world, but Lee and Guy are some unique people who never stop and never give up no matter what they are facing. He commended them for this, but he was mad either way. What do you mean by hard work and talent? Are you trying to implement that I do not work hard, you cheap Bruce Lee copy, said Naruto, now really irritated. Most of this irritation was not even caused by Lee, but the poor Lee has to now suffer nonetheless. Who is Bruce Lee? Lee asked in confusion. Naruto signed. This is frustrating when even your joke is pointless to say when other people do not know what you are talking about, thought Naruto. Does not matter. You wanna fight, then come. Let me show you how much hard work I have done that people cannot even see, said Naruto in an upbeat tone, finally getting a little better at the thought of having a good fight. He did not want to show what he could do now, but who cares anyway, right? So what say you? You wanna dance? Naruto said with a smirk on his face. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Naruto's Lee to rewrite. The match started a little slow as Lee was not using his real speed and power. Naruto also did the same and in the starting only concentrated on avoiding Lee's attacks. This speed was very normal to others and they did not care too much about the fight because they thought that both Lee and Naruto were not strong at all. They did not know that Lee was merely getting a feel of Naruto's power and speed. Naruto also knew that, and he did not attack that much to give him a false trail. Easy fight or not, giving away how strong you are in a battle is deadly. It is always best to feed false information to the enemy as much as possible. Lee soon got bored of this tactic and started to fight Naruto with his full speed and power without holding back much. Of course, he did not remove his weights and never opened an inner gate. On the other hand, Naruto never removed his resistance seal and never used any of his other powers. The fight was going on an equal footing even after Lee stopped pretending. This shocked Tenten and Neji as they were watching the battle from the sidelines. Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru and Haku were also watching the battle, but they did not worry about the outcome at all as they already knew the real speed of Naruto. Konoha lotusly shouted and aimed a powerful kick towards Kirito to send him in the air, but Kirito already knew about this attack and used an instant Shanshin to get away from there. The only thing which Lee kicked was air. One of the weaknesses of Shanshin is that it requires some time to activate, so using this technique in between an intense fight is not possible. But for Kirito, who had a system and could activate this technique in an instant, the situation was different. In a short distance, this technique pretty much worked like Harajuku, but only for a few meters distance. Everyone who saw the fight now was gawking. "How the hell have they become so fast?" asked someone among all the people. "They must be using some secret technique, right?" asked another Genin. "It is pure speed and physical power," said Neji, and thought Sasuke. With the help of Byakugan and Sharingan, both the Dojutsu geniuses could say that both Lee and Kirito are not using any speed-enhancing technique. It is their pure speed. Neji was already accustomed to Lee's fast speed, but he was stunned when encountering the same speed in Kirito. Sasuke was the same. He thought that Kirito was the fastest Genin in the village, but now he was thinking otherwise. Naruto was cheering his brother and at the same time was amazed by his amazing fighting technique and speed. Lee sent a powerful kick towards Kirito, but Kirito was able to block the attack. No damage either, because he activated his steel release technique inside his clothes, so no one was able to see the skin changing color. Finally, Kirito thought about going towards the offensive. Kirito went to offensive and the attacking speed was increased by trucks, and the power of the physical attack power which he was holding back also increased. This put Lee immediately on the defensive. The speed was not an issue, as Lee was accustomed to fighting with Guy and knew how to handle a person who was faster than him. The problem was the heavy blows. Thanks to steel release, Kirito's blows were much more damaging than normal punches. It is already hurting his hand for blocking that attack, and this saying something when he takes attacks from Guy of all people regularly. The guy from the sidelines was watching the battle, and now he was also stunned at how strong Kirito was. Being a taijutsu master, he already knows how much training and dedication is required to attain the speed which Kirito have. Another interesting thing was that Kirito attacks were much more powerful suddenly. Chakra-infused strength, thought Guy, as he already knew Tsunade chakra-infused punches, and he had to say that even he would be worried if he got attacked by Tsunade punch. Lee was getting overwhelmed now after Kirito started to use one of his cheats. Finally, when Kirito was almost about to completely overwhelm Lee and delivered some good beating, Guy acted and stopped Kirito's attack. Guy was wearing a green costume, and for others, it looked like a big version of Lee suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stopped the fight. Kirito himself was surprised by the speed Guy showcase. He did see the guy moving, and it was not Shanshin. The guy appears there with pure physical speed. Most of the other Genins might have believed that he used Shanshin, but Sasuke, Neji, Kirito, Lee and Gaara knew better. "I am very disappointed in you, Lee. Fighting here before the exam started," Guy stated after he punched Lee hard enough to send him flying towards a wall. Then Guy vanishes from his place and appears behind Kirito. Kirito did not react and just let the thing happen. "You are Ashima's students, right? He has trained you well," said Guy, looking at Kirito. "Who are you?" Ino asked from the side. At this, Guy smiled and gave a might Guy smile. Chapter 43. Shedi Hokage rewrite. Konohakage no Seito. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting in his Hokage place and was thinking about many things which had happened in the past 6 months. Hiruzen already knew that he was running on thin ice, as most of the clan heads were not happy with him and also were demanding to choose a new Hokage, possibly from their clan. This was a big issue for Hiruzen. His rule was not as strong as it used to be in his early years. Many controversies have happened in the time he has been a Hokage, and this was coming back to bite him back. The destruction of Senju and Uchiha happened when he was Hokage, and now the other clan heads are targeting him. They are not fools who do not understand what is going on in the shadows. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo and the entire for which was responsible for this. They wanted to secure their power, and to do that, in their younger years they worked together to eradicate the Senju clan. The Uchiha controversy was not something which Hiruzen had designed in the first place, but he could have easily stopped the problem when it was arising. But he did not, because he wanted to use this to control the Uchiha clan. Later on, when he could not control the clan, he ended up destroying the clan by manipulating Itachi through Danzo. Then there is also the matter of the death of the Hazushi Heiga. He was the brother of the current clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Heiga clan did not make a lot of fuss about his sacrifice because he was from the branch family. Over the years, Hiruzen and Danzo were also responsible for a lot of more shady work in Konoha and deaths of the prominent figures who could have challenged their power. The reason why Hiruzen made Minato the Hokage was that he could have controlled him. After all, he was getting pressure from the village and the clan heads back then. Minato himself was a very easy-to-control person if we once gained his trust. That child never did see darkness in his life. He always stayed happy without understanding the exact situation of the village, muttered Hiruzen. Hiruzen did have a way to save Minato and took his place to cast the Shiki-Fujin technique to summon the dead god, but he did not do it. The only thing he saw was the opportunity to again sit in the Hokage position once and gain his lost power and position. He also saw another opportunity to control the Uchiha clan and make them his pawn. Well, that did not work out that well, but still it was a good plan. Although he came to rise to the position of the Hokage again, now he is facing the same issue which he was facing back then. Clans are starting to force him to appoint a new Hokage. He cannot even refuse them directly either, because he knows that he has become old and is not as strong as he used to be in his youth. This, when compared with the recent destruction of the Uchiha clan and his not giving face to the clans, was making the situation even worse. Then there was also the pawn he was trying to raise for himself. Minato's two brats. He wanted to control Naruto and make him his weapon. Of course, he will not do it like his idiot friend Danzo does. He always used subtle manipulation, unlike Danzo, who goes entirely on the dark path. Anyway, the real problem was that Naruto was too attached to his brother, and from a very young age Hiruzen did not give Kirito that much concern. After knowing that Naruto is much easier to manipulate, that was a normal thing to do. This was a regret he had, because Kirito ended up just like his father Minato, a genius. That brat was hiding his real power, said Hiruzen. Kirito never showcased his power, and that is why neither he nor Danzo gave too much attention to him, but now that is not the case. Not only he was able to defeat Sasuke, but also was able to beat his own son Azuma in the Genin test. Although he was able to do it thanks to Azuma not taking them seriously, he still worked with his team, but still, Genin even thinking about beating a Jonin. On the contrary, it was Naruto who was an idiot. Maybe it was the result of exploiting the kid too much, but he was not that much bright. Right now, Kirito is an appealing tool for Hiruzen, just like how Minato was in the past, and that is why he started to favor him and even went as far as putting the Yamanaka girl with him. The Inoshikaku formation is a very famous team in Konoha, and he had to break that formation just to please Kirito. He already has received much backlash from all three clans, especially Ino's father. That man is too protective of his daughter, thought Hiruzen with a sweet drop and a sigh. All of this trouble so that Danzo do not get his hands on Kirito, and what happens in the end? Danzo sent his Anmu behind Kirito. He was already suspected of this, but was not anticipating that Danzo would do something like this. It is a good thing that Kirito was stronger than everyone expected, and with the help of his team, he even killed all the Danzo's root ninjas. He then surely has to reprimand Danzo later, but even he knows that it means nothing in Danzo's eyes. But this explains the importance of Kirito more than ever to him. He might have the same potential as Minato, and if that is the case, then Hiruzen must have him. That is why he let him in his son's team and let Azuma be his sensei. Same reason Azuma is teaching both Ino and Shikamaru. And he had to do this for Kirito to make more bonds with the village so he could later manipulate and emotionally blackmail him. And there he offended the Ekimiki clan by removing Choji from the Inoshikaku formation. He did not want to accept Kari Kunoichi, but he did just because he wanted to bring Kirito to his function. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Trouble coming rewrite. Finally, the first test started, and everyone regretted that this was not a fight or a cool shinobi test but a written test. Team 10 and 7 were feeling the same thing, even Kirito. He already knows the answers to all the questions, but he still did not like this test. Written test is the worst, muttered Kirito with an exaggerated sigh. Naruto and Ino were not faring well either, as both of them too did not like the written test. Naruto especially, as he did not know any of the questions. Now Kirito knows that all the questions are much harder for a normal genin, and thus there is a high chance that the exam rule is just like how they were in the canon, and if Naruto plays his cards right, then he might be able to pass. It is not like Hiruzen let the Jinchuriki of the village fail here, right? If so, who is going to fight the other shinobi genins in Jinchuriki if Naruto is not there, thought Kirito. Well, there is of course me, Kirito then thought, and a sweet drop appeared on his face. There is the possibility that Naruto can pass just like in the canon, especially after he left his entire exam sheet paper blank. Another reason that Kirito could think about was Sasuke. Maybe Hiruzen had to pass Naruto because if he had failed, then their precious Sasuke-kun, which all those civilians worshipped, would have also been disqualified, and thus the civilian council would have been a pain in the neck for Hiruzen. If those two reasons are still valid, then there is nothing to worry about, as Naruto will pass this time just like that. Kirito just hopes that Hiruzen's interest in him is enough to pass Naruto as he did in canon. As the test went on, many of the participants started to cheat. This was also what happened in the canon, and Kirito does not worry about this as much. Naruto was looking around to get some answers to his problem, but there was no chance. Kirito already has formed a plan. He showed his answer sheet to Ino, who was sitting behind him, and not only passed the answers but also passed a message to help out Naruto once she was done with her question. Shikamaru, Sakura and Sasuke did not need any help. Shikamaru and Sakura are smart enough to answer the question, while Sasuke has his cheat eyes, so no problem there. Why does my idiot brother have to sit in the front seat, complains Kirito. Everyone knows that sitting behind a smart person is better if the test is going to be hard. This Kirito knows from personal experience. Ino also understood that Naruto was having a problem, and after she was done with her sheet, she started to use her mind to transfer Jutsu to possess Naruto's body and started writing the question for him. There might be a possibility that Naruto will pass, but Kirito does not want to take any chances. Once the trouble part was done, Kirito started to look around in his leisure and see what others were doing. Having a dojutsu is helpful, mutters Kirito when he sees Sasuke and Neji using their Sharingan and Bakugan to cheat. Another interesting thing which Kirito always wondered about was whether Orochimaru was also present when everyone was giving their written test. The answer is nope. Hardly anyone escaped from his hyper-focus, and he did not sense Orochimaru at all. Soon the test ended, and Ibuki, who looked much more dangerous and real than in the anime, gave everyone the 10th question. Kirito already has explained to Ino and Naruto that no matter what, until he does not say it, do not quit. It was just a reassurance considering how canon and alternative timelines just interchange in this world so far. Nonetheless, everyone who stayed passed the test. None of the Konoha 12 failed, and it was pretty much like the canon. Then the first entry of Anko happens, and yes, all the anime and fanfic were right about her appearance. She is damn hot and sexy, but Kirito did not let this show on his face because Ino and Hak were giving him side glances which he saw thanks to his senses. Kirito is still not sure what is the deal with these two, but he already knows that he is currently surrounded by muddy water and he better take caution. Although he is starting to get some hints, but do not want to believe it, it is these hints which ultimately lead to a life full of sorrow and pain. If there is one thing which Kirito likes about his powers is the incredible senses he has. Finally, everyone enters the Forest of Death, and Kirito for the first time senses the malicious aura of Orochimaru. Damn, this feeling is 10 times worse than Zabuza, thought Kirito. Kirito is not sure whether he can take care of Orochimaru currently. He does know that Orochimaru will never be able to catch him if he so wants to, but one fighting is something which Kirito is not sure of right now. Anko soon gave the scroll to everyone, and teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 and Haku's team, which was team 18, and Choji's team, which was team 16, got their scrolls as well. Finally, the team entered the Forest of Death, and time Kirito was sensing Orochimaru and was making sure that he kept his distance from that snake bastard. Even if he ended up coming towards his team or Haku's team, then Kirito could simply use Haraishin and get the hell out of there. But Kirito did not know that the world had already started to change massively, not only because this world was different from the canon but also because of his intervention. Soon, somewhere a little far from the Forest of Death, a swirling portal opened and a masked man came out with a black coat with a red cloud printed on it. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. The Shinobi Way Rewrite. The moment Kirito entered the Forest of Death with his team, he started making distance between himself and Orochimaru. He could not care less what happened to Sasuke, but considering that Naruto is on the same team, Kirito makes sure to send a clone to trail them. If something happens, then the clone will bring Naruto out of there. His priority was to safeguard his friends and brother. He already alerted Hak with special signs to avoid the scary-looking Kunoichi. Hak too went to a different location than Orochimaru. Kirito is not particularly worried about Hak because she already has his seal on her. Shikamaru and Ino as usual were following Kirito's lead. Kirito took them directly to the edge of the forest. I sense a team a little far to our north. I am sure that there are no Konoha teams. We better see who there are and get a scroll, Kirito said after getting far away from Orochimaru. Shikamaru and Ino simply nodded and followed Kirito's lead. Shikamaru is a little more motivated considering he got a good beating from her mother to participate in the Chunin exam. Of course, Kirito has a hand in this. Ino though was still a fangirl. Her fangirl tendencies were getting worse now. Kirito secretly believes that she is a yandere. Hope not, finger cross, thought Kirito. Soon Team 10 found the team that they were looking for. Just like Kirito sense, it was not a Konoha team. They were the Sound team which Orochimaru sent. Kirito though, to this date, could not figure out why they were in the Chunin exams in the first place. They are pointless. Why would Orochimaru send them if all the work is done by him anyways? If there is a person who might be placed in the Chunin exam by Orochimaru, then it will be Kabuto. Kirito already had plans for Kabuto and thus he is on the lookout for Kabuto. He is in Haku's team. This was also another thing that Kirito was so cautious about. Haku's safety was more important to Kirito than his plan which he had for Kabuto. Team 10 soon formed a plan to take down the Sound team. Kirito wanted to remove all the trouble early on. Kirito was never a fan of head-to-head confrontation and thus he devises a good plan to take down the Sound team. It was not like he did not like fighting. He loved fighting and getting stronger, but he despised the mindless fighting when things could be easily handled by just planning things correctly. The plan itself was very simple. Ino will be taking over Ken, practically taking her out of the battle. Ino did it fabulously, then Kirito threw Ino's poison darts from her main body to Ken, who was taken over by Ino. Ino's catch those darts rather than dodging them. The Sound team raised their guards, looking for the team which attacked them. At this time Shikamaru, Kirito and Ino came out. I was not expecting for you to catch that, Kirito said to the Sound team, but this time Ino, who was in Ken's body, started to move closer to the other two members of the Sound team. The other two members of the Sound team were focusing on Team 10 and did not see Ken's unusual moments. You should not have attacked us, you tree huggers, said Sake. Yes, and you should not have let your guard down, said Kirito, and this is the exact moment. Ino stabbed both Daiju and Sake with the poison dart which she caught. The Ino which was with Team 10 was just a clone of Kirito which turned into Kirito's clone. The Shikamaru beside Kirito was also his clone. The real Shikamaru at this time was guarding Ino's real body. After stabbing both Sound members, Ino stabs the poison dart to herself, making Ken's body is also affected by the poison, and then returned to her original body. All of this happened so fast that the Sound team did not even understand what happened, and before they started taking action, the poison started affecting them. The poison itself was not very strong or lethal but had a very powerful paralysis effect. This is why Kirito likes planning and doing things in a more shinobi-like fashion rather than a head-to-head confrontation. By this point, they already had both the different types of scrolls with them and they could have completed the task, but Kirito remembered one thing which he had yet to do. Saving Karen. Kirito knows that Karen was in mortal danger in the anime at this time, and there is a possibility that this might happen here as well. He wanted to save Karen. Not only this will significantly reduce Sasuke's power in the future if he becomes the rebel like in the anime, but this might also slow down Orochimaru's plan by a little bit. There is also a possibility that she came to his side, and at that time he will have an Uzumaki Kunoichi who can not only heal people but also a possible Jinchuriki who might hold a tail beast in the future. He was already giddy with this thought. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The game is mine, rewrite. After taking care of the Sound team, Kirito started to spread his senses to pinpoint the important characters in the Forest of Death. His range was enough to cover the entire forest without any problem, but to cover the entire forest he had to focus more than usual. Kirito quickly found out the first team which he knew. It was Haku's team. Haku was with Kabuto and one another genin from the leaf. Then he found the Sound team, Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro. They might be watching Gaara fight another team by himself. There was also Team 8 and 9 which was pretty close to each other, and there might be a fight-off between them if they crossed path. Honestly, the current Team 8 is not a match for Team 9. Lee and Neji can take care of most of the genin by themselves anyway. Kirito then started focusing more only to find the person he was not looking forward to meeting. He found the person he was exactly avoiding, Orochimaru. He was looming around Team 7. He surely was after Sasuke. Kirito already had a clone around there, so he did not do anything for the time being. Kirito just ignored that and spread his senses more and finally found the person he was looking for, Uzumaki Karen. She was currently traveling with her team. After getting a good understanding of where Karen was, Kirito created a shadow clone and replaced himself with the clone. The clone stayed with his team and traveled to the place where the semifinals were about to begin, while the real Kirito went towards Karen. But before going to her, Kirito wanted to visit Haku first and complete his plan with Kabuto. Kabuto was the most astonishing player in Naruto. No one thought that such a meaningless side character would cause so much trouble later in the series. Kirito understands that Kabuto has a lot of potential to be a really good pawn. He quickly sensed Haku again and started to move towards Haku at his top speed. It only took him 5 minutes with his speed to reach Haku. Hyperspeed is really helpful in situations like this. When he arrived, he found out that all the members of Haku's team were resting. They already had a battle with another team and had to run away from the fight and the exhausted look everyone was giving off. Kirito already had a plan to meet Haku and even approach Kabuto. He emulated a scenario where Haku's team thought that another team was coming towards them. The plan worked like a charm, and all the members of Haku's team immediately hid behind the trees. Kirito was using his clones to emulate Team Gaara in the forest. This was also for the fact that Kabuto would not let his team attack the Sand team because he already knew how strong Gaara was. To hide, all the members had to go to different positions. This was when Kirito made contact with Haku and Kabuto. Kirito quickly made a clone and sent the message to Haku while he approached Kabuto. Paul. I wanted to be in Team 10, but it cannot be helped. I am stuck with this other Leaf team. It is pretty boring. We already fought off another team and got their scroll, but the fight was hard. Especially for me because Kirito said not to use ice style if not necessary. We all are tired and now another team started coming our way. I groaned internally and hid quickly. We already have the scroll and do not need more trouble. Soon I found someone coming next to me and I was on full alert, but the moment I heard the next person's voice, there was a bright smile on my face. Hello Kirito-kun, I said with a happy cheery tone. Hello Haku, I hope you are fine, and your new temporary team is treating you fine, said Kirito with a smile. Even after this much time, he is still calling me only Haku, thought Haku and sighed. I am here to tell you something. There are a few people that you should be aware of. Your teammate Kabuto is also one of them. Gaara of the Sand and that scary-looking Kunoichi which I mentioned to you at the start of the test are a few of those people. Make sure that you keep your distance from them, and in Kabuto's case stay cautious. Kirito said this and immediately the clones popped away. This makes Haku pout in secret as she is looking forward to spending some more time with Kirito. Pov end. While the clones were delivering Kirito's message to Haku, the real Kirito was executing his plan with Kabuto. He found out where Kabuto was hiding and got into position. He brought out a special seal which he created himself, and attached to that seal was a single eye. Hello Kabuto, said Kirito. Kabuto was surprised that someone sneaked on him. He quickly turned back, but that was the biggest mistake in his life, and one single Manjikyu Sharingan stared at him. Kabuto immediately falls into a daze. Kirito just smirked and showed a devilish smile on his face. With this, the game will be mine before it even begins, said Kirito, and then shun Shin out from there. After some time, Kabuto finally came to his senses, but there was something more cunning and different about him. Finally, Kirito started moving towards Karen, but suddenly sensed a presence which he only sensed once in his life. Why, this motherfucker is here, thought Kirito. Chapter 47. Obituary Rite. Forest of Death. Karen Pov. I was sent here by Orochimaru-sama with these idiots to do God knows what. At least he could explain why he was sending them here. Her teammates too were a bunch of perverts. They are ready to have their way with her if they get a chance. I am not sure how will I be able to leave Orochimaru's clutches. Mother was used like a blood bank by those bastards before, and now I am getting experimented on. Why every bad thing is happening to me? Mother did tell me that things were much better before the fall of the Uchichigakure. Suddenly one of my teammates slapped my ass from behind. I just have to endure right now. I cannot do anything about this. I should be thankful that they have not yet raped me, thought Karen with tears forming on her face. While I was walking with my teammates, they kept sexually harassing me along the way, not to mention hitting me if I even put up a little resistance, but then something happened. A man who was hiding his face with a mask which looked strangely like the Uzumaki pattern appeared. Oi, who are you? You are not one of the participants, said one of her teammates. The masked man did not say anything and directly attacked her teammate. Karen was shocked by the attack, but the teammate dodged and attacked the enemy. But then something unusual happened. Her teammate's attack went right through that masked man's face. This completely stunned Karen and her teammates, but the masked man did not stop. He in front of her kills both of his teammates. Karen at first thought that the person was an Uzumaki by seeing the Uzumaki mask, but after sensing his chakra with her mind eye of Kagura, she could tell that the man's chakra was not like a Uzumaki at all. The chakra inside the man was very chaotic and was in a constant tangle. He had two different types of chakra inside him, and both of these chakras were fighting inside him constantly. Karen could also feel the man's malicious intent towards her, and the only thing she could do right now was to run away. She started to run as fast as she could, but it was not fast enough. The moment she stopped, she was again in front of the same masked man. She, this time, saw how he appeared in a vortex of space. You are coming with me, said the masked man. His voice was strange but threatening. She was about to get captured, but just then, someone snatched her out before the man could touch her. She was not sure what was going on, but when she saw the face of the person who was just a princess carrying her, she was mesmerized. She saw a very handsome blonde-haired kid with blue cerulean eyes, running on the top of the trees with her in his arms like a hero saving the princess. She almost forgot about her situation when she subconsciously felt the same Uzumaki blood and chakra coming out of him. There was something even more in him, a power which she could sense but could not put her finger on. The power was strong and felt very warm to her. Pov end. Kirito was just in time to save Karen. It would have been impossible for him to save her if Obito had so much so to even touch her. Once again, Kirito was very thankful for his speed which helped him out, but this is not the end. Obito will be following him and he needs a good plan. Kirito already knew that the Obito in this world is much more twisted and far too gone in his mental side to compare it with the Obito in the canon. He is no longer just a villain with his twisted sense of justice but a psychopath. Kirito at this point just wanted to get out of this situation with Karen. He does not care anymore. Soon Obito appeared in front of him and he had nowhere to run. He could not directly fight Obito, not without the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had not learned that technique yet, and even if he had learned that technique he had to hide that technique right now as this would put a target on him, not only by some people of the village but also other villages and the Akatsuki. Kirito put Karen down and got ready to fight. Karen looked frightened while Kirito looked worried as this was the only person in the ninja world besides Orochimaru and Kaguya herself, whom Kirito had no idea how to kill. He already has an idea what he can use but currently, he is not ready yet. Obito also looked at Kirito and the resemblance of Kirito was so striking to Minato that at first, it was really hard for him to even believe that it was not his sensei standing there, a chibi version of his sensei that is. Maybe that was the only reason he was even willing to accept that that was not his dead sensei standing there but rather his son. Obito already knew about Kirito and Naruto. He already planned to take away Uzumaki Naruto with him long ago but he currently does not have a good place to contain the 9 tails. For reason unknown, he never heard about there being 2 Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. He was here for Karen because she was also a Uzumaki. A very good backup if Nagito goes out of his control. But he did not expect to meet Kirito here. "Would you two want to come with me too, boy?" said Obito with a deranged smile and laughter. I might as well have some fun with Sensei's son, thought Obito. Kirito was getting tense. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. You are nothing like your father, right? Kirito already knew that this was going to be a really hard fight. Not because Obito was a strong opponent or he was a really good fighter but rather his one cheat ability which Kirito had no solution to. Kami. This technique is the biggest cheat in Naruto after Rinnegan and all other Sage of 6 path powers. How is anyone supposed to fight with a man who cannot even be touched while he can touch us on his will? Obito was staring at Kirito and Karen. Kirito was creating a plan. While Karen looked frightened, there was something wrong that Obito did not pay attention to. It was a minor detail that anyone could miss out on. Kirito was planning hard on how to handle Obito. He was not particularly worried about Karen. The more important thing right now was to handle Obito and see what he was capable of, especially in this alternative world. He already had sensed at least 5 Sharingan in his body. Considering that, one is his own Mangekyou, then he has taken 4 Sharingan which does not belong to him. This is extremely troublesome. In the canon, Obito only had 1 Sharingan. That too was extremely hard to fight with considering the cheat power he have. While Kirito was thinking about a good plan to kill this bastard, at least 5 to 6 times to be exact to really kill him, which is pretty much impossible even by Kirito's standards. Obito moved and rushed towards Kirito at an extremely fast speed. It was nothing comparable to Kirito's speed but still, it was very fast for normal Jonin. Kirito dodged and attacked with a kune, just wanting to know how he would react, and to his surprise, rather than using Kami, Obito deflected the attack with his own kune. So, this Obito not only relied on Kami but rather fights like a normal shinobi if he is confident enough, Kirito noted. In one sense, it is a really bad thing, because this means that this Obito, besides being more psycho and harder to kill with all those Sharingans and Izuninja techniques he can pull, he is also stronger and much more aggressive than his canon counterpart. Now, this might be a bad thing for Kirito but at the same time, he can also use this for his benefit. If he is not using Kami seeing that I am just a kid or he is being just that much arrogant, I might be able to sneak attack him, but until then I will have to play a losing game, thought Kirito. Kirito got close to fighting Obito in Taijutsu. I want to see whether Obito will use his Kami. He wanted to figure out in which kind of situation Obito was willing to use his most broken cheat. Turns out, Obito really fought him with Taijutsu and did not use Kami right away. I can use this to my advantage, thought Kirito as he just needed to make a surprise attack before Obito saw the attack coming. Another interesting thing which Kirito was thinking about was, how did Obito even get more Sharingan, as he pretty much destroyed all the Sharingan in the Uchiha Massacre time? There might be a possibility that he stole them from Orochimaru and Danzo. Who other could have a stock of Sharingans ready in their hands besides those two? Or maybe, Obito is actively working, even before the Naruto attack and even in between that time killing the Uchiha members that taking their eyes. Kirito had no idea, but he already knew that this Obito would be much harder to kill than in the canon, and this we are talking about a person who was only once hit after getting his powers. You cannot defeat me, why bother to fight me? I promise you, if you give me the girl then I will leave you alone, said Obito. Kirito could sense the lie in that sentence from miles away even without his mind eye of Kagura technique. It is a tempting offer, but I have to unfortunately deny it. I cannot let an unknown person take a defenseless girl under my presence, especially when the girl is from an Uzumaki clan like I am, said Kirito. Kirito did not want to give away that he already knew Obito and the history between him and his parent or Obito's powers and motives, and thus he talked about the only thing which he could talk about. That would be him being an upright shinobi who will save a damsel in distress. Obito just sneered at that, but of course, no one was able to see this as he was wearing a mask. Karen was looking at the fight with worry on her face, but only a few people could have noticed the hidden cunning in her eyes. Something was wrong which no one saw. Kirito finally started his plan. He ended up creating two shadow clones and fighting Obito, trying to overwhelm him. Obito was easily able to counter that. This put Obito much more at ease, considering Kirito was no threat at all. He quickly found out the real one and killed the clones. Kirito sends a kunai towards him, but he simply dodges the kunai, did not even have to use his Sharingan. You are nothing like your father, Obito said. Just when Obito was about to grab Kirito's neck and choke him, Kirito ended up saying, "Oh, you have no idea," Kirito said with a smirk. Chapter 49. Believe it, rewrite. Kirito sends a kunai towards Obito, but he simply dodges the kunai, did not even have to use his Sharingan. You are nothing like your father, Obito said. Just when Obito was about to grab Kirito's neck and choke him, Kirito ended up saying, "Oh, you have no idea," Kirito said with a smirk. The timing was just right, and before Obito could touch him and react to his sudden comment, Kirito standing in front of Obito changes into a kunai. This happens exactly at the time when Obito grabbed Kirito's neck. Obito saw in his hand a kunai and immediately got alert. It was normal kunai. Obito, when first attacked, did not give enough attention to the kunai that Kirito threw towards him. That kunai was bigger than the average kunai. In reality, the kunai that Kirito's clone threw was the real Kirito turned into a kunai. Obito realizes this a little late. Kirito, which was the kunai, turned back into his real self in the air just when he slightly passed Obito's vision and grabbed him. The Kirito grabbed by Obito was the clone which turns into a real kunai later. Obito sensed Kirito in his back and immediately started activating his kami, but Kirito already planned this. The kunai that Obito had in his hand after the clone's change had a seal tag attached to it. It was a special seal tag which Kirito developed. It is like a flash grenade but with light. It also radiates powerful chakra shock waves. Kirito created this tag just for dojutsu users. It can temporarily block their vision and even interfere with their A's special abilities. The moment Kirito was about to grab Obito's hair, still mid-air, and Obito, after sensing this, about to activate his kami power. The seal tag in the kunai that Obito was holding went off and forcefully deactivated his kami. This allowed Kirito to hold the now temporarily blind Obito by his hair. At this time, the main theme of Naruto was playing hard inside Kirito's head. All of this was happening in just a few seconds. Kirito, with his hyperfocus and hyperspeed, was able to calculate all the aspects of this move and nailed the exact timing right. The timing of when to turn back into his real form, when the seal tag will go away, and when to match that with Obito's Manjikyu opening time, and the time at which he is supposed to grab Obito. I do not know him, but I am sure that he was a great man, said Kirito, while using his current momentum, and pulled Obito back in an arc. Kirito was directly under Obito. It was like how a wrestler performed a back arc on the opponent, but Kirito only used his one hand to pull Obito back and see his other hand as a fulcrum. But his other hand already had a powerful Rasengan in it. I believe in him just like I know that if he was here then he believed in me, said Kirito, continuing his move. After bringing Obito back enough, he directly drilled the Rasengan into Obito's back while he was still in an arc in the air and Kirito was under him. Believe it, Kirito said, first time stealing his brother's line. The moment the Rasengan connected with Obito's back, Kirito launched the powerful Rasengan, which was multiple times stronger than any usual Rasengan, in the air with Obito. The push was so powerful that the Rasengan ended up pushing Obito up to 25 meters and blasted there. The blast was so powerful that even people who were far away heard the voice. Naruto was still in the position of pushing Obito up in the air with his Rasengan. The position was just like how All Might Fist was in the air after defeating an evil. The situation was heroic, and the only thing which Naruto said was, "One gone, 4 to go." Naruto was talking about Obito's Sharingan. He created this plan for many reasons. He cannot use Flying Thunder God right now, but that does not mean that he cannot leave the seal behind. He already has perfected the seal for the technique. Naruto just put a Hiraishin seal on Obito's body, to be specific, in his head. He wanted to know more about Obito's movements and location in the future, and thus he had to put a Hiraishin seal on him. Not only does this give him Obito's location all the time, but also gives him one chance to do a sneak attack on Obito in the future when he masters Hiraishin. If Obito learns about this, then he will surely look for a seal on him after the battle and might even find a way to remove the seal. Naruto doubts that he can, but his not knowing about the seal which Naruto put on him is more reassuring. Now, Obito will not actively look for a seal placed on him, and also will not find the seal in plain sight because the seal is on his head, covered by his hair. So until and unless he becomes bald in the near future, he is not finding that seal anytime soon. Now, Naruto just has to wait and see whether his gamble paid off or not. The gamble was between putting the seal on Obito's body or killing him and wasting one of his Sharingan. The real issue was the Izuniji technique. In the anime, it was not specified whether the technique only recovers the body of the user or reverses time. If the technique deals with time, then there is a high possibility that the seal which Naruto placed on Obito will also be erased. Naruto did put some time between placing the seal and attacking Obito with Rasengan. He placed the seal the moment he touched his head, just a little after the seal tag went off. Naruto can now only hope that the time gap between the seal place and the attack with the delivery is enough that if Izuniji reverses time, the seal will stay there. After the attack, Naruto was pretending that he had dropped his guard, so Obito came out. Which happened soon. Obito did not directly attack Naruto as he had anticipated. "I will kill you," said the now newly revived Obito, who appeared just a little away from Naruto. Obito was giving off a powerful bloodlust and killing intent at this time, and Karen, who was not very far away after getting hit by this killing intent, started shaking. While Obito was mad and was ready to rip Naruto piece by piece, Naruto himself was happy. His gamble worked. The seal was there, and Obito also had only 4 Sharingans now. He can sense it. Naruto secretly smirked, but on the outside, he looked surprised and in denial. "How? It is not possible. I just killed you. How are you still alive?" acted Naruto. Naruto was impressed by his own acting talent. Maybe he should apply for an acting career with Yuki Fujiki's in the future. Karen at this also looked very surprised and disbelieving. She also looked at Naruto's attack and could not believe that the masked man was alive. "You are right. You are just like your father." Annoying Obito sneers in anger. "I am not sure who my father is. No one told me, but you seem to know my father. I do not care what you think about my father or my mother. I have full belief that they were good people," Naruto said, wanting to still fake that he did not know his parents. Obito could not care less about that. Right now he was mad and just wanted to kill Naruto. Naruto too was ready for the next round and took one more Sharingan from Obito if possible. Chapter 50. Shit, what now? Rewrite. Tension was in the air and there was silence all around. After wasting Obito's one Sharingan, Naruto now knew that fighting him would be hard, because from now on Obito will be using his Kami technique. Obito took action first and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto this time around maintains his distance from Obito. "Obito Pov. This Brit killed me," was repeating inside Obito's mind again and again. With only shadow clones, Rasengan and transformation jutsu, this Brit was able to damage me to the point that I had to waste one of my Sharingan. He is just like him, Minato Namikaze, that man. I have to kill him here and now. I cannot let him grow any more stronger than he is now. Even Sensei was only able to hit me because he had the Flying Thunder God technique, but this kid is even better than Sensei. But it is also my fault. I let my guard down seeing the opponent as a boy. Not again. I will kill this boy here and now." Pov end. The fight became more and more intensified. While Obito was going on an attack, Naruto was just defending. Obito started to get bored. He already has left many openings for Naruto, so he attacks him, but he does not attack even once. "It looks like the kid is on his guard after seeing me not die in the last attack," thought Obito. Naruto on the other hand knew why Obito was leaving all those openings. He was letting him into a trap. He would use his Kami ability in the end and dodge his attack and counter immediately after. Kirito cannot let that happen. He was thinking of another plan to attack Obito, but currently, he could not think of any after getting bombarded by Obito's attack. Obito was really holding back before, thought Kirito. While this was happening, Kirito got a vital piece of information which got him concerned. "Shit, what now?" said Kirito. Obito did not understand what Kirito was talking about, but he kept on attacking. Kirito just got information from his shadow clone that Teams 7 and 10 just encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. 20 minutes ago. When Kirito left the clone with Team 10, they started walking towards the tower. But they encountered a powerful gust of wind while traveling and went ahead to see what was happening. Kirito's clones had some idea of what could be happening. It has already been so long since he saw the anime that he does not remember perfectly, but according to him, this has to be Orochimaru's doing. Which was exactly the case. At the end of the powerful wind attack, which even Kirito's clones gulped after seeing how it split apart the earth, was a lonely figure. It was Naruto who was caught in the wind attack, and now a big snake was moving towards him. "Whoa, what's that? How that snake is so big?" Ino asked. "Naruto, watch out," shouted Shikamaru after seeing her friend in danger. Kirito's clone did not stay or say anything and dashed towards him. He knew that he did not have enough time to reach Naruto, and thus he had to use hyperspeed with nine-tail chakra. There is a possibility that others learned about his technique, but right now he had to take the risk. The moment the big snake was about to meet Naruto, a flash of light came towards him at supersonic speed, and the next moment, Kirito appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. Clone took Naruto and then replaced himself and Naruto with the location where he threw the kuni while rushing to save Naruto. Naruto could not even understand what was going on with this, how he appeared on top of the tree and how Kirito was there as well. But the next moment, something even more amazing happened. Kirito took out a lot of explosion tags, and suddenly the tags disappeared, and in their place came the same kuni he had thrown before. Advanced replacement technique. In reality, Kirito just exchanges the position of the explosion tags with the kuni, which he deliberately lets the big snake eat. This all happened so fast that the other members of Team 10 could not even understand what was happening. Then came a resounding explosion from inside the snake, and the entire snake exploded to pieces. "What is going on here?" Shikamaru asked. "Right now is not the time, Shika. Naruto, tell me where this powerful wind attack came from," asked Clone. Already worried because the main body was still fighting Obito and could not come here. He might be stronger than normal clones thanks to the system, but in the end, he is just a clone. If his suspicions are right, then he might have to fight a Sannin up ahead, and he cannot delay either, otherwise, Sasuke might get that cursed mark on his neck. Kirito in general do not care about Sasuke that much, but the aftermath of this will be troublesome. Sasuke defecting, joining Akatsuki later on, trying to kill all of us, no thanks. With this on his mind, the clone opened his senses and pinpointed Orochimaru or Sasuke's location. Another thing he was thinking is that, in this world, things are much more serious and wicked. Now how much more complicated Orochimaru will be in this world when he already was a pain in the butt in the anime. "I do not know, Team 7 was looking for the scroll, but then suddenly this wind came and I was separated from my team," said Naruto. Just like in the canon, I hope Orochimaru is also a little like his canon counterpart and does not go for the kill, not until the main body is here, thought the clone. But should I even involve Shikamaru, Naruto and Ino in this mess? "Alright then, let go and see what's going on," Naruto said, before the clone thing and coming up with a plan to stop Naruto and Ino from following him. "Shit, what now?" thought the clone. Chapter 51. Power Gap Rewrite. Sasuke did not have any idea what happened suddenly, but a powerful wind came and blew Naruto away. Sakura and himself were somehow saved, but that was only temporary. Soon Naruto came back, but Sasuke had his doubts. "Stop there, what is the password?" asked Sasuke. Naruto said the password without any mistakes. Sasuke caught that and immediately threw his kuni towards him, which was the right call to action as soon as the Naruto in front of them turned into someone else entirely. "I was not expecting you to find me out. I am impressed," said Orochimaru in his disguise. A very powerful killing intent was emitted towards Sasuke and Sakura, which almost knocked them out. The images of how brutally they are going to die filled their mind, and for the first time after facing Zabuza, they both were feeling dread. But this killing intent was much more potent than Zabuza, and both of them knew that. Orochimaru sent a powerful attack towards them, but Sasuke was somehow able to dodge. But Orochimaru was just playing with them. On the other hand, Kirito's clone and his team with Naruto were coming towards the Team 7 location fast. While this was happening, the real Kirito was facing Obito, who was determined to kill him no matter the cost. Why are you after this girl, anyway? Cannot we solve this issue by talking? I am sure that we might come to a term, said Kirito, buying time to think of a good strategy. It is none of your business, and do not think that you are leaving this forest alive, said Obito, death set on killing Kirito. Kirito just sighed and made more shadow clones to distract Obito. After some time the clones, Shikamaru, Ino and Naruto finally reached the place where Sasuke was fighting Orochimaru. His condition was not good, but he did not have any cursed mark yet, and that's enough for the clone and the real Kirito. Shadow imitation. Just Shikamaru quickly sent his shadow towards Orochimaru, but he dodges it easily enough. Naruto and Ino quickly cover both Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke was badly injured while Sakura was shaken by all the killing intent Orochimaru emitted. Clone and Shikamaru were keeping an eye on Orochimaru. "Kukukuku, I was not expecting more people to join us," said Orochimaru in his deranged laughter. "And I was not expecting a shrimp criminal to come here in Konoha." "Why you are here?" Orochimaru asked Kirito. He intended to bring Orochimaru's focus onto him and also tell others how dangerous of an opponent they are facing. This is not comparable at all. This amount of killing intent is much higher than Zabuza, thought the clone. Kirito knew that the power rating in the Naruto series is kinda hard to understand, especially later in the series where all sorts of cheat-like abilities are there, like Kami or Sixth Path Sage Mode 8. But only now he could feel how much of a power difference there is between a genin and a normal cage-level ninja. In NM, something like this will be easily forgotten when Naruto stand up again after getting beaten up and the main theme starts playing, and the drums start to beat. But not here. This is not comparable to what Kirito anticipated. While the clones were having a hard time accepting the power difference between a normal Jonin to a cage-level shinobi, other members of Teams 10 and 7 were shaking at the killing intent which was being emitted. When the clones noticed this, the only thing which he can think about is this is not like the NM. The power gap between a Jonin to cage-level shinobi is too high here than in the NM. Kirito never has seen a cage-level shinobi fight before, so he cannot say otherwise. Even Obito, who he was currently fighting, was at best Jonin level with one cheat which let him hang with cage-level shinobi. His power limit and killing intent are not as potent as Orochimaru's. Or it could be that Orochimaru's killing intent is unnaturally potent. "Get back, Sheikah. You cannot handle this fight. Take Teams 10 and 7 out of here. I will hold Orochimaru back," said Clone. "I cannot. You will die if I leave you alone with this guy," said Shikamaru. "Come on, Sheikah. You know that I got the best chance among all of us to get out of this alive. I will not die, I promise, but if all of us stay here then it will hold me back. I will not be able to run away," said the clone. He already knew that Naruto would not listen to him, and thus he needed Shikamaru to control Naruto and take Naruto with him. After thinking, Shikamaru just nodded and started taking action. Orochimaru was looking at all of this thing happening as if he did not care whatsoever. He is so confident about his ability to get what he wants that he completely underestimates Kirito's clone and his team, with Team 10 included. "It is a good thing. Let him underestimate us. I have to quickly come up with a plan to take care of Orochimaru here in the meantime." Oh. On the other side, Kirito was not faring well against Obito. He could easily handle any normal Jonin, and he is even confident that he might be able to handle some low-end cages as well. But Obito is a different case. How are we supposed to fight a guy we cannot even touch? "It is pointless. You will die here and nobody can change that," said Obito. Kirito was already feeling the pressure, besides his nine-tailed chakra, which he cannot use because that would expose his mastery of nine-tailed chakra to others. He has another two options which might work, but the first option's chances are less than 30% that will work. Kirito has not completed that seal yet. The second option's chances are almost 100%, but it requires perfect timing, which is not right now. "What happened? Are you finally giving up? If you do, I might give you an easy death before taking the girl," said Obito. Suddenly, Kirito remembers something and smirks. Of course, why I did not think about this sooner, thought Kirito. He turned towards Karen and shouted, "Run, start running." Karen, who already acting strange throughout the battle, and later on Obito also noticed this, looked towards Kirito. Her eyes were on Kirito like asking, "What are you talking about?" But suddenly she widened her eyes and started running as fast as possible with recognition in her eyes. "Now, let's see what you choose to do," thought Kirito. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Like father like son rewrite. Obito's true intention was to kidnap Uzumaki Karen. Kirito had no idea why, but he wanted Karen, so he asked Karen to run because he wants to see what Obito chooses. Will he be fighting him? If so, then he cannot do anything. But if he goes after Karen, well then, Kirito thought and smirked a little. Obito saw Karen running. He knew that if Karen contacted someone important in Konoha like the Hokage, then he would not be able to kidnap her without consequences. When his clones were about to go after Karen, a few high-speed kuni attacked them and popped them up. "I am afraid that I cannot let you go after the girl," said Kirito, acting once again like a good little people-loving shinobi. Obito had no other option but to use his kami, and he directly went after Karen. I guess my decision was right after all. Now it is time to see whether the plan works or not," thought Kirito. On the other side of the forest, Kirito's clones were facing Orochimaru. "Shikamaru, what you are doing here? Come on, we need to help Kirito," said Ino. "Yes, believe that Databayu, we gonna beat that Orochi what his name is to a pulp," said Naruto with excitement. "Troublesome," said Shikamaru. "Shadow imitation jutsu," Shikamaru said, and connected his shadow with Naruto. "Oi, what are you doing?" complained Naruto as he was stopped before he could go and help out Kirito. "We cannot help Kirito in this battle. We are not a match. Kirito told us to leave here, and I fully agree," said Shikamaru, still a little doubting his decision. "What, no way. I will never leave my brother here alone with that freak," shouted Naruto and started struggling to get free. "How can you say that? We cannot leave behind Kirito-kun," Ino said, starting to understand the situation better than Naruto and already had a few tears in her eyes. She already knew who is Orochimaru, and she also knew that if they faced him then all of them would die here. "Ino, do not be a fool. You know as much as I do that we are no match for him. Kirito is the only person who might have some chance against him. He has given us a chance to get away, and if we do not then all of us will die here. Not to mention we will just hold back Kirito. There is a possibility that we might get away from Orochimaru, but with us being here, that's impossible," said Shikamaru, trying to convince Ino, who is better to reason with than Naruto. Ino unwillingly has to agree with Shikamaru. Naruto though did not agree and kept struggling to get free. Ino quickly helped Sasuke and Sakura to get away while Shikamaru dragged, shouting and cursing Naruto with his shadow imitation jutsu. "Oh, seems like your valuable comrades just left you, Kirito-kun," said Orochimaru. Orochimaru already knew about Kirito as he beat Sasuke and Danzo's root shinobi. Not only does he get the information from Danzo but also his spies like Kabuto. And he has to say that the kid exactly looks like that brat Minato. It is almost like he is looking at Minato right now, that piercing gaze that Minato always gave to his enemies, this slight but laser-focused killing intent. Everything is the same. There is no doubt that Kirito is Minato's son. The only thing that he now needs to see is whether he holds the same potential as Minato or not. "You do not have to worry about them. Your opponent is me," said the clone. "Very well, then show me how much better you are than Sasuke," said Orochimaru. With this, the clones rushed towards Orochimaru at his top speed. The speed was not as fast as his original body, but it was not bad either. Orochimaru was surprised by the speed. "That speed, it is better than most Jonin," thought Orochimaru. Clone quickly reached Orochimaru and attacks him with powerful taijutsu. He already knew that those attacks would not work, but at the same time currently, he does not have many things which will work, so the best idea is to understand Orochimaru's fighting style and make a plan. If not anything, he will be buying time for his brother and rest to get away from Orochimaru. When the original will come, he can handle this snake bastard. For the time being my only task is to gather information, thought the clone, and start high-speed close combat without worrying about his short life. On the other side, Karen was running away at her top speed. She was already pretty far from the fighting area where Kirito and Obito were fighting, but she was still vigilant about her surroundings. Suddenly a portal opened and Obito came out. He looked towards Karen and started walking towards her. "You cannot run from me. What is the point of running and hiding when you can have a good life? I can give you the power which only the gods could have," said Obito. Karen at this time was shaking and tried to run away again, but Obito appeared in front of her in an instant. "Enough running around. I am done playing games, girl. You are coming with me," said Obito, and was about to grab Karen but was interrupted. Kirito came out at a very high speed and attacked Obito. How did he come here so fast, Obito thought, and became even more frustrated with Kirito. He quickly started his Kami ability and let Kirito go past him. The moment Kirito's attack passed, Obito grabs Kirito and body slams him into the ground. Kirito did not even understand what happened as the attack was so fast. Then Obito kicked Kirito and was sent flying towards a tree. The impact was so powerful that Kirito ended up coughing blood. "You are just as annoying as that man. I would have killed you today, but you are fortunate that I have more important things to do," said Obito, and with a high speed he grabbed Karen. Karen tried to resist but could not remove her hands. Kirito also throws his kuni at supersonic speed towards Obito, but the attack just passes through him. Soon the swirling pattern appeared in the air and both Obito and Karen were about to teleport away. Ironic. Last time I checked, your father too was not able to save your mother. Like father like son I like guess, mocked Obito. Like you are the one to talk, thought Kirito. Maybe, but I assure you that this is not the case today, said Kirito plainly, but he had a devilish smile on his face. Obito saw this smile but could not understand what was happening, but then he realized something and looked towards Karen. She too was smiling just like Kirito. Tick tick boom, said Karen. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Hook, line and sinker rewrite. Ironic. Last time I checked, your father too was not able to save your mother. Like father like son I like to guess, mocked Obito. Like you are the one to talk, thought Kirito. Maybe, but I assure you that this is not the case today, said Kirito plainly, but he had a devilish smile on his face. Obito saw this smile but could not understand what was happening, but then he realized something and looked towards Kane. She too was smiling just like Karen. Tick tick boom, said Karen. Obito quickly tried to stop the teleport or shake off Karen, but both were impossible. Option 2 is a success. Exploding shadow clone jutsu, thought Kirito. Boom. A powerful resounding voice of explosion sounded throughout the forest of death. Kirito just smirks and wait for the Obito to revive. Few minutes later. I will kill you, Obito said, this time totally mad. When did you do that? Asked him, still not sure when the real Karen was exchanged with a clone. I had my eyes on that girl thought out our fight, and even after she ran away, there is no way you could replace her with a clone, shouted Obito. True, I could not replace her when you were so close and always had your attention on her, but who told you I chance her with my shadow clone after we started fighting, said Kirito with a smirk. This stunned Obito. What, this means you were till now acting to protect this shadow clone, shouted Obito. Why would I keep a possible hostage for you while we were fighting? I already sent her away with my shadow clone, the moment I snatched her from you the first time. Flashback. The moment Kirito used his super fast speed to save Karen from Obito, he only had two options to do. One, he could keep running, but Obito will catch them sooner or later. The second is to send Karen away, but the problem is that Obito will sense her leaving. Now this will be a problem for other people but not for Kirito. Not only he can create a shadow clone with not only look like Karen but also have the same checker properties as her thanks to his transformation technique's attribute change ability, but he can also easily sneak out of Karen without Obito sensing her with Hiraishin. The moment he was out of sight, he quickly makes clones. One took Karen from him and flashes away while the other turned into Karen and carries her like he was carrying Karen to continue the act. Flashback end. Kirito smirk. His plan worked out from the very beginning. He never was saving Karen when fighting Obito. He already did that. He was understanding Obito's powers and techniques and of course, kill him as much as possible and waste his Sharingan. But how my Sharingan could have caught the chakra nature difference, said Obito. Well, it is for you to find out. Maybe those stolen eyes are defective. Or you could be a Tachiachi, to whom I will only say one thing. I honestly was expecting more, said Kirito in a mocking tone. You will die today, shouted Obito. Maybe, if you catch me. The one in front of you though is just a clone. Kirito's clone winked and popped away. Namakasi screams Obito surrounding the forest. Kirito, who was listening to Obito's screaming and had a smirk on his face. Well, let's see, time to update my Namikaze handbook, thought Kirito. Saving sexy redhead girl from being kidnapped. Done. Beating the shit out of Uchiha lover boy. Done. A Rasengan at the back of a masked man with style. Done. Let's see, the score is Kirito 2, Obito 0, thought Kirito, and was happy that he was able to destroy 2 of the 5 Sharingan that Obito had. Kirito has no idea whether he has more or not, but this is a win for him, and next time when he fights Obito, he will have a countermeasure ready for Kami. And he accomplishes all of this without exposing that he is capable of using Hiraishin or that he put a Hiraishin tag on Obito. Now the only thing left is to take care of Orochimaru, thought Kirito with a sigh. This time around, Kirito's clone was facing Orochimaru in close combat fighting. The fight was not going so well for him. Orochimaru was overpowering him in every sense except speed. His speed was the only reason that he was still now able to dodge Orochimaru's onslaught. Kukukuku, you are something else, Kirito-kun. I thought Sasuke was a genius, but you are better than him in all aspects, especially in the speed department, said Orochimaru. Such a shame that you do not have a Kikki Jinki like the Sharingan, thought Orochimaru. He honestly was impressed with Kirito's speed. In fact, The speed was almost comparable to his own, which is high praise coming from his mouth considering he is the fastest among all the Sanins. You surely are Minato's son, said Orochimaru. Clone finally found a chance to delay the fight and make a plan. He quickly backed away and asked, mustering all of his acting skills. Minato, muttered the clone, acting his best, confused and expecting answers face. You knew my parents? Asked clone after some delay. Orochimaru narrows his eyes. Seeing a chance to manipulate Kirito with this information, he started making a plan. On the other hand, clone was also creating a plan to take care of Orochimaru. He currently does not have enough power to use powerful jutsu like Rasen Shuriken. Unfortunately, all the efficiency of techniques does not work with clones. Yes, of course, I knew your father and mother, but it seems like no one told you who they are, did they? Orochimaru did not question but rather said this with confidence. Clone narrowed his eyes. Not even Hokage knows who they are, and now you expect me to believe that you know, said the clone. But inside his mind, he was only thinking one thing. Hook, line, and sinker. Chapter 54. Idiots rewrite. While Kirito's clones were creating a plan to take care of Orochimaru, Orochimaru said something which honestly piqued his interest. Do you want to know who are your parents or how they died? Or perhaps who killed them, said Orochimaru, knowing fully well that this will attract Kirito's attention. The only thing which clone was thinking at this time was how and who is not a mystery, but again, this world is a lot different than the canon I know. Who, clone asked, for once forgetting about creating a plan and solely intending to know about the truth. Kukuku, not so fast, Kirito-kun. What would I get if I gave you this information? Asked Orochimaru in his deranged laughter. What do you want from me then? Asks the clone. I want you to work for me, said Orochimaru. Not happening, said clone. You might want to reconsider it. You know that I can give you everything you ever wanted, even bring your parents back to life, said Orochimaru. Considering how Kirito reacted, he thought that he might change his mind if he brought his parents back to life. Not interested. I am not interested in power or bringing my parent back to life. They are already dead and I do not have any attachment to them anyway, so no thanks. All I want to know is what happened back then, why me and my brother are considered as a demon and being hated by all the villagers, said the clone. Orochimaru learned more about Kirito's character as he talked with him. According to him, Kirito is pragmatic and until unrest, he could give him something which he wants, he might willingly come and serve under him. But the information on his parents is not enough, but to increase goodwill might want to say what exactly happened back then. Interesting, how about this, if you give me a good fight, then I might give you a little hint about what happened back then, said Orochimaru. Clone at this time was already sure that he had to fight no matter what and again took a fighting pose. Fine then, I will fight with you for this information, said the clone and again started making a plan. He dashes forward and sends multiple kuni towards Orochimaru and with the help of the shadow cloning technique, he multiplies these kuni into hundreds. The kuni were coated in wind chakra and were coming towards Orochimaru at subsonic speed. Orochimaru, after seeing this, summons an earth wall. He was now taking this battle seriously because he wanted to see how powerful Kirito was. The earth wall was surprisingly strong enough to block all kuni and this shocked the clone. He then rushes towards Orochimaru with his top speed. Orochimaru though sends multiple snakes towards the clone. Clone saw this coming and did an instant replacement jutsu just before getting bombarded by all the snakes. Clone was already running low on chakra. He was not created with the intention of fighting this long fight with a cage-level shinobi. Orochimaru could also feel that Kirito was running low on chakra and was disappointed by him. Kirito's fighting power is good enough but the chakra quality is pitiful, thought Orochimaru. He was considering Kirito as a replacement for Sasuke if his plan did not work out, but now he was not so sure. Having this less chakra will cause him in the future. Currently, the amount of chakra clones had was not much more than that of a simple Jinin. He started with only Chunin level chakra and has depleted a lot of his chakra fighting Orochimaru. The clone was slowing down and this gave Orochimaru an opportunity to shoot and extend his neck. The moment Orochimaru extended his neck, the clone understood what he was planning to do. Being a clone, it does not matter whether he gets bitten or not, but he needs to make sure that not to pop away. Thus, rather than fighting more or dodging, he used up all of his remaining chakra to fortify his body so he do not pop away before Orochimaru is gone. The moment Orochimaru bit the clone, a sharp pain ran throughout the clone's body. With only sheer will, the enhancement the system provided was the only reason he did not pop away. Kukukuku, I would have played with you more, but I also want to catch Sasuke-kun and you are delaying me. Before leaving, I might as well as tell you that the person who might be responsible for your parents' death is someone from Konoha itself. You might find him in the shadows," said Orochimaru. Clone heard that, and the only name which was running inside his head was Danzo. How could Danzo be connected with this incident? In the canon, only Obito was responsible for the nine-tail attack and death of Minato and Kushina, thought the clone. "I will meet you again, Kirito-kun. Until then you can use the gift which I just gave you," said Orochimaru, but suddenly he dodged away and jumped back. The clone was wondering what going on. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Izumaki Barrage. Suddenly the shout came, and the clone which got all the answers he needed from Orochimaru and was about to use all of his chakra to blast himself with Orochimaru so close to him stopped. Idiots, that the only thing the clone was thinking. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Title at the end rewrite. Naruto did not have anyone tell him whether he could fight someone or not, especially when his brother will be fighting the same guy who he is currently running from. "No, I am not running, believe it," mutters Naruto. It was Shikamaru who was making him run away. He was not sure how to break free. "Let me go, Shikamaru. I want to help Kirito fight that snake guy," yelled Naruto. Shikamaru was not having any of Naruto's talk and kept running towards a safe place. Even Sasuke did not want to run, but he knew that he currently is not a match for Orochimaru. "We cannot, Naruto. Kirito has given us a chance and we need to use this to get away," Shikamaru said. "Oh yeah, well, I am not running away. I will not leave my brother to fight that guy while I run away," said Naruto, and again started his pointless struggle to break free. But it was not like he was not making a difference. Shikamaru was already losing a lot of his chakra by trying to contain Naruto. "He is right." Suddenly the voice came. This stopped Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Sakura in their tracks. It was Ino who said it. "I do not care whether I can fight Orochimaru or not, but I will not let Kirito fight that criminal alone. We are a team, Shika. We should be with him, helping now running away," Ino said with full determination. Ino, no matter how hard she tried, could not make herself run away from this situation and leave her Kirito-kun alone in danger. "I am going back to support Kirito-kun," said Ino, and turned back. "This is not the time to play the hero, Inopeg. We need to get away, otherwise Kirito stays behind for nothing," said Sakura, trying to convince Ino. "I do not care. That idiot is not dying before he officially makes me his girlfriend. I will not let him," said Ino in determination. This was the time Naruto finally broke himself free as Kumaru's chakra started to make him stronger in his time of need. Shikamaru was already lazy and now he was also tired both physically and mentally. "Alright, let go and save my brother Databayo," said Naruto, and started rushing towards Kirito before others could say anything more. Shikamaru and Sakura just sigh. Ino on the other hand also rush after Naruto. "I am also going," said Sasuke. "What? Why?" "They want to fight Orochimaru. Why should we interfere?" said Sakura. Sasuke did not say anything but just ignored Sakura and also started running towards the fight. "What a drag. I should not have entered into the Chunin exams in the first place," complained Shikamaru, but he also went after everyone. Sakura, who could not do anything about this, was annoyed and had to follow the rest of the team 7 and 10. Just a few minutes later. "Shadow Clone Jutsu, Izumaki Barrage," shouted Naruto and attacked Orochimaru. He was the first one to reach Kirito, and after seeing that the weird snake guy just bit Kirito, he could not stop himself, and in his adrenaline, he ended up creating multiple clones and attacking Orochimaru from multiple angles. Orochimaru of course dodged all those attacks and even launched his own snake attacks to pop the majority of the clones which Naruto made. Kirito's clones were thinking about why Naruto was here when he told Shikamaru to drag him away. Before he talked with Naruto, the pain which was running through his body intensified and he finally could not endure it anymore. Pop away. Suddenly Kirito, who just handled Obito, got his clone's information. "Damn, why does Naruto have to be so troublesome?" Kirito said to himself, but inside he was smiling. Naruto exactly acted like the Naruto they knew from the anime, someone who he was inspired by in his childhood. His clone fully knew that Naruto would not listen to him and thus asked Shikamaru to drag him. He himself knows that Naruto is not someone to abandon his important people in need. Sigh. I think I have to take care of Orochimaru too. Thankfully Orochimaru did not realize that he was fighting with a clone all this time, otherwise it would have been more troublesome to save everyone till now, thought Kirito. With this, Kirito used hyperspeed and flashed from his place. Naruto was fighting Orochimaru with everything he got, but it was not working. He even activated Kurama's chakra in the middle of the fight, and yet he was not making any difference. The power difference between a genin and a cage-level shinobi here is much more profound than in the anime. At one point, Ino and Sasuke also joined the battle, followed by Shikamaru. All of them were barely able to contain Orochimaru. Orochimaru at first was in a hurry to find Sasuke, but now he is not in so much hurry and started to play with his prey. "Damn it, we are not making any progress," said Naruto, panting. "My mind transfer jutsu is not working on him," said Ino. "This cannot be happening. If I cannot even defeat him, then how will I kill Itachi?" thought Sasuke. Shikamaru at this time was thinking about a plan to deal with Orochimaru. Sakura was not joining the fight. She was not strong enough to join the fight. Ino has gotten training for karate from a very young age and was much better than Sakura at fighting. Sakura in comparison was better than her canon counterpart thanks to her rivalry with Ino, but was far outclassed by Ino long ago. "QQQQ. I was not expecting all of you to come back again. Kirito-kun should have just let go and run away himself," said Orochimaru. Everyone was getting more and more tired after running and fighting with Orochimaru. When everyone again started to fall in despair, something happened that they were not expecting, mostly Orochimaru. "Believe me, I am equally surprised as you are," said Kirito. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Full the Sannin rewrite. "QQQQ. I was not expecting all of you to come back again. Kirito-kun should have just let go and run away himself," said Orochimaru. Everyone was getting more and more tired after running and fighting with Orochimaru. When everyone again started to fall in despair, something happened that they were not expecting, mostly Orochimaru. "Believe me, I am equally surprised as you are," said Kirito. Everyone saw Kirito and thought about how, according to them, Kirito should have been lying somewhere on the ground after falling from the branch when Naruto destroyed the area with his shadow clones. Not to mention he was already low on chakra and was almost beaten by Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also thinking about how Kirito was standing there indifferent as he already had attacked him with his cursed mark. "How are you standing here like this? I bet you just now," asked Orochimaru in stunned surprise. "Ever heard of shadow clones jutsu? I replaced myself just before you were about to bite me," said Kirito. After hearing Kirito, both Naruto and Ino sighed in relief. Sasuke, Shikamaru and Sakura were indifferent. It was only Orochimaru who could not believe Kirito. He never saw Kirito using the replacement or shadow clone technique while fighting. Not to mention he himself felt how real Kirito was when he bites him. There is no way he could have faked it. Before Orochimaru said anything more, Kirito intervened. "I am sure you have a ton of questions, but before I answer, these people want to talk with you. I hope you do not mind, right?" said Kirito. The moment he said this, many Jonins and Anbu came there. This stunned everyone in there, especially Orochimaru, because he never senses any of them coming. He wondered whether this was a genjutsu, but that was not possible as he already tried dispelling it, not to mention the chakra that they had was really like Anbu and Jonin of Konoha. Among the Jonin were Ashumo and Kakashi, who immediately came beside their respective team and was ready to take action. "Kakashi-sensei," said Sakura and Naruto, but Kakashi did not react to them and only kept staring towards Orochimaru, and Ashumo was the same. Seeing so many Jonin and Anbu here, Orochimaru was now having other thoughts about attacking Kirito and Sasuke. "I was not expecting many of you to join the party. Kakashi-kun, Ashuma-kun," said Orochimaru. Kakashi did not answer but just kept staring at Orochimaru, and Ashumo also got ready to fight. Kirito on the other hand took Team 7 and his team out of there a safe distance. None of them refused, seeing how much outmatched they are going to be in the upcoming fight. Orochimaru finally gives up and retreats from there without starting another conflict. "Kirito-kun, how did you find Kakashi-sensei and bring him here so fast?" asked Ino. Kirito just smirks at this. "What are you talking about, Ino? I never brought Kakashi-sensei here," said Kirito with a knowing smirk on his face. Ino was taken aback by this. Ino at this time already knew that Kirito might have done something. Over the years, she has realized that Kirito is a good person, but at the same time, he is also really good at deception. He called it a shinobu's way. Could it be, thought Ino. Naruto and the rest of the Team 10 and 7 however did not understand what Kirito was talking about and were just about to ask him what he was going on about, but that was the time they all saw something which they were not expecting at all. The moment Orochimaru was gone, all the Jonin and Anbu disappear with a puff of smoke. "Shadow clones," Shikamaru mutters in a haze. "You just fooled a Sannin with just a bunch of shadow clones?" asked Sakura in an equal amount of shock. "I already planned to use this and escape, but then you all butt in," Kirito said. "I told you that you just need to escape, did I not?" said Kirito, glaring at everyone. Only he knows that no one can just fool a Sannin or even a normal Jonin with something like that. The only reason he was able to pull this off was because of his ability to change chakra attributes. Orochimaru could have figured him out at once glance, but the different chakra attributes which he copied from many Anbu and Jonin like Kakashi and Ashuma came in handy here. Thanks to the system, he was able to replicate that chakra signature perfectly and fooled Orochimaru. He wanted to fight with him, but with Team 7 and his own team being around, he had to find out an idea to take care of this issue without conflict. Needless to say, he completed the objective fantastically. Now the only thing left was to reach the tower. Sometime later, when Kirito was done scolding his team and giving enough sarcastic remarks to Shikamaru, they all started to move towards the tower. "Why are we traveling with them again?" asks Naruto, already whining about Sasuke's attitude. With Orochimaru, he was currently cursing all those Jonin and Anmu for coming at the worst possible time. He also was very confused about how Kirito was able to avoid his bite. He was not buying his bullshit about it being a clone. He was sure that he did bite Kirito, the real one. Obito's condition was much worse than Orochimaru's. Not only he could not get Karen, but he also ended up losing 2 Sharingan because of Kirito. He was currently so pissed that he just wanted to infiltrate Konoha and kill that brat. While all of this was happening, maybe the happiest person was Karen, but more on her later. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Karen rewrite. Karen Pov. The moment when the masked man was about to grab me, this person saved me. I do not even know his name or could see his face clearly because my glasses fell off the moment he saved me. While jumping from tree to tree, he was carrying me like I was some kind of princess. I had no idea what to say to this guy, but I did know that I should be thankful. While I was thinking God knows what, I suddenly felt like the person just threw me in the air. This finally brought back the panic state which I had before, and I started to cause a fit. The accepted hard fall to the ground from 15 meters height did not come through because I was again caught by someone else. No, it is the same person, I thought after seeing his face. I could not see the face clearly because I did not have my glasses, but I could figure out a few similar details, but that's it. Then something even more interesting happens. Then it was like lightning around us, our speed increased and he brought me here. I first thought that it was some kind of genjutsu, but I could not see any disturbance in my chakra. "What's going on here? Who are you? What are you going to do with me?" I said in a panic as more strange things were happening to me. The expected answer never came, and this made me more suspicious of the other person, and I started to back off. I desperately wanted to run away, but that was not an option, not at least considering that I do not have my glasses on me. "Calm down, you are safe now," said the boy in front of me. He was almost my height, maybe a little taller but no bigger than a kid my age. He cannot be a man yet. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" I asked. "I am Kirito. I am a genin of the Hidden Leaf, and I brought you here because I saw you in trouble," said the now-named Kirito. "Who is this masked man then? How did you know the person?" I asked in more panic. For some reason, I could not calm down, maybe because it was I did not have my glasses, and currently, I could not even protect myself if this person attacked me. "Calm down, I know you are currently agitated and in panic, but I promise that you are safe here. I am not going to do anything to you," said Kirito. "Here, I pick up your glasses when I pick you up," said Kirito and handed me something. I quickly reached out and finally confirmed that there were my glasses. I immediately wore them. The moment I wore my glasses, the sight in front of me was something which I do not think I will ever forget. It was a boy just like I anticipated, but he is not only a boy but a really handsome boy. He had blonde hair, cerulean blue eyes, and a very bright warm smile on his face. This went in contrast with the fact that this person just saved me and the setting of the surroundings, which miraculously changed from a deep dangerous forest of death to a beautiful sunny site with a lake nearby. I was taken aback. It took me some more time to reboot, and Kirito just waited patiently for me all this time. He always had that bright smile on his face. Is this love at first sight? That was the only thing I was thinking. No, I was thinking much more than just love at him after seeing his handsome face, but I need to hold those thoughts back. Pov end. Kirito clone Pov. Man, I might be only a shadow clone, but I am lucky to see this before the real one. Kishimoto-sensei really did not do justice to Karen. This is not the weird hair and reddy girl from the anime at all. The girl in front of me might be the most beautiful girl I have seen, or maybe it is my Namika's blood and I had a thing for redheads. The original could not see her well when we just snatched her from Obita's grasp, but now when the adrenaline is slowly running out I can clearly focus on her. I could tell that she might be as much or even more beautiful as Kushina. Those violet-purple eyes and that beautiful face. That toned figure with slender legs and a modestly developed book of curves cuff. While I was practically ogling her, she asks me something. I completely missed that, but good thing that she could not tell where I was looking. I had her glasses. Thank God. I quickly calmed down and started talking. I knew that she was panicking and thus I gave her glasses back to her, but not before taking a good look at her cuff of beauty again. She did calm down after that, but she completely froze after that like I stunned her with a stun gun. What is going on? I thought. Is she afraid of me? I thought. I put on my best charming smile I could muster and waited for her to react. She did not react. This was troubling and I finally had to break the silence with something. You know you are cute when you are surprised like this, I said, the first thing which came to my mind. Her face instantly turns red as a tomato, and with her red hair this an even more prominent. I could only control the blush which was coming to me after seeing how cute she was acting. Maybe she was really scared by what happened in the forest. Pov end. Of course, just like Kirito, his clone was dense and misunderstood the reason Karen was shocked. This information when we'll go to Kirito will bring even more confusion and romantic comedies in the future. But more on that later. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Preliminary matches rewrite. It was a long wait, but finally, the preliminary round started just like in the canon. Kirito was surprised to find that Hawk made her way to the tower much faster than his team. Almost all the rookie team passes the test. Maybe the only person from Konoha 12 who failed the test was Choji. That was too because of his incompetent team. Seems like having Shikamaru on the team really increases your chances of survival. Who? Teams 7, 8, 9, 10 and 16 were present there. All the participants who were taking the exams were Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura from Team 7. Hinata, Kiba, Shino from Team 8. Lee, Neji, Tenten from Team 9. Kirito, Shikamaru, Ino from Team 10. Haku and Yoroi from Team 16. Gaara, Tamere, Kankuro from Sand Team. Ken, Saik, and Dozu from the Sound Team miraculously passed the test. Overall there are 20 participants and thus there will be 10 matches in the preliminary round. Alright, before we start the preliminary round, I want to explain the reason we have Chunin exams in the first place, said Hiruzen, entering into his professor mode. Kirito naturally tunes out all the information, a skill which he learns from his past life, very helpful in lectures. It took some time for the speech to end and finally, the first match was about to begin. Kirito was interested to see who would be fighting who. In the canon the matches were good, but he is really interested in how the real world will turn out. Soon the proctor came and introduced himself. After that, the names started to roll and everyone was in anticipation to see who would be fighting whom. In the canon, the first match was between Sasuke and Yoroi. Soon the nameplate stopped and the names were finally out. Tamere of the Sand and Heike of the Leaf, shouted the proctor. I was not expecting this. This will definitely be a good match, thought Kirito. Tamere from the other side of the stadium watched Heike, who was standing near Kirito, and smirked as she had already won the match. You up for the fight? Kirito asked Heike, who also caught Tamere's gaze. Yes, it will not be so bad, especially after getting beaten by you in so many fights. I am confident that this will be a piece of cake, Heike said in confidence. She was not overconfident or arrogant. She was perfectly sure that she would win the match. Kirito also knew the Heike from the canon could have won a match with Tamere, let alone this Heike who is not only better but also have trained with him for quite a long time. Good luck, Heike-chan, said Naruto. Heike just smiled and entered into the fighting ring. Tamere also entered the fighting ring with the use of her fan and had fighting intent burning in her eyes. Everyone was ready to see an amazing fight between these two kunoichis. Proctor looked around and after checking both the participants, he gives the signal to start the match. While the first match of the Chunin exams was about to begin, many other things were happening that Kirito was not aware of. What happened? Orochimaru-sama, you are not looking very good, asked Kabuto, who had already withdrawn from the preliminary and went to report Orochimaru about his findings about Sasuke and Heike. Orochimaru this time around was not that interested in Naruto, as his interest was picked by Sasuke, Kirito and Heike. Sasuke for obvious reasons, Heike for her bloodline limit, Kirito for the stun that he pulled in the Forest of Death, and also the fact that he fought Orochimaru pretty well. In all aspects, Kirito was better than Sasuke. The only deal breaker was that he did not have any bloodline limit. No, I am not looking good because my plan to imprint Sasuke-kun with my cursed seal did not work out, replied Orochimaru. His plan was spoiled by those Dan Leaf Jonins and Anbu. He was still not sure how so many of them arrived there so fast. But Kabuto knew what was going on. After getting exposed to the Sharingan in the Forest of Death, Kabuto is no longer a spy working for Orochimaru and Sasori. No, he is now completely loyal to Kirito and he already has his orders from Kirito. Orochimaru did not notice the sharp eyes and sudden change of air about Kabuto. No worries, Orochimaru-sama. We will have many chances to do this, especially after the preliminary rounds are over, said Kabuto. Orochimaru pounded over this and thus nodded. While that was happening, somewhere far away from the hidden leaf, a man came out from a portal and there was bloodlust in his eyes. This man was none other than Obito. He was like this because of Kirito. Kirito not only killed him 2 times, for which he had to waste 2 of his Sharingan to get revived, but Kirito also made a complete fool of him in the battle, and Karin also was taken out of his grasp. Obito now had no idea where Karin was and he could not find her. Damn brat, I will kill you sooner or later, said Obito. Obito, what happened? Where is the Uzumaki girl you went after? Asked Black Setsu. Setsu was the one who asked Obito to get Karin. She ran away, Obito said in anger. Ran away? This is bad, Obito. You know we need a Uzumaki. Pain is getting more and more out of control. We cannot let the eyes be with him for long, said the Setsu. I know, I will find her later, said Obito, also understanding the need for a new puppet who could use the eyes. Nagato no longer is in their control and this is getting pragmatic.